a screenshot, and this SOP is finally done. What?
Welcome back to Sunday Supplement and welcome back to Miguel Delaney, Charlotte Dunker and Jonathan Liu. Let's go to the back page of The Sun and what looks like a pretty surprising story, Charlotte. Back in the frame, legend David De Gea is an option for Ruben Amorim. Do you see this one coming?
No. I think this morning when we were talking about it before we came on air and someone suggested it, I was like, pardon? And it seems like the obvious link was that he was back at Old Trafford last Saturday playing a friendly, and Manchester United have remembered that actually he's an all right shot stopper, and maybe he is a better shot stopper than the guy that they have there at the moment. But yeah, it's a really interesting one. Could I see it happening? I mean, it doesn't seem very likely at the moment. Whenever you talk to Manchester United about the goalkeeper position at the moment, they're saying it's not a priority. But the main reason it's not a priority is because Onana's still there. And Onana's obviously had a lot of interest this summer, particularly from Saudi, but he and his camp are saying he's determined to stay at Manchester United. Amorim's quotes in his press conference on Friday didn't give him any assurances that he's necessarily going to be the first choice goalkeeper. But then if you look at who Manchester United have in their goalkeeping department, if he's not going to be the first choice, then they do need to bring someone else in, because Bayern, when he's played, hasn't really filled anyone with much confidence. Tom Heaton's a great leadership guy to have around the club. Is he going to be Manchester United's first choice goalkeeper as they aim to get back on track? No. There's been the obvious links to Donnarumma. I think De Gea being thrown in there is a bit of a wild card. If we go back to obviously when he left, I think a lot of Manchester United fans, not that they weren't disappointed to see him leave, but I think there was a feeling that maybe it'd come to the end of the time. I think there was a bit of disappointment with how it ended, in terms of he obviously didn't get the goodbye that people were expecting. He was sort of pushed out the back door a bit. You can see on the back page there he was presented with that frame last week because he never got that big goodbye after, and he'd been at the club for so long. But is he the solution for them in net? I'd argue not. It seems that they'd be going backwards a bit.
Alan Nixon is the reporter who's done this article, and he says that the Manchester United have been tipped off that he's got a clause in his deal allowing him to leave for a relatively small sum. The goalkeeping department generally, you're either brilliant at shot stopping or brilliant with your feet. How difficult is it to find both at the moment?
It is, and I think certainly the game went through a phase about maybe a decade ago where there was a real dearth of top quality keepers because of this splintering of the role into what you might call pure shot stoppers and players who could play with their feet, and there were very few who could do both. Then obviously you get guys like Edison and Alisson who became world class, who lit up the Premier League for years. And I think these days that divide is less valid. I mean, we might talk about Donnarumma later. There's this idea that Donnarumma can play with his feet. He's much better with his feet than most goalkeepers of 10 years ago. But because he's also a great shot stopper, I think he gets that's partly why he's not in Luis Enrique's plans at PSG. And I think when United moved on from De Gea, they were almost, it was almost moving on from that model of goalkeeper as well. Onana was seen to be a lot better with his feet. It's certainly more conducive to the sort of the possession style, playing out from the back style that they wanted. So going back to him, unless it's just as a number 2, you know, or somebody to bring through the young keepers, you know, although he wouldn't be on number 2 wages, but you know that makes sense. But if they're going back to the whole De Gea goalkeeping model, I think that suggests a bigger shift.
But then if they brought him back in as a number, surely they're only going to bring him back in if Onana leaves. If Onana leaves, De Gea is not going to be your first choice goalkeeper. So who is? Out of those 3 that we just mentioned, none of them, arguably. Onana is probably the best at for what Manchester United want to do under Amorim and the style they want to play. Onana is the best suited for that. Is he the best goalkeeper in the league? Of course he's not. But out of that pool that we've just mentioned, he's probably best suited to what Amorim wants to do right now.
I mean, well, on that as well, I mean, Amorim, OK, he's not as dogmatic as Ten Hag was about this, and this is one of the reasons why Onana's at the club, because United so committed briefly to Ten Hag's approach. But, like, I mean, De Gea, we did see him try to play this approach with Spain, say, in the 2018 World Cup. I remember seeing it at the time. Like, you could almost see the kind of, not quite the panic, but it was very clear that Piqué and Sergio Ramos and staff didn't really trust De Gea with his feet in the way that, you know, they had been used to with Victor Valdez or even Iker Casillas before that. So, and OK, again, Amorim isn't as pronounced in this approach, but it's part of the modern game now, and that's why it's difficult to see him being much more than a kind of an alternative.
Yeah, I'm sure all eyes will be not only on the goalkeepers, but everything at Old Trafford this afternoon, including Arsenal's title challenge. And in the Sunday Express, I think we've seen this headline before, haven't we? Gonna be our year. Tougher Timbers title talk. Miguel, are they equipped to take that final step instead of being thereabouts to being there?
I think so. I think they're really, I mean, look, they've been brilliant for 3 years. I know that 3 years has seen a lot of debate about Arteta, whether he's a winner in all this, whether he's a good manager, but one that can't get them quite over the line. I think they've been a little bit unfortunate over that period. I mean, they got 89 points in 22-23. Arteta is the only manager in the Premier League history to have had an 89-point season and not also won the league at some other point. But I think that speaks to how difficult it was. They were up against City, and not all that project is at its most imperious. Last season, I think you could say, was the big opportunity because City obviously had their crisis. But from speaking to people at Arsenal, I think they do see what happened last season as explainable. There were some issues in the squad they didn't resolve, but most of all, they suddenly had these injury clusters that they didn't have in the previous 2 seasons. And as Arsenal put it, for all the debate about kind of, you know, the style and the approach, whether they're aggressive, whether it became a set-piece team, if you look, say, I mean, they scored, 91 goals in 23-24 when they had all of their best players available. So the issue is really, it wasn't their top level, which is good. We've seen that, say, when they destroyed City last season 5-1, in some big performances over the past. Like, again, Arteta was mocked for the comments about how they were the best team in Europe after the Paris Saint-Germain game. But he genuinely feels that their top level is title level. The issue is sustaining it. And what they've done this summer is they've got a lot of depth. They've solved issues. So suddenly, they're not going to be as reliant, say, on Odegaard or Saka. I think they will use Havertz a lot still because Arteta loves the way he gets their pressing approach. But now they've got that alternative in Gyokeres. The one question, I suppose, is, because I think they're at that level, is whether they've solved the issues that they had for last season, but now whether the dial has moved again, because, you know, as even speaking to people within Arsenal, the mood in the Premier League is that Liverpool have just gone out and did what no one actually expected in the market. They've signed game changers, especially if they get Isak, and that has possibly changed things. And then, of course, I mean, we'll get on to this, but the other great uncertainty, which is what City will do. Well, they looked very strong yesterday.
I don't think it's Arsenal's top level that's necessarily in question, because, like Miguel said, we all know what they can do. It's being one of those teams that consistently grind out results, even when they've not been playing that well, even when everything's gone against them. You've lost some of your best players to injury who can step up and fill that void. And I think the signings that they've made this summer, if you look at each of the positions where they have upgraded in each of those positions. So like you said, they're not reliant on the same 11 each week, and that should be the difference to maybe help them, because they dropped a lot of vital points last season at times where they should have been able to get over the line even if they were playing at 75%, which is what champions do. If you look at Liverpool towards the back end of last season, they actually didn't play that great, but they were still winning, and I think that could be the difference we see with Arsenal this season.
Jonathan, everyone thinks Arsenal will win. Not today. That's according to Ruben Amorim. Is he right to have that confidence? That's in the Sunday Mirror.
Yeah, I think Arsenal probably slight favourites. I mean, they don't have a great record at Old Trafford, if I remember rightly. And I think, you know, there are always so many unknowns in the first weekend of the season in terms of how teams are going to line up, how their styles are going to match up, how quickly new signings are going to gel, new systems. I have to say, I do find this framing of Arsenal's season, this kind of now or never, it's now or never for Arteta, everything's on this season. I do find it quite strange. I mean, not surprising, to be honest, because it does I think play into this narrative. I think that comes from a lot of Arsenal fans and I think from the media as well, of this kind of fatalism that Arsenal are basically set up to fail every season, which is not to say that they should be that they should be happy with finishing second 3 seasons in a row, but it's not like, you know, they have a squad that's over the hill. It's, you know, it's not like they have a coach that is losing his touch. You know, it doesn't. I think it's a paradox in sport that the best way of getting the outcome that you want is not to fixate on the outcome. And I think for Arsenal this season, you know, this whole framing of now or never is actually going to be counterproductive.
I do agree with that, but I do think there is also this, I mean, this is what you're saying about being counterproductive. There is an element with teams who have been together, no matter their age, but for quite a while, and they're always just on the brink of getting there, and they don't get there. Suddenly, when you face that bit of difficulty, that's when things can start to tailspin. There's 2 relatively recent examples in the Premier League. One was Rafa Benitez's Liverpool. In 08-09, in that run-in, they were absolutely brilliant. They were up against, you know, Ferguson's United. And then the next season, it was a total collapse, and Rafa was gone by the end of the season. Another similar one, I suppose, is Spurs, actually. For 3 years, they were superb. It was similar to some of the stuff that actually Arteta's been coming out with the last few days. I mean, their points total, say, over 2 years at Spurs, in 16-17 and 17-18, was the best in England. It was 15-16 and 16-17. It was just, they couldn't get over the line.
But Spurs, that Spurs team ended up getting broken up and picked off, and Liverpool lost Alonso. That the defence was ageing. It needed a rebuild. Like this Arsenal team, it's still a young team. Like they can keep the core of the squad together for another 2 or 3 years.
And to be fair, one thing that should be pointed out there, they've done really well this summer in terms of contracts, because there was a bit of anxiety this in the last year about how that was building and the questions about, because now you have to commit to bigger wages because they're there. But it just, I suppose, allied to the point, I think there has been this emotion around Arsenal, both outside and some of the debate they provoke, and within the club or within the stadium, because obviously they're feeling the angst of now going, 21 years, or 20, it's going to be 22 years at least, without a title, I think, which is the longest they've ever been, ever since they won their first title. And then as that builds up, it does become this power all of its own.
I like that what he says. Sesko's ready to play. We'll see if he's going to start. I mean, Carlton, what have you seen of Benjamin Sesko? And do you think he's a player that Man United needed?
He's a dynamic player. He's one that wants to go out there and just get goals. You can see, as soon as he's got the ball at his feet, he's just looking where the goal is. And that's what Man United need. They need someone that can put the ball in the onion bag, as they say. So, listen, they've given Haaland a massive chance. I think the chance came a little bit too early. So having someone like Sesko that's got the experience in Europe as well. And listen, you've got to look at, it's not easy for Manchester United, as people would think it is, but to attract the best players. So right now, they've only got Sesko, which is one of the best players actually at the moment in his position. And it just shows you they still do have a little bit of pull. You know, so it's more than just getting the striker that they wanted. It's more than that. It's more to say that, okay, we're still about, and we'll see what we can do next window when we look into the horizon and thinking, yeah, we're going to achieve something this year.
He is a bit younger, obviously. You know, comparing the two between Gyokeres and Sesko, he is obviously younger than Gyokeres and a little bit more raw, as people would say. Do you think Man United needed a player that is someone that develops over time, or did they need someone to come in straight away and do the business?
Well, it depends what their policy is at the moment. Do they want to grow? Because listen, they had Haaland there as the number one for quite a while. He was so young, 19, 20 at the time.
We've seen it, that project striker.
That was supposed to be a project, but it looks like they've ditched that project now and they've gone to a new one. Someone that's willing to do the things that probably Haaland couldn't do. So that's where they've probably gone wrong in the past with their recruitment. But this one, I think, hopefully they're getting their recruitment right. Sesko was sorted after. I know Arsenal were after him. I know a few other teams that were after him as well. But at the same time, it's a massive scalp for Manchester United because I feel that this boy's got something to give later on in his career as well.
100%. Andy, going into any new team as a striker, how long does it really take to develop those connections with your teammates?
I think, like you say, every player wants to walk into a dressing room and fit straight away, and sometimes you can try too hard and it not work. And I think as soon as you get in there on the pitch, you feel the ball, feel your teammates, know what it's about. You know, for me, I've always looked at the wingers, where they're going to cross the ball, where they're going to get it into me, and that's an immediate thing that you do. You just look around the dressing room. He's going to give me the great ball. He's going to slot the ball in for me, and
so it's picking up that person.
It's kind of picking the connection that you see in the training ground and leading up to the game, and just getting them close to you and saying, "Come on." Keep putting them in for me.
I like it. Finding your best mate.
My bonus.
Yeah. There you go. Well, one of the most intriguing aspects of this is that both clubs were interested in both strikers. So, who has got the better deal? And did they end up at the right clubs? To find out, I asked renowned football tactico Pythagoras in Boots to look into it.
Statistically, there's only really one winner. Gyokeres is one of the most efficient and threatening strikers in world football, scoring at more than a goal a game, 52.5% shot accuracy, 30% conversion rate to Sesko's 20%. He's also receiving more progressive passes, and he just gets more touches in the penalty area. In terms of the eye test, it's Sesko that takes your breath away. He's the one that could attain that higher ceiling with shades of Marco van Basten, but also he doesn't really get into the box that much. He's scoring almost 1 in 2 games. He's not really breached past 15 goals in the Bundesliga. So for him to be projected as, say, a 30-goal a season in the Premier League, that's going to be a project. That's not something that's going to happen overnight. One thing to note, however, is that Arsenal aren't going to generate as many fast breaks as Sporting Lisbon. Sporting were much faster in terms of getting the ball from back to front, and that caught teams off guard, and you often saw Gyokeres running at defenders who were backpedaling and then using that momentum that he had to then go on and score goals. I think with Arsenal, he's going to face more settled defences, and that's not something that he's necessarily as good at. Moving on to the aerial side of the game, I think there's been premature concerns about Gyokeres' heading ability. I think what he's adept at is finding little pockets inside the box, getting that run ahead of centre-backs. And I think where Sesko is superior is that he's better in aerial duels, long balls coming in. He's someone who can leap up so high with a leap that even Michael Jordan would be proud of. And he can cushion those headers back into the midfield and help his team retain possession, but also inside the box. He's more capable of direct confrontation with centre-backs. So he's not necessarily always looking to just peel off. If there's a ball hit to the back stick, for example, and he's got people tugging at him, he's someone that can jump up and, muscle those guys up and get that header to the far post. So I think his range of heading is going to be superior, and generally in open play, he's going to be more impactful, but that doesn't mean Gyokeres is no slouch. Finally, moving on to link-up play. Now, for me, Gyokeres reminds me a little bit of Ollie Watkins, someone that loves to roam into wide channels, generates a lot of shot-creating actions and assists for his teammates that run in support. That's when their creative game comes to the fore. Against settled defences, they're not going to be threading through balls and being that false 9 type of centre-forward. In contrast, Sesko is more of a typical centre-forward, and there's shades of Zlatan in terms of how he brings that ball down on his chest, those sort of skillful type of backheel layoffs that he does. But this is where the comparison falls short. Sesko, for me, sometimes the touch isn't quite there. And the main frustrating thing about Sesko is sometimes the decision-making. Like, he's brought the ball down, he's got runners around him, and instead of just playing that ball through to the right player, he'll chop back, he'll do a skill, he then pass it to the wrong player, and then he just kills the attack dead. So these type of decision-making errors need to improve. In conclusion, we have two very contrasting style of forwards, both at very different stages of their career. I think if Gyokeres is able to replicate the same form that he showed at Sporting at Arsenal, and tactically there's adjustments made from him as well as Arsenal, then he should, in theory, be more effective in the short term. However, in the long term, if Sesko hasn't superseded Gyokeres' legacy as an overall footballer, there's definitely question marks to be had, because I think, frankly, in terms of his ceiling, it's a lot higher. Anyway, hope that helped, Roman. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, mate. Well, look, we've seen a player kind of comparison there about the two strikers. I guess for both of you guys, you've got, I guess, Arsenal trying to maybe play a more direct game now, through balls in to try and get that ball in behind for Gyokeres. Maybe with Sesko, he's got Mbeumo, he's got Cunha, who can fit those balls into the box, as you say, where you want it. As your type of striker, what side would you prefer to be in? Would you prefer to be in a Man United or an Arsenal?
I was just saying with Andy, I'm thinking, just as Andy was touching on before, he was talking about you go into the dressing room, you go look around, who's going to get me goals? So for me, when I'm looking at the dressing room, you got Saka in the Arsenal team. They probably had a few more, you got Martinelli, but Saka's probably the only one I could say can cross a ball in, a lovely ball in for a striker in the Arsenal squad. But then you look at Manchester United and you've got Cunha that can swing it in, you've got Mbeumo can swing it in, you've got a few players and wing-backs as well that can swing it in as well. So I think there's more opportunities to be playing in Manchester United, and I was saying that Sesko is probably our type of striker, where we hold up play, try and connect, strong in the air. So I think Manchester United would be the place for me to go. I don't know about you. You might still fancy the Arsenal role.
What would you prefer? You're just looking.
I can't speak for Andy.
I'm with Corley. Like, as soon as the ball gets in the box, that's exactly what I wanted, and that's what Man United are about, to get the balls in. And yeah, for me, I would be exactly the same as him.
Yeah. Just looking. I love this chat. It's just looking for the best mate in the squad. That's all you're looking for.
Listen, we might not even have to win the league, but I've got 40 goals.
I think that's the connection that you need if you want to score goals. If you look around your team and see who's there and see who can deliver for you and put it where you want it.
He hasn't come out and said anything, 100%.
Actions speak louder than words, though. Not going to training, not turning up, pulling himself away from the team.
He'll pay for that, don't worry about that. That always comes back to bite you in the bum as a player, but I feel, for me, it's gone too far now that if Liverpool don't get it done, it'll be embarrassing for Liverpool, but I still feel Newcastle have a bit of power in this situation.
Newcastle and Villa split points 0-0 it finished, but all the headlines has been around Alexander Isak. I'm sure Eddie Howe is absolutely sick of answering any questions when it comes to the press conference, but the reality is he doesn't want to train, does he? He doesn't want to be part of the squad, the club. He wants to push this move to Liverpool. It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it, Nige? Because obviously once you get through the summer break, when the season starts, it starts to feel very real. Who's kind of in the right here? Is the one that's in the right, the club or Isak?
It's an interesting conversation, but I wouldn't say that anyone's in the right. I think the whole situation has not been handled correctly. And if anything, I think that Newcastle will probably be the club that have to take the blame and responsibility on that one there. If you've got a player like Alexander Isak, you knew that there were mumblings and moanings from last season that teams might come in for him or clubs might come in for him. That is, for me, then, when you make your statement to say that he's not going anywhere. Make sure you speak to the player and his representatives and let him know you're not going anywhere. And if there is a world where you can foresee that you may have to sell him because of other things or situations, then you say, right, we're not going anywhere unless they meet these demands. You set the demands, and if those demands are not met, the player doesn't go anywhere. You put it out there public. We don't want to leave. We don't want the player to leave. He's staying here. But if we do get an offer that we can't turn down, then maybe we'll let him go. And I think because there hasn't really been that kind of firm statement and firm leadership from Newcastle, that is why Liverpool are doing what they do. And this goes on in football all the time. And I think that's what's caused the problem. Then the player now has become unsettled, and now he wants to force a move. And there's so many different dynamics that happen in the dressing room, but I just feel that for me, from a leadership point from Newcastle, they brought this on themselves. I thought that they could have been a lot more firm as a football club to say that this is the situation.
But aren't they being firm by doing what they're doing right now and saying, OK, don't come to training, but we're not selling you unless Liverpool or whoever come in and meet our terms?
I wouldn't say they're being firm now. I think it's a reaction now, because they have to react, because now the situation has been taken out of their hands a bit with what the player's done and how he's acting now. So now they have to react and show that you're not bigger than the club. But if they'd been more firm at the start to say, not for sale, if we ever had to sell him, this is what it's going to be, because there is a business side to football. But I felt that they just weren't firm enough from the start to say this is the situation.
This is where you can have a perfect balance, and we can give them an insight, right? Because I've been an insider for a number of years. You've been on the player side, so you will understand that these type of deals don't just occur overnight, and that's what people think. Oh, it's just this summer where Alexander Isak's been having... His agent and his representation would have been having conversations for a long period of time, because they would have been working on deals well in advance. There would have been an agreement or an understanding. That's the only reason why he'd be revolting, because whatever they've agreed personally in terms of between the club and the player clearly hasn't been upheld on one of the two sides.
Yeah.
So that's exactly why he's turned around and saying right now, well, I don't want to return to this. Then you add the fact of this is now spilled into the media, and now there's a conversation that's happening internally about players saying they don't want him to return. Where can he go apart from trying to force him in?
Which I don't believe that. When people say that, we've been in the dressing room, we've been with players, yes, I understand the mentality in the generation has changed. But for me, when you're in that situation, we talk about the lack of leadership. Unless you are a real strong captain, and I'm talking about someone that's vocal, someone that leads by example by how he plays, but also strong when it comes to speaking to the media and taking accountability. Yes, I'm a dying breed, Poppy. Then I can understand maybe those captains might say, listen, you're not bigger than the club, and maybe pull him and make him understand and fall in place, where the manager doesn't have to get involved or the coaches don't have to get involved. But it's a different generation of footballers. Only the players who are locally grown players who come through their academy will have that passion, because their dream is to play for their team in a club like Newcastle, where they've got that extra connection with their friends, their family. They know what it means. They see Newcastle as the biggest club in the world. So maybe then those players can do it. But the majority of the players would sit there and say, that could be me. And that's the reality. So if you come in, as long as you train properly...
They feel for him in this situation, and that whichever way it falls, if he does end up back with the Newcastle squad, do you think they'll open their arms and welcome him back?
I think they would, because I feel that they understand he's a player that's going to get top goals. The only thing that they want him to do is come in and train properly, apply yourself properly, and make sure that you keep the same attitude as you are. That's fine. All they want him to do is perform. You perform and help our team win. That's all we care about. But if you come in with a bad attitude, that's when the players might go the opposite way. But players would always sit to say, that could be me, that could be you. You can't be looking at him to think that, oh, that's only him, because it can happen to any player to go to different clubs, and you could be in that same situation.
So you as a captain, right, you understand what it's like to lead a changing room, especially a Premier League changing room. Would you have taken further responsibility then? Would you have turned around and maybe called Alexander yourself and pulled him aside and been like, well, you need to make a decision so we know what to do as a team?
I mean, it's out of his hands, because you could say you need to make a decision, but at the end of the day, it's not his decision to make, it's the club. He's still contracted to the club. There's other situations that have to be met. My thing would be, where's your head at? If you're coming into the group, back into the group, just apply yourself correctly. If you get your move, we're happy for you. If you don't, apply yourself the right way, train properly, and help us win football matches. If you start to go down and go the opposite way, then I might have to two-foot you in training and let you know. And that's just the reality of it. Because at the end of the day, we've all been in that situation. And
has it ever happened to you?
In my life, I've had to deal with situations like that, where in these situations, it's not a one-shoe-fits-all. Because what people fail to realise is there are moments in football clubs where you can have an agreement with the manager or with the director of football, and it can be broken. And it could be a manager says to you, you know what, Nige, you're doing fantastically well. There are clubs that are interested in you, but I'm not going to let you go unless it's a top 4 club or one of the big clubs. And he said, fine, no problem. Love it here, captain, enjoying it, don't want to go. Then that does happen. Then you find out it does happen, and then they don't pick up the phone and they don't let you go. And then there's nothing you can do about it as a player.
But how did you feel then when that did happen? Did you then feel like you still wanted to represent the club well, or did it leave a bit of bitterness?
For the person that I am, I just continue to represent the club well, because there's nothing better for me than playing football. It did leave you to have one eye open, as we say now, when you start to understand this industry and how certain things don't come out, because things like that do occur to players where you have a gentleman's agreement or things are in your contract, and managers and directors of football and people running these clubs would go back on promises that they've made to you as a player, and it does happen. And some players will have to come out, defend themselves. Some choose to fight fire with fire. Some people choose to be professional and continue. And that happened to me in my career, when I was made that promise and the manager didn't keep the promise, and I still had to go out there and perform. I got a lot of stick in my career, a lot of abuse from it, from the papers, and this was before social media where you can defend yourself, so you had to just get on with it. Another opportunity, another situation happened where a manager said to me, I don't want you at this club, but you can only go to the league below. You can't stay in the Premier League. When Premier League clubs were interested, and again, You could either fight fire with fire or just continue to be professional and say, you know what, I stay professional. But one thing I never did my entire career was I never said, I'll never play for that club again. And even with everything going through and being treated tremendously bad by managers and lies being told against me, my dream is to be a professional football player, and I kept it to go and perform. Even when I knew I should be in the starting lineup, I went out there and wore the shirt with pride and my own self-pride. But these type of situations do happen at football clubs.
It does feel a bit like the gentleman's agreement. That's what we've seen, hasn't it? That's kind of got players in an awkward position in the past. Even Harry Kane a few years ago, that may be the best example with Tottenham. He said he had a personal agreement with the club, and then it felt like they weren't going to come to any sort of resolution. This is stalemate now. Do you think they will find a resolution, and how do you see it going if you had to predict what happens here?
They have to. The club is still in control. No matter what anybody says, the player can turn around and have the agreement, which he probably would have verbally have agreed in terms of an understanding, a fee, a certain type of club comes in. But the club is still in control because you've still got 3 years left in your contract. So as far as they're concerned, they want to maximise your value. We've seen some of the bids that have already gone in. Some of these are almost close to British transfer record bids already. So they're probably looking at, well, who can we bring in? Everybody confuses the transfers and always focuses on one person, right? Or one individual, and thinks to themselves, well, why are you blocking that person from their dream move? But the club aren't thinking about Alexander Isak. They're thinking, how do I replace 25, 30 goals in a season? And they've already let Callum Wilson go because that was already clearly in the plans well before the season ended. So it's not one striker they have to replace, it's two. So now you're talking about 40 goals potentially in a season you have to get. And you have to get a striker that's going to hit the ground running almost immediately. How do you replace that?
Yes, that plays a part, but it's also a delicate balancing act. I always believe that there should never be a player bigger than the club. And I think that the club is the one who sets that culture and that atmosphere for football clubs to say, no one will ever be bigger than us. And when you hire your managers, you let that know. And then players will know instantly and fall in line. If you try and go against the club, and whether it's a gentleman's agreement or not, a player should be told that, no, this club will still always be here after you go. And that's what needs to be established and stamped down. And I think that's what it is. You've got to get that balance right. We've seen it in the history of football. We've seen with Mbappe leaving Paris Saint-Germain. He's a local Paris kid. Luis Enrique said, no, we'll be better off without him. And I'm sure that there were people above Luis Enrique who were telling him, we need him. And it could be the financial side of it, the shirt sales and this and that. No, and then now look what they went on to do.
So do you think that he'll stay, or do you think
I think that this has gone too far, that the deal has to be done. Yeah, that is what it is. Yeah. And like you said, at the moment, a club, if Newcastle wanted to, they hold his registration. He's got 3 years there. You don't want to be part of this club? No problem. Stay here. Sit there. Let's see how long he'll want to sit and go out a season in a World Cup year and not play any football.
Do you think it almost gives Liverpool more power in a way if they are the ones that are going to bring in Alexander Isak, because they know that a deal has to be done between the two, so they can stand firm on the money, and then it kind of shifts the pressure back to Newcastle? Or is Newcastle in a position where they can make a statement and they are one of the better off financial clubs in the Premier League?
Liverpool in a good position though.
No, I think Newcastle can make a statement. Newcastle are not short of money, and they could say, if this is what we value, this is our value, you pay this. If you don't pay this, see you later. That's the reality of it.
But Liverpool, let me tell you why Liverpool are in a good position, because of how strong their opening bid was. It wasn't something that was, let's hark back to Arsenal and the Suarez situation. It wasn't something that was kind of flirting with what they were talking about as a release clause. You made a very clear statement. You come out of the gate 3 figures in terms of hundreds of millions for an individual. So when you've already stated as to how far you go, you've already seen their investment this year, I think Liverpool will quite comfortably, regardless of what statement was made about we're not going back in, if the opportunity comes back in and they can make a deal with Newcastle before that window closes, they will bring in Alexander Isak.
I feel that it's gone so far now, it will be embarrassing for Liverpool if they don't get this deal done now. Yeah. That's what it is. They've unsettled the player. Clearly now everyone knows that, well, he hasn't been quoted as himself saying anything, so this is all he said, she said, any type of thing, and you can always retract.
By the way, the fact that he
hasn't come out and said anything, 100%.
Actions speak louder than words, though. Not going to training, not turning up, pulling himself away from the team.
He'll pay for that, don't worry about that. That always comes back to bite you in the bum as a player, but I feel, for me, it's gone too far now that if Liverpool don't get it done, it'll be embarrassing for Liverpool, but I still feel Newcastle have a bit of power in this situation.
OK, interesting. There's not too long, is there, to go in the transfer window, so we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks.
So 3-0, it would finish a winning start for Barcelona to kick off their campaign as they are out to defend their title, and we are delighted to now be joined by Eric Garcia, getting the start today, getting a win, getting a clean sheet as well. How was was it today out there on the pitch for you guys?
Yeah, it was good to start like this. Of course, I think we started really well the first minutes. Then, of course, you know, with the 2 red cards, it gets a little bit more easy for us, but it also could be tricky, you know, because we know they are good in set pieces. You know, anytime they have, they could score. But I think overall we've been good the first 90 minutes for most of the other players, so I think it's important. Yeah.
This is not easy, so congratulations for that first victory. But we were waiting for something extra in the second half. We won with 2 men and down for Mallorca. We saw you just moving them or trying to find the spots in the middle. Who was missing that last third?
Well, maybe a little bit more of legs, you know. As I said, we were a bit tired, but you know, we've tried some different things in the second half, you know, changing a little bit the system, changing players. I think it's good for everyone, you know, we have a lot of players up front that can play, and now even more, you know, with Marcus. But mostly we are happy also for the clean sheet, you know, to Joao to start like this is more important.
He's so demanding. You win 3-0 away from home. I want more. I tell you, you have Lamine Yamal playing in front of you. When you're about to support him from behind, when do you make a decision? Do I make an overlapping run? Do I make a run in the inside channel, or do I just leave him alone?
Yeah, it's like this sometimes. You don't want to bother him. Yeah. Even though if you go, he still beats you, man. If you stay, he still beat it anyway. You know, the last goal he scored was incredible. The first half, it's such a joy to play with him. He's getting more mature. He's getting physically even better, you know, even quicker. And of course, to have him in our team is a pleasure.
What's the objective for Barcelona this season? Obviously, last season was a brilliant year for you guys. For yourself personally, what are you hoping for this season, and what are the hopes for the team?
Well, we need to aim bigger than last season. I think we had an amazing season. At the beginning, everyone had doubts about us, you know, after a lot of changes, the manager. But I think even though we are a pretty young squad, we are pretty experienced. Of course, last season reaching semi-finals of Champions League, you know, that knocked out, it hurt us. So I think it's even more energy for this season.
Anything else, guys?
No, but I mean, we would love to know more, because you are that now the focus, of course, La Liga is every single game that you're gonna face, but you know that you're gonna be the team to beat. You showed us last year. What do you think that you can improve for the rest of the season?
Well, the pressure is such an important thing for us, you know, playing high line. If we don't press well, the other teams get a lot of chances, so that's where we're looking at the most, because at the end we know when we get the ball, we have so many talent up front, and you know, from any chance we can score.
Be honest with us, right? Hans is not going to listen to this. He's not going to pay attention to this. Do you like the high line, or does it stress you out?
I think it's good. I think it gets the rivals sometimes, you know, a bit lost, because they see so many spaces. But I think, you know, the keeper also is helping us playing really high. The pressure we do is, until right now, is still working really good. And as I said, you know, that gives us a lot of space up front, and we have some dangerous players.
It's always great to hear it from the players who are playing with him, especially Eric Garcia in the role that he'll be playing this season, and his connection that he's going to have with him.
And not the different roles, because we see him playing on the right side for most of the game, but he went also to the center as a centre back. He moves into the middle, so he can give you all those kind of positions, those kind of situations. So on Hansi Flick, I think he decided that, let's not forget, he was in doubt for many, well, at least a couple of years. He moved to Girona. He made a fantastic season last year. Came back as an important player, and right now Hansi Flick is showing that he's going to have a lot of minutes this season.
Yeah, and if you are a Barcelona player, you know there's competition in this team. And a guy like Eric Garcia, every minute that he gets is going to be valuable. Whether that's a right back, center back, sometimes he's playing in the midfield as well. And you know you have to make those minutes count. And so for today, you see Eric Garcia down the right-hand side, and he has the advantage that he has potentially, in fact, in my opinion, currently the best player in the world. That's Lamine Yamal. Luis Garcia could play right back today. I could play right back. Ian Dart could play right back. Maka could play right back. Right now, when you have Lamine Yamal in front of you, it makes the game so much easier for you because you're not under pressure.
Yeah, and it's not like we didn't know, but you could even hear from these guys today. Ooh, wow, watching Lamine Yamal play. But we're going to send it up to our boys in the booth, Ian Dark and Steve McManaman, to get their perspective of today's game. Guys?
You wouldn't want to see me at right back, I promise you. You're a smaller centre forward, more of a central midfield player, spraying playmaker, that kind of thing. Yeah. So what did we learn from that tonight? Not a lot, did we really? We know Barcelona are very good, and they played against 9 men. So
yes,
Yes, they were 1-0 up before the drama happened. They started the game really well. I think we all expected Barcelona to win the game today comfortably before the sendings offs, etc., etc. And it went that way. I understand why they were in second gear in the second half, and they were just knocking the ball around, keeping possession. Hansi Flick made a lot of changes. It is the first game of the season. It's very, very hot, as we've mentioned on a number of occasions. So it was a perfect day for them, really, wasn't it? Very easy in the second half.
They're looking really good form. When you see people like Gavi, Damiano coming off the bench, let's talk about Marcus Rashford while we're at it. Not much of an impact, a difficult one to come in for 20 minutes in that situation. But
yeah, it is
great, did they? Really?
It is difficult because, as I mentioned in commentary, they were so condensed. Central areas, when it's attacking, it's defence, it's hard to break down. Joffrey had the ball a lot, Kunde had the ball a lot. But it was really nice that the way the game finished, wasn't it? Because of course, everybody will be talking about the referee and some of the situations that happened in the first half. But really, myself and you, Ian, you'd rather reflect on the fantastic goal in the last minute of the game. It was the great goal. We spoke about it early on in the game. We spoke about him last year. He's the pin-up boy for La Liga this year, and he goes and does that with the last kick of the game. It was absolutely brilliant. His ability to go left where he's strong, but also he can go right and step over. He's just got everything in this moment in time, and he will improve. You just can hope that Barcelona, I've said on a number of occasions, keep him in cotton wool a little bit. Don't necessarily utilise him all the time when games are going really well, because it will infuriate the opposition at times, because he's so gifted. What a player we've got on our hands, and it's an absolute joy to come here and see him. And imagine the youngsters today, even in the Yorker tops, to see him just glide inside and smash one in the top.
As they say, the admission might be low, not to be paid for this.
Back with us. What's your headline here today?
Well, do you know what? I wanted to pick up on something that Eric Garcia said there, because we keep on trying to avoid the comparisons between the last guy to wear the number 10 at Barcelona.
Who's that?
And what Eric Garcia just said was exactly what everybody used to say about Lionel Messi. That when he gets angry, when he has a confrontation, when someone winds him up, don't do it. Remember Pep Guardiola saying, don't wind up Messi, because what happens the next thing you know, the ball's in your net, and that's what happened today. He'd started the game, I think, trying to demonstrate that he could take Mallorca on. He had that run at Mojica inside 2 minutes. He creates the goal on only 7. And in the second half, in truth, when the game was gone, he was the one that was most still trying to get his goal. In the end, he got it. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely did. I want to go to you, LA, about Marcus Rashford coming on for his La Liga debut today. What did you make of it?
I was looking for a change of pace. I was looking for a player that can extend the back line, and even though they were sending a whole lot of space from Mallorca because they got a lot of numbers behind the ball, a little bit more sharpness from Marcus Rashford.
And they just added one more. Just looking at the stats there, once again, it was a relatively comfortable game there for Bayern Munich and for Vincent Kompany.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was comfortable.
How can Neuer be man of the match?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was comfortable.
Well, Alexis.
I wouldn't say it was comfortable.
Really good saves, but let's be honest, guys.
It wasn't comfortable.
But forget that. But forget those, yeah, because then they win 3-2. But other than that, it would have been comfortable.
I think they did enough. I think they did enough, especially given the fact that, say, their preseason.
Just enough, so you're saying they scraped?
No, it definitely wasn't a scrape. But I think the fact that, like, they've had a disruptive preseason, Stuttgart are very much ready for this game. They knew this game was coming.
At home.
They're playing at home in the Super Cup against the Bayern side, who we know this will not be the best version of them throughout the next few weeks. So yeah, Bayern did enough. You could see how many players were down with cramp and so on as the game was progressing from Bayern. So they did enough, and it was a chance to see how they were going to try and play this season. And I think we saw from very early doors, like, Baltimore is such a big talent for Stuttgart.
Yep.
Vincent Kompany said, oh, Upamecano, follow him everywhere.
And form has kind of gone in and out for the high standard that he has set over the years. And I think he's kind of maybe had a little bit of a refocus. They've signed multiple goalkeepers. I mean, Nubel, who was injured, who should have been playing for Stuttgart, is a Bayern goalkeeper that they bought years ago and have kind of had him on loan, kind of waiting for that opportunity to see if if Neuer is going to give up his position, and he keeps fighting for it. There's been conversations about splitting time with a new goalkeeper coming in, and Neuer's like, no, I'm not having any of it. And the best way to quiet all that conversation is to play well, is to come on the pitch, refocus yourself, and be the difference maker that we've all known him to be throughout his whole career. And that was a prime example of a Bayern Munich performance where you're not going to be making 10 saves because your team's too good to be making 10 saves. But can you make important saves in each half at important times? And he did that. I mean, it was 1-0. He comes up with the fantastic save. 1-1 is a completely different match. Minutes later, back down the pitch, 2-0. That is where Manuel Neuer, in-form, focused Manuel Neuer can be super important for this Bayern Munich side. Maybe not in the league, because I think they're going to be so strong it won't matter. But if they want a challenge in Europe, he'll be incredibly important for that.
Well, the other half of our Super Cup team, Archie Reinsuit and Thomas Hitzelsberger, they were out in Stuttgart and they managed to catch up with Harry Kane after the game.
Alexis, thank you very much. Harry, another trophy, another game. How was it for you?
It was a tough game. Obviously, coming early in the season, such an important game for us. Yeah, it's difficult. You know, we've had a few weeks pre-season and we're right back into it. So, credit to the boys. You know, the way we played today, I thought was really, really good. Could have scored a few more goals to make it a little bit easier on ourselves, but overall, we can be really pleased with the win.
That goal seemed to rely on instinct. It's not one I guess you practice a lot on the training ground. How did it feel?
Yeah, I kind of made a run, and as the ball was in the air, I kind of knew I weren't going to...
Having observed the team before the game and now celebrating, it seems a bit different because I've seen Bayern Munich teams before. They won the DFB-Pokal, the Bundesliga, but the celebration today was kind of even more than I expected. What has changed beginning of the season?
Yeah, I think that's just the mentality of our team, you know. Sometimes when you're at a big club like Bayern Munich, you take winning for granted. When you do it as many times as they have, you know, it becomes normal. But, you know, the coach is big on celebrating every trophy like it's your first, because that's the mentality we need, that's the desire we need, that's the passion we need. And that's what you're seeing in the group. You know, it doesn't matter who it is or who steps up in the big moment. We count on each other and then we celebrate, and it's going to be a good night tonight.
What's heavier then, the Bundesliga trophy or the Super Cup?
The Bundesliga trophy. Yeah. But now it's nice. I got like a shield, I got a trophy that looks like a trophy, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. He's one of the greatest goalkeepers ever, and we're happy to have him.
And this season, no Thomas Müller. That dressing room must be a lot more quiet for a start.
Yeah, look, it's a big change. You know, whenever a big icon of the club leaves, you always have to adapt a little bit, and yeah, that's what we've had to do. You know, we know how good Thomas was and how much he meant to the team, but like we keep saying, it's on to the next one. We focus on the next challenge, and that starts again on Friday.
It is. RB Leipzig. We'll be there for it. You will too, Harry. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Back to you, Alexis.
Thanks, guys. Well, if you notice who was just walking just behind Harry Kane is the other goal scorer today, and that's one of your exes, Stevie, Luis Diaz, opening his campaign perfectly for Bayern Munich.
We're getting better for Bayern, and it's certainly huge for Luis Diaz personally.
You don't miss him?
I wouldn't say that. I would still like to have him, but unfortunately, as Harry Kane said, you've got to move on. And that's what Liverpool have done.
And I mean, if he had been sold for 20 million, you maybe say, is that really good business for Liverpool? But to get that kind of number, and then they've been able to kind of make some changes as well. And Bayern, for whatever reason, this is our guy, and we're going to spend what it is. And I think, and not only did he score the goal, but I thought he was very good throughout the match as well. Put some great balls in the box. Also, when the ball came out, he was able to make a move, switch play, and you can really see that he kind of transitioned very well into that side.
He's one of those guys that it doesn't always come off for him, but when he gets it, it lifts everybody, particularly the crowd, which is huge as well, and it lifts his teammates. So when you've got a guy like that, a bit like Thomas Müller, he's a guy that would affect the fans and affect the team around him, and that's what Luis Diaz does, the way he plays again.
Are you having fun in that chair? I know you've been swinging around.
I'm used to sitting over there when Adam is, and
yeah, I can tell you're a little uncomfortable.
He wants to talk to the person on his right, and there's nobody there.
There's nobody on your right.
I don't want to look too comfortable, you know what I mean?
This is a comfortable show, though. We're in the new
all right, I'll stay like this then. I'll just lock this down.
That was old school Manchester City today. They were good, but just how good?
Well, the scoreline suggests very good. Wolves are aside, much to some of our conversation earlier today, that some have pegged to go down, given some of their departures. So you want to take the performance maybe with a little pinch of salt. That being said, as we said earlier, all you can do is beat what's in front of you. And Manchester City certainly did that. At times, you wonder if this is the kind of fixture that maybe they would have struggled in last season. But no real signs of that. No real signs of that once City took the lead. Wolves did have a couple of opportunities early on, one ruled out rightly for offside. But once City kind of survived that, and they got the opening goal, they were just in total control, and the result never really looked in any doubt.
So the first half hour was interesting because Wolves' game plan was basically to go at them, to try and hit on the counter when they got the ball, but to be physical and not to be frightened of them. And I thought it worked for a spell. They just couldn't find a way past James Trafford. And there was nothing at that stage in the first half hour before City got the opening goal to suggest this would be as one-sided as it turned out.
No, it wasn't. And to Wolves' to Manchester City's credit, having the likes of Stones back in the starting lineup now, if he can stay fit for all of, if not the majority of this season, I think is a huge boost to them defensively. They weren't what we've come to expect from City last season. I think Stones plays a part in that, not only just how they look defensively, but how Pep Guardiola can change things in moving Stones into midfield, etc. A lot of Manchester City's attacking threat came on the left-hand side, but with Jeremy Doku, who was direct, but at times I thought maybe lacked a little bit of quality just in the final ball. And again, it is the first game of the season. Maybe it's just teams kind of trying to get back to speed, and in City's case, kind of give them the stop-start summer of the Club World Cup. But then once City got that deadlock, once City broke the deadlock, it never looked in any doubt. And Reinders certainly was the man who was grabbing and will grab the headlines following this one.
Anybody that watches Serie A will know his quality. For those that didn't and haven't seen too much of him, I'm trying to think if he's more I think he's more an Ilkay Gundogan in his first spell at Manchester City rather than a Kevin De Bruyne, because he can play 6, he can play 8, he can play 10. He's probably not as creative as De Bruyne, but for you, is he more of a kind of first-term Gundogan for City?
I think it's always dangerous, but certainly the case of De Bruyne to draw any kind of comparisons. De Bruyne really was almost a law unto himself, if I can say that. Reinders certainly does have more of the Gundogan look. You saw that in the way he took his goal. You saw that in the creative ball to unlock the Wolves' defense for the first goal. I think he just shows so much both sides of the ball of his ability. So I totally understand the comparison. I understand the excitement around Reinders early on, what we saw today. But again, if you give me a choice between De Bruyne and Gundogan, I'm always going to say Gundogan, because I'm not sure that the Premier League has seen a better passer, a better assister, is that a word, than Kevin De Bruyne.
Erling Haaland. Look, teams have off seasons. Man City did last season. Erling Haaland was still their top scorer. He just needs a bit better service because he knows where the back of the net is. And I think that's 7 goals now he's got on the opening day for Man City in the 4 games that he's played. Do you expect a similar season to the one from 2 seasons ago where he's practically unstoppable? Or do you think it might be more like last season where he's still going to get lots of goals, but teams might double team him, for example, which ultimately is just going to mean someone else is going to get space and freedom?
Here's the issue with double teaming Erling Haaland. When he isn't on the end of crosses, he's not offering an awful lot. He's not chasing back, he's not defending, he's not part of the build-up play. So you double team him at your peril because he doesn't give anything else at the other side of the ball. So therefore, inevitably, you just have one centre half who's kind of there because everybody else is kind of worried about everybody else, and he just finds space and finds the back of the net, as he did with this one in the opening goal against Wolves. So it's always difficult to try to figure out how to play up against Erling Haaland, unless you have somebody who can match him physically, who and let's be honest, his movement in the box as a goal scorer is almost second to none, which is why he finds space. And then he is a good finisher. As I mentioned, maybe he doesn't offer much more than that. That's a conversation maybe for a different day up against a different opponent. So it's always difficult. And then the question then becomes, well, how do you stop that supply, or how you make that supply as predictable as you can, so that you give defenders a chance when you're battling up against Erling Haaland one-on-one, with the likes of Reinders in this form, Silva. It's tough to keep City as predictable, and that for me will be everybody's challenge this season.
But the squad that they have, I mean, today they had no Gvardiol, so I mean, it was Ruben Dias and it was John Stones. Phil Foden and Rodri were watching from the stands. Nico Gonzalez started, then they bring on Omar Marmoush, and then Cherki comes on and he gets a goal. Is this something? Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask you about James Trafford as well, because he started in goal, and there's talk that Ederson is probably going to move to Galatasaray. So there's another new face that's come in, even though he's been there before. And I thought his performance was good, because for the first half hour he was pretty busy, up until Wolves did the old "everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face" Mike Tyson line. But there wasn't a failure today for Man City, was there?
No, there wasn't. And I guess it's easy for me to start with Trafford. I thought he cooked himself wonderfully well. And you're right, there's a lot of speculation around Ederson, and then speculation around Gianluigi Buffon to come in. Buffon. Donnarumma.
Wow.
Be something for
Buffon's late 40s now.
There'd be something for Buffon to come in. Donnarumma to come in. We've been speaking about that all week, and I'll say here today, as I've been saying all week, Donnarumma to City doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me, simply because Donnarumma is not good with his feet, which is why Luis Enrique is willing to part ways with him. That and the amount of money he's demanding, and so to put into a Pep Guardiola team makes no sense to me. And then you look at, I think it was City's third goal, the role that Trafford played, little ball into midfield into Reinders, great little ball into midfield and Reinders. City turn and within 2, maybe 3 passes, the ball's in the back of the net to effectively kill the game as a contest. That's Trafford doing what Pep Guardiola wants his goalkeepers to do, in a way that I'm not sure that either Buffon or Donnarumma can. So that's a question there. And then to your points about the other players that come off the bench, Cherki, I think, has the potential to be the exciting prospect of the Premier League. He is that good a talent, and I know he came off the bench today, but if he finds his stride and finds his creative spark, as he did in France, who knows what's this young man's ceiling. We saw a lot of Marmoush last season, how direct, how impactful he is, and then the others who Pep Guardiola will be able to call on during the course of the season just makes this arguably the best squad in the Premier League. And as much praise as I've heaped on City there, I'll also add, I still don't have them as favourites to win the league. So it kind of speaks to how good the league promises to be this term.
Spurs, well, they weren't great in the Premier League last season under Ange Postecoglou. They were really good in the Europa League. What did you make of their performance today, Shaka? And what about the new boys, Burnley?
Well, I'll start with Spurs. It's difficult to make a true and proper assessment because you are playing against one of the newly promoted teams and among the favourites to go straight back down in Burnley. That being said, all you can do is play against the opponent. Opening day at home, new manager, fresh off a disappointment against PSG in European Super Cup. I wanted to see how they responded. And truth be told, I think the scoreline tells as much of a story as you need to know. I never felt that Spurs were in any real danger, and I know Burnley had far more possession than I expected. I don't know where the final stat landed, but never really seemed to trouble Spurs, if I can say that. Probably the most awkward moment for Vicario was kind of his own making. A deflected shot that I thought he made more of than should have been. Other than that, it was Spurs looked the only winner throughout, and in the end, it took a new boy in Kudus down the right-hand side to provide 2 assists for Richarlison, one of the older boys. And while there'll be a lot of focus on Richarlison's second finish, his first was also a very, very good one. So credit to Richarlison for his performance here. Much needed for Spurs. Good start to get the new season rolling.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats here, and Spurs scored 3 from 6 shots on target. Burnley scored none and had 11 total shots. And look, it is a big step up for Burnley, but defensively, you can't really allow the cross to come in because Kudus was good at West Ham, but you just wondered, he's probably got the ability for a better team than West Ham. Spurs went and got him in, and he's got 2 assists today. He's a brilliant player, but you've got to be better from Burnley because he can cause so many problems.
Without question. And listen, you're right. Kudus was very good for West Ham, very direct, and Spurs wanted that down their flanks, and they may yet add in before the close of this transfer window. I don't know if you're going to get any transfer speculation around Spurs, but Kudus certainly was the biggest threat. And to that point, if you're Burnley, if you're Scott Parker, and you're looking at how those first 2 goals came, you have to be. From a Burnley perspective, you have to be disappointed. No, we can talk about the brilliant play of Kudus. That's from a Spurs perspective. From a Burnley perspective, you have to be disappointed. The first, I thought Kudus was double teamed, got the benefit of a deflection, but then he gets onto the ball quicker. Defense drops off and leaves Kudus 1-on-1 with his man, and that's a recipe for disaster. In the second, again, Kudus was left 1-on-1 and just was having an absolute field day. That being said, as I mentioned off the top, the 2 finishes from Richarlison were really something special, especially the second. But from a Burnley perspective, you simply have to do better when you find yourself man on man with somebody like Kudus down the wide areas.
I like Richarlison, but he can be a heck of a frustrating player to watch, and I don't even support Spurs. But the fact that Solanke was on the bench and is probably the first choice, he went with this kind of 4-2-3-1 with Pat Matisar, Kudus on one side and Johnson on the other. From a Richarlison perspective, the fact he's got Solanke ready and waiting to come in, you don't lose the jersey when you score 2 goals. So when Solanke comes back in, where does Richarlison fit in? And is it a 4-2-3-1 that you think Thomas Frank will continue with?
I think you don't change a winning team. And yes, as I said, again, off the top, you are playing against newly promoted Burnley, so it's difficult to make a full and proper assessment. But kind of given the understanding, the understanding between Kudus and Richarlison, given the finishing of Richarlison, and while you could question maybe the finishing of Richarlison through not just his Spurs career, but I also did similarly when he was at Everton, on today's showing, you can't ask any more. And as a result, the nature of the game is possession is 9/10 of the law. And Solanke, while I'm sure was penciled in as if fully fit as Spurs started throughout. And to your point, Mark, Richarlison may be playing a supporting role. given what we saw over the last 90 minutes, you simply can't. You cannot drop Richarlison, and I don't think there's any reason to change the formation, the setup.
Is there anything obvious you've noticed that's different from Spurs under Thomas Frank than what we saw under Postecoglou?
Well, I thought if we are talking about differences in Spurs, and again, Burnley aside, I'm more looking at the game against PSG, where I thought for a lot of it, they equipped themselves well. Started off by pressing high up the park, had PSG under some trouble, obviously took the lead, but then as the game drew on, they dropped off and got deeper and deeper and just allowed PSG to pass the ball and dominate the game later on. Now, that being said, losing, albeit even on penalties, to who I still think is Europe's best football team, and I can hear Chelsea fans screaming from where I am, but I stand by that. I think PSG are Europe's best team. Is no shame in Spurs, but you saw what you can do against good opposition, certainly early on when you're fresh, when you press high up, and how effective it can be. That for me is what you will hope to see from Thomas Frank going forward. I thought what you also saw in that game was Spurs, I don't want to say reliance, I'm looking for a better word, but their use of set pieces to very good effect against PSG. Now, there was no reliance on those set pieces today. Maybe that will come against better opposition, but at the very least, you know that you can go toe-to-toe with good footballing teams. Just don't drop off. You've got to be able to last certainly longer than the 40 or 45 minutes than you did against PSG.
5 minutes ago or so, you suggested that we may be talking about transfers for Spurs. So let's do that, because he started, Thomas Frank, with Archie Gray, who's can play in so many different positions, alongside Bergval, young, energetic, hungry defensive midfielder. Obviously, Rodrigo Bentancur coming off the bench. He's probably someone that's going to start most games. So where do you think Spurs, if there was one area rather than one player that you would like them to strengthen and that could take them from maybe top 10 to potentially challenging for a European spot via their league position next season?
Well, I thought Spurs were at their best when James Maddison was at his best early on last season. Now, through injuries, and then when he came back from that initial injury, I don't think Maddison was as creatively good as he had been, and Spurs struggled. Well, that wasn't the only reason, but for any number of reasons. Now, they've been linked with Eze to come in from Crystal Palace. We'll see if that gets done. But Eze is a player I like a lot. And whether you play him on the left-hand side, whether you play him in behind that front one or front two, we see how things progress. I think he adds a level of creativity that Spurs probably haven't had since Maddison was at his best. And then again, kind of give him the success of Kudus down the right-hand side. If Eze drifts out left, it provides, again, a threat from both sides that I don't think they had for much of last season. So if they are able to add Eze to the squad, I think it again takes them up a level. Whether it's enough to see them go from 17th to competing for top 4, I'm not sure, but I think without question, if they can get the finishing that we saw today, and I know that's a very tall order, if they can get that with any kind of consistency, with that double threat, wherever it does come from in Eze and Kudus, it makes Spurs a tasty prospect if they can avoid injuries and suspensions. I'm thinking Van de Ven and Romero respectively during the course of this season.
Elanga is going to prove a handful, as we saw for Forest, for Premier League defences. Look, their issue is a striker. We know that. What can they do if they don't sign a striker and Isak doesn't play? That was different from today, because you've got Anthony Gordon kind of playing through the middle, Guimaraes, Joe Linton in behind. You've got Harvey Barnes, who was playing on the left-hand side today. Is this just moving chess pieces around until they can sign a striker or resolve their striking situation? Because they need creativity up there.
I pretty much think so. And what you saw today, and to your question, if Alexander Isak does not leave or refuses to play, and no other strikers brought in, I think you're going to see a lot of what you saw today. You may very well see Gordon continue through the middle. What you will see, and was clearly evidenced in today's game, is that Newcastle have real pace on the counter attack. We spoke about the chance 3 minutes in for Elanga for the Konsa red card. Gordon starts maybe half a yard behind Konsa and puts some daylight between him and Konsa by the time he gets to the ball. So you see the pace on display, and maybe that's Newcastle's answer if they are unable to find that focal point in a striker against teams like Villa, who are good footballing teams, who play a very high line, which I'll be honest, really surprised me given the fact of Newcastle's space, which I just spoke about, and you've got Konsa and Mings as the two centre backs. I was really surprised to see Aston Villa continue to defend with as high a line as they did against other teams who won't play as high, who will drop a little bit deeper and closer to their own box, their own goal, and won't afford Newcastle that space in behind. It then becomes a far more difficult ask in terms of finding space for the likes of Elanga and Gordon and Murphy and whoever else Eddie Howe decides to call on. So that for me is a big question here. One thing I will say though is you look at Newcastle's midfield, Gyokeres, Joelinton, Tonali, that continues. I think that's a very good midfield three. And given maybe space, and maybe that's Villa's thinking, stifle the supply in what is a very good Premier League midfield three, and hope that kind of hope that negates the threat that Newcastle posed. But in doing so, I just thought Aston Villa defensively were outmatched in terms of pace and allowed Newcastle to play that counter-attacking game.
Yeah, we just didn't get the chances created for anybody who was playing that role to finish. Now, before we get on to the couple of key incidents in the game, a quick word about Aston Villa. Onana is just a giant as a defensive midfielder, 6'5" Belgian, alongside Kamara. There's a lot of protection there for whoever's at centre-back that doesn't get sent off. But McGinn, where do we fit John McGinn in? He's the club captain, but Tielemans is pretty much one of the first picks. They're playing him a bit more advanced now. Daniel Malen came on. Guesson, the new signing, will probably play on the wide right-hand side opposite Morgan Rogers. Someone's going to miss out. Is that John McGinn?
Maybe. But the one thing that McGinn brings is a lot of energy.
Huge.
And especially on a day like today, where, again, first game of the season, some teams just come out with the blocks flying, as Villa did last season, as I spoke about. This time around, they just seemed a little slower out of the blocks, and that's putting it as nicely as I possibly can. And there are times when you need that energy. You need somebody who fires up the crowd and gets the crowd to fire up the other 10 players around them. And McGinn may very well be that player. But similarly, it may be a case of horses for courses. McGinn may not be needed. That energy may not be needed against other teams. And you go for that bit of quality. The one thing, again, and as praising as I was of Newcastle's midfield three, Unai Emery certainly has a stable of midfielders that he can call on that can do just about any job. And I know, kind of on the back of today's performance, on the back of what we saw for 90 minutes, if that's the only 90 minutes of football you've ever seen from Aston Villa, you'll be scratching your heads wondering why I'm saying that. But just given who this team have continued to show themselves to be, I have no doubt that is probably as bad a Villa performance as we'll see all season long. And at least you get a point out of it.
You spoke about transition, Shaka, and how Newcastle, like Bournemouth yesterday, they're going to get goals because of the pace that they have. A lot of teams will do that against sides that play higher up the park. There was a really good angle from behind the goal of the through ball that was played to Anthony Gordon, and the space that Villa allowed for the through ball to be played, and the space that Gordon had to run into. There's no complaints. We're not denying that. I'm just thinking from a Newcastle perspective, that's going to work this season. From a Villa perspective, you've got to be better when you lose the ball in an advanced areas, because that transition is going to kill you.
It really was. And I wonder how much of that had to do with, I thought Aston Villa were better in the second half, better than they were in the first half, and they were the better of the two teams in the second half. And they were creating opportunities. And they had Newcastle pinned back slightly and were dominating possession, certainly in that second half. And then all of a sudden it breaks down. Elanga picks the ball up. I think he might have still been in the Newcastle box when he first got the ball. If he wasn't in the box, he was only a couple of yards out of the box. And then plays this long through ball. And because Aston Villa was enjoying such good possession, they committed numbers forward. So one through ball took out the entire midfield, who'd kind of pressed higher up, and they themselves were 10 or 15 yards outside of the Newcastle box. In behind, as I mentioned, listen, Tyrone Mings is an outstanding defender. There's no question. But up against the likes of Elanga and Gordon, there's only ever going to be one winner in terms of pace there. So Konsa had to be the deepest, just in case. But as I mentioned, you saw where Gordon started. You saw how quickly he ran by Konsa, and you recognize the mismatch in pace there as well. Between Elanga and Gordon, I would have thought Elanga was quicker. Yes, it was Gordon who just blew by Konsa, which again just questions starting positions of Aston Villa's centre backs up against that pace. And Elanga's credit, I think it was Elanga. I think it was an incredible ball forward. Gordon did wonderfully well. Again, to his credit, good striker play. Knew the contact was coming. Knew if he ran across Konsa, the onus would be on Konsa to avoid any kind of contact. He didn't. As a matter of fact, he made it a little worse by putting hands on shoulders. Now we could sit here and debate how firm was that? Did he really have a firm grasp of his shoulders? From the time Gordon is running at full pace and he's expecting contact, and you put an arm, let alone two, on the shoulders of Gordon, he's going down. The referee had no choice but to show a red card. But again, I think that comes down to Aston Villa overcommitting in midfield when they were enjoying possession. There just was not that safety net, and defensively I just thought they got that all wrong up against the pace that Newcastle have at their disposal.
Dog soap apparently is the initialism for denial of a goal scoring opportunity, and it doesn't really matter if it's one hand, two hand, or the severity. It is, and it's clearly the correct decision. Finally, I think we've done well to get 14 and a half minutes from a goalless draw. So thank you, Shaka.
We got more highlights. We got more highlights in the game.
we did. Who finishes higher, Aston Villa or Newcastle this season?
My bias aside, or maybe my bias turned up to the max, I still think Newcastle do. As I mentioned, there's still a lot of dust that needs to settle between now and the end of the transfer window. If Isak goes, I think Newcastle finds someone who becomes their focus, and they get the job done. Listen, I look at Villa, you look at the names on that team sheet, and you feel Villa are going to be, at the very least, very close to Newcastle. That's me being kind. But as I say, I'm nothing if I'm not biased, and I lean Newcastle.
The season has begun, but where will it end? Well, today I'm joined by John McKenzie and JJ Bull to predict the Premier League. Today we're going to predict the finishing position of every team in the Premier League, and in order to move through them, gang, we're going to put them into buckets. Bucket number 1 is last season's dramatic underperformers. And where else to begin, JJ, other than with perhaps the most dramatic, Manchester United?
Yes, they were bad last season, but will they be good this season? We're going to find out now, because Man United's goals this season are to score more goals.
Right.
And the recruitment has been surprising, because they were supposed to have absolutely no cash and be on the verge of bankruptcy. Out has gone free hot meals for lower level staff. In is Brian Mbeumo, Matheus Cunha and Benjamin Sesko. So does that make them better? I say yes, because United's forwards last season, that was Garnacho, Højlund, Ahmad, Xerxes and Rashford, scored a total of 25 non-penalty league goals last season. Rashford, I'm not including his Aston Villa goals, you know.
Right, yeah.
But Amorim's preferred lineup at the end of the season was Ahmad, Højlund and Mount. That's what we ended the season with. I think it's the preferred one. They scored a total of 13 goals. But the new forward line, between them, scored a combined 41 non-penalty goals.
That's more.
Therefore, United will score 100 non-penalty goals this season and will be back battling at the top. But there is a other biggest problem that they must first address. And that problem is that opponents are playing through Man United's centre more easily. And this is the bad thing to do. As you can see with the pixelated pitch, this is a bad thing to happen because they're getting through the middle of it. And that is obviously where the midfield is.
Right.
Now, let's have a look at why that might be. When they go forward, what United end up doing is they have one midfielder stays here, and that's what you get, this lovely diamond sort of shape here. And then you get Fernandes wants to go forward and join in the front. So you get the wing-backs pushed forward, the wing-backs go over like this, and you've got other players who can join in and have all the fun. But this is what normally happens. And as you can see, there is a huge amount of space that is created, and what Man United need to happen is for these players, the centre-backs, to be really good on the ball. So you actually end up with kind of like a 3 here with one deeper. And then these have to be the ones who send the ball forward to break lines. And this is the kind of thing that Sporting would have done. And they have to be very aware on the counter-attack because of this huge space here. When they lose the ball, it's problematic. Now, let's have a look at it in practice. So we can see here is United, that's the 3 centre-backs, nice and wide. You've got 2 centre midfielders staying close together. That's what you want. You want to be in dialogue with each other. But what opposition teams do is immediately press them. They know this is what's going to happen. Everyone does this sort of press. You want to lock one half of the pitch off and make them have to clear it or be able to play through so they can win the ball back. This is Fiorentina doing it. The ball is wide here with Yoro. The press starts. They're all going to go to these lines to stop them passing it back to where they want. The ball ends up back with Maguire, takes a very clever touch on his right foot to push it, open up the angle for the pass, and zips it forward, the diagonal pass. Now this could break a forward press, so they can do this well. This is great. But you need great players in the forward line to be able to receive this and pass it on. And Matheus Cunha is there, and he can do that. But if the pass isn't perfect, and it's not to Mbeumo here, it means they lose the ball. And that then means that United have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 if you've got the right wing back forward. I think that's him here. You've got all these players ahead of the ball, and the opposition can then just turn and go at them. And in pre-season, there's a couple of times they managed to play through it and they get a really good chance, might have even scored one. But this is quite common. And because then the midfielders are Casemiro, who doesn't really have the athleticism to go and cover the spaces, and Fernandes is not really a defender, you end up with a really bad situation a lot of the time, and so they get played through an awful lot. Now, there is one thing that might make a use of this, because this is what their passing network looks like, generally last season. And you can see that this striker here, Højlund, a tiny, small person, that's not how big he is. This is related to how many touches he takes.
Right.
Sesko is much bigger than that, and I think will make a difference, because I think he'd be better at receiving the ball, which might give them, when they make those line-breaking passes from the centre-backs, that might make it easier for them to keep the ball. Good. I don't think it'll be enough, which is why I'm going to put Man United 10th.
10th. Wow, okay.
Because they were easy to play against last season.
Yeah.
And all my league table positions are going to be based on who I think would win out of games below them.
Okay. It's certainly higher than they finished last season.
I think a lot of teams in that league will be happy to play against Man United.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, John, what do you think? Where are you going to put Man United?
Well, I'm a little bit higher than that. I think the fact that they're not having to play in Europe means that they're going to be much more physically competitive this season than they've been in the last season. I think that just gives them a little bit of a boost. So I've got them in 7th.
Oh, okay. Great. All right, well, that's Manchester United. The next team in our dramatic underperformers of last season, although they did, of course, win the prestigious Europa League trophy, it is Spurs, because of their finishing position in the Premier League, John, very low, I think you'll recall.
Yeah, pretty low, but they have got a new manager now, and they put in a pretty good performance in the Super Cup. They've also brought in some new players as well, and I think they're going to be quite fun to watch in many respects because of that. So they brought in Mohamed Kudus up front. They've also been linked to some other fun players, so Abiri Eze they've been linked to, Savinho they've been linked to as well. So there's a possibility that they could end up with quite an exciting attacking unit. They've also brought in some defensive solidity as well in João Palhinha. So on paper, this looks like a great team.
This isn't paper, John. This is a computer screen, you know?
I've got it painted out on a piece of paper.
That's fine
in my own time. There's one thing about having a really good defensive unit, having a really good attacking unit, but you have to be able to move from one to the other, right? If you can't move the ball from one side of the pitch to the other, it becomes a problem. I've got a meme for you. This is a meme, Joe.
This is a meme.
And this meme goes back a long time. And it gets a lot of usage because it's a very good indication of how a lot of people view football, right? Yeah. It's like, on the one hand, you have your defensive unit. They do win the ball, stop goal, grr. That's what defensive units do. And then on the other side, you've got the attacking unit, and they do score goals, get assists, woohoo!
Woohoo!
Yeah. And then the ball magically just moves from one side to the other.
That's certainly how I watch football, John.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, the point that this meme is making is that actually it's important for you to have a means of getting the ball from one side of the pitch to the other.
Yeah.
You can have the best attackers in the world, but if you can't ever access them, then it becomes a bit of a problem.
Is this a concern you have for Spurs this season, John?
Yeah, well, you may say to me, Joe, well, I watched Spurs in the Super Cup and they didn't seem to have any problem getting the ball forward.
Yes, that's correct, John. I did watch
That's
that.
Definitely a game that you watched, right? That's true, but again, football is a relative game. You're trying to move the ball from one side of the pitch to the other. The opposition are trying to stop you from doing that. The way that PSG did that was by pressing up high, and as a result, Spurs were quite happy playing channel balls. Mohamed Kudus, in particular, a fantastic channel runner, can receive balls in, from the air, take them down, and bring his teammates into play. Richarlison on the other side doing it quite well as well. Not every team is going to play like PSG. Some teams will, for example, sit deep. When they do that, that's fine, right? Because ball progression is easy because you're not going to be that hindered when you're trying to move the ball. But a lot of teams in the Premier League, I think, against Spurs this season are going to use mid-blocks to try and cause Spurs problems. And then when that happens, you have to be able to move the ball from your build-up unit into your forward unit in a sustainable way, and so that you're arriving with the ball on the other side. Now, what we know from Thomas Frank last season at Brentford is that the way that he did this was actually quite similar to the way that maybe someone like Roberto De Zerbi would do that. So he's got his back four, his fullbacks are going to stay quite deep. What that means is you're almost always likely to have an overload against the opposition if they're pressing up high. So you give yourself a really good chance of keeping the ball. And then what you do is you bounce the ball around from side to side until the players in front of you, they generate the conditions for a good direct attack.
Yeah.
And the way that often happened was through the number 10. The number 10 was very important for Thomas Frank. So got a really nice example of one of these. Leicester are playing in a mid-block here, so they're spreading themselves out through the pitch. So Brentford are going to have to move the ball in a sustainable manner through these lines of pressure. Here's Mikkel Damsgaard, the number 10. He's got Wout Faes with him, who's tracking him. But Wout Faes gets to a point where he's like, I'm not going any further. It'd be silly for me to cross the halfway line. And as a result, Damsgaard gets free, receives the ball, has space in front of him. Here we've got the players that we talked about generating the conditions for a fast attack. So you've got Keane Lewis Potter, who's actually the fullback's gone really far forward. Kevin Schade has dropped out. They're going to make double movements to just try and create space. Damsgaard is going to carry the ball forward into the space that is in front of him. And now we can see that there are possibilities to play these balls in behind. So Schade has isolated himself 1v1 with his opponent. Damsgaard is going to play the ball into him, and then he has the opportunity to, to play the ball across to Wissa, and they actually score from this. So the number 10, super important for the way that Brentford played under Thomas Frank. Here's a nice example of that. So we've got Mikkel Damsgaard here. Carries, passes, add them up, and it's Damsgaard who's getting the most progressive distance, not the other two centre midfielders in Christian Norgard and Vitaly Ilau. Although you can see Norgard is doing a bit of passing from midfield. Yeah. So the big question then is going to be, how do you get this progressive distance in yardage from carries and passes into the team? And we can see from Brentford, Nathan Collins, fantastic centre-back. Spurs also have Christian Romero, who's going to be very good at doing the passing side of the game. Right. Collins also very good at carrying the ball as well. They've got Mickey van der Ven Spurs on the other side, so he'll be able to do that. And then they use Norgard's passing a little bit. Seems as though Spurs don't have that quite so much. And the other thing about Spurs is that they've recently lost James Maddison, who is the perfect kind of player to do that number 10 role, dropping in, picking the ball up and moving the ball in that way. So
lost into an ACL injury, probably out for most of the season.
Yeah, so the big question I think for me on Spurs is how well are they going to be able to, in those games where they're playing against mid-blocks, actually be able to link the build-up unit with the attacking unit.
Yeah. And of course, the window's open for another couple of couple of weeks, John. So in theory, they could replace him.
And that's going to be a repeated refrain, I think, in this show, that we're going to say, well, JJ's already said it. If Man United sign Belaber, you change your opinion on where they're going to finish. If Spurs sign a number 10 who is able to do some of that progressive stuff, then it changes our opinion maybe on where we've got Spurs.
But where have you got them now?
Spurs last season were very low. I've actually got them much higher than they were, but I still have them below Manchester United. I have them in 8th place.
Okay, JJ, what about you? Where are you putting Spurs?
I was so impressed with Spurs against PSG that I changed my entire table.
Wow.
I thought they were going to be boring under Thomas Frank, but they'd win games. But now I think they're going to finish maybe here.
Wow. Okay, so we have two quite different tables already. How exciting. Let's move on. Whoa, John, quick fire interjection round. Where are you putting Fulham?
Well, I think the thing that we need to say when we talk
No,
about
John,
Fulham,
there's no time to discuss Fulham. Where will you place them in the league?
I've got Fulham in 14th
JJ,
place.
what about you?
12th will do.
Oh, whew. That was a close one, guys. Yeah. Next bucket, teams facing overhauls. How exciting. Okay, here we go. There's a couple of teams in here. JJ, coming to you first. Brentford. I mean, we just sort of heard a little bit from John about why Brentford are facing an overhaul. They've lost some key people, haven't they?
Especially their manager. And Keith Andrews is, we don't know how good he is as a manager yet. I've seen lots of clips of him coaching players, and he seems to be good at that.
Yeah.
So perhaps they'll be fine. But they have lost all their goals in Brown and Bumo. One of the reasons I think Man United will be better. They might lose Johan Vissa because everyone wants him, and they lost Christian Nørgaard, who was their captain. And I think that's a huge thing to happen to a team like Brentford.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put Brentford lower than last season in 15th.
Okay, John, do you concur?
Yeah, I've got Brentford a little bit lower as well. I've got them in 16th, actually. But yeah, I think they may struggle, could even get drawn into a relegation battle.
Okay, another B team with an overhaul. Bournemouth, John. Again, lost a number of key players, right?
Yeah, Bournemouth were unlucky because Dean Howson ended up, his development at the club just accelerated because Marco Senesi got injured, and so what ended up happening this summer is that Bournemouth lost both of their centre-backs to big clubs. So Howson went off to Real Madrid, Ilya Zabanya off to PSG, and obviously Gyokeres as well, the fullback, went off to Liverpool. So massive overhaul in terms of the back line in particular. The big question, as we're all going to say all the way through, is are they going to sign other players? I'm sure they will be trying to get other players in. They've got Adrien Truffert as a left-back replacement for Gyokeres, and I actually think that's a good replacement, actually, because Gyokeres is quite a chaotic player, and one of the issues that Bournemouth had last season was with game state. So when they were winning in games, they struggled to control games, and I think Truffert really adds a little bit of control to that back line. So I think there's arguments that could be a good thing, but the thing about Andoni Iraola, when he turned up at Bournemouth, he took a while for his ideas to be imposed on the players. The players struggled a little bit at first. It was about 9 games before they got a win in that first season, and I think the question is whether or not that happens again here. If you bring in a lot of new players, how long does it take for them to...
Is there a bedding in period?
Yeah, absolutely. And because the pressing side in particular is so unique and so important to the way they play, they try and destabilise opponents. It's just a very different mindset for a lot of players to come into as well. So off the back of that, I do think that they're going to have a bit of a quieter season than last season. They're going to finish a little bit lower than where they eventually finished, so I've got them in 12th.
Okay, well, they finished 9th last season. JJ, John's got them in 12th.
I'm going to put them in 13th.
You're putting them in 13th.
Yes, huge underperformance actually, unexpected goals last season. I don't think they've signed the players that will make them be able to beat that and move quite higher up the table. Therefore, they go there because that's 2 excellent centre-backs that makes them weaker.
Okay, well, the tables are starting to take shape. Let's throw another team in there, JJ, with Everton.
Yes, Everton have lost a lot of players. Something like 15 have gone, but a lot of them weren't really playing, so it's a bit unfair to say it. Some of the key ones that have gone are Doucouré, Calvert-Lewin's left, obviously, Jack Harrison's gone back to Leeds, Ashley Young, always around. So there's lots of players that they've lost, but I don't think it's too huge of a loss, really. And one thing they brought in is Jack Grealish, who you may remember was incredible at Aston Villa, because his minutes have diminished over the last few seasons, as you can see here. And this lovely graphic provided to me by Mark Carey in dark mode. And you can see his minutes have gone down. Basically, he's not playing as much, but worse than that for me is that his passing is just backwards and sideways. It's not the Jack Grealish we want to see. So where's he going to play for Everton? Is he going to be on the left, in the middle? Will he be dribbling at people? We don't really know yet, but it could be hopefully a good signing for them. We don't know. It's a star signing, but there's another problem.
They've got too many players on one side here, JJ.
And that problem is that Everton have lots of players that play on the left wing, but none on the right, as you can see. This is what the team looks like, really. I'm not sure Alcaraz will start, probably with Dewsbury Hall, but maybe this is where you put Grealish. But Njai is probably going to play on the left. Grealish you'd think would be on the left, where he can dribble a lot, but McNeil is a left-sided winger who plays here. Maybe McNeil won't play so much. He can play on the right as well. It's an unbalanced side. So Everton are difficult to work out where they're going to finish. I spoke to Paddy Boylan, who covers Everton for The Athletic. He says they're still after about 3 or 4 signings before the deadline day is done. That could change everything. Because at the moment, as you can see, all the width is coming from O'Brien, who is a centre-back. And I don't think that's ideal. And so I'm going to put Everton in 14th.
Okay.
There we go.
That's not so bad. John, what about you? Where are you putting Everton?
Yeah, Everton are a funny one for me because with David Moyes, I think what you get is like big variance. Sometimes they'll have a season where everything goes well for them and you wouldn't be surprised to see them like even pushing European spots. And I know a lot of the fans are convinced that they're doing that this season. But at the same time, if things don't go well for them, because of the high variance, I think they have a high ceiling but also a quite low floor. So they could finish quite low. I also have a bet with you that they're going to finish in the bottom half. And you think they're going to finish in the top half. So as a result of that,
buying someone dinner.
Someone's buying someone dinner. And so because of that, I am going to put Everton just in the bottom half.
That feels very pointed at me.
Yeah, it's basically just about you.
Okay, fine. John, staying with you. Wolves. Now, this is a tricky one, isn't it? A slight overhaul, but also some concerns about Wolves this season.
Yeah, they had quite a poor first half of the season last season until Vitor Pereira came in and he basically turned them around. I think that says quite a bit about the quality of the promoted sides last season, that he was able to get some good performances out of Wolves and they climbed away from trouble quite quickly. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the top half Premier League sides have actually gutted a lot of the teams that are mid to lower table in the Premier League, and so teams like Wolves, who've lost Ryan Nouri to Man City, they've lost Matheus Cunha to Manchester United, as we said. I think those teams are going to potentially be drawn into a relegation zone. Actually, I've got Wolves in the relegation zone, which I know is something that our writers had as well in their predicted table.
That is true. The Athletics writers predicted that Wolves would go down, I think in 19th place as well. So that would be breaking with the tradition of the last 2 years, all 3 promoted teams coming up, going straight back down again. What about you, JJ? Where have you got Wolves?
I think they'd beat all the relegated teams, so I'm going to put them in 17th.
Okay, fine. Well, it's going to be a scary season for Wolves, we predict, as it has been ever since the Industrial Revolution. Well, we should move on to the promoted teams now. That seems to make the most sense. They're in a bucket of their own, JJ. And I'll start with you, John. Burnley, where do you think they're going to go? They actually had a sort of magnificent season, didn't they, last year at the Championship?
Yeah, they were the defensive giants of the Championship, according to goals conceded. They conceded 16 goals in the league last season, which 16 is insanely low for a team that is playing in a 46-game league. The underlying numbers said they should have conceded probably closer to 38. So the big question when that kind of happens is always, where does that overperformance coming from? A big chunk of it came from James Trafford in goal. He stopped around 12.5 goals according to post-shot expected goals.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he's now gone to Manchester City.
Yeah, so again, what we were talking about before is the talent is just getting pulled up the table towards the top. They have made some moves to, I think, solidify. They brought in quite a few, I think, experienced players. So players like Kyle Walker, they brought in Axel Tuanzebe as well as a centre-back. And yeah, Quincy Hartman as well, who's Slot's old fullback, left back at Feyenoord. I don't think it's going to be enough, I'm afraid. I think that they're not going to be able to overperform to that sort of level. So okay. I've got them, I'm afraid, bottom of the table.
Well, JJ, you've sort of given the game away as well by saying you think Wolves are going to beat all of the...
I'm not afraid they're going down.
Okay, we're both saying last place for Burnley. You heard it here. In this moment. That's when you heard it. Well, I assume, JJ, from your comments that you'll have Sunderland in the relegation zone, but let me tell you, according to the Athletics Hopo-meter, Sunderland fans are actually the most optimistic of the 3 promoted sides by a mile. 91% of Sunderland fans believe in Hopo.
That's because they got lots of Hopo from finishing in the playoff positions, I think, rather than going up. And the Sheffield United should probably have gone up, but they chucked it towards the end. And so I think Sunderland will be happy to be there, and they've signed a bunch of new players, a lot from the league. I'm reliably informed from Alex Barker, who works here as well, that they're all very good players. Chris Rigg was great last season. He'll probably not play as much. Joe Bellingham was vital to them last season. He's now gone.
He definitely won't play as much.
No, he's not there. He can't.
Yeah.
He literally can't do it for Sunderland.
He can't, yeah.
And so for that reason, I just think they're going to finish 19th because of where the other teams are and what I've seen from them last season.
Okay, John, can Sunderland escape the drop for you?
Yeah, I think Sunderland have gone like big on attacking, so they've almost gone in with the mindset of if we spend a lot of money and bring in these exciting players, then we'll almost just jump the relegation battle altogether.
Well, they love hope.
Yeah, and there's evidence to suggest that if you spend a lot of money, then you can get out of these issues. I know I think Leeds did it one season. Forest did it obviously in that season where they signed a lot of players. It does come fraught with risk though, and I think the issue with Sunderland for me is their defensive line hasn't been strengthened yet. And again, maybe it'll happen. Maybe they'll come through in the next few weeks and reinvigorate their back line. But for me, I'm just not convinced that their defence is going to create the base that their attack can actually play to. So for that reason, I've gone. Sunderland 18.
Okay, well, listen, let me tell you. I know that no one cares what I think, but I think Sunderland are going to stay up. There we go. I've said it. Now, the last promoted team that we have to discuss here, John, is, as you know, Leeds. And let me tell you, in the Athletics writers' predicted table for this season, they actually have Leeds staying up, just in 17th place. So I wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, Leeds have done the opposite to Sunderland and they've focused on the other area of the pitch. They've decided that defending is the way to stay in the Premier League, and so they've brought in a lot of strength in that area. So they brought in a couple of centre-backs, Jacobiel from Udinese, Sebastian Bornau from Wolfsburg. They've also brought in Gabriel Goodmanson from Lille as well, and then finishing that off this quite defensive strengthening, they brought in Anton Stack from Hoffenheim as well. So they're really aiming for providing this solid base, stopping there being as many goals, and then hoping that they can get enough goals at the other end to make that justifiable.
That's the tried and tested way. I mean, the stats tell you that's the way to stay in the league, right?
Yeah, and so in the inverse of the question I asked about Sunderland, with Leeds, the question is whether or not their attack is actually going to be able to provide enough goals on the base that their defence provides them with. So I think the interesting thing about Leeds is they brought in the solidity in that central midfield. Now, often when you bring in players who have a particularly defensive profile in the centre midfield areas, it can then impact the ability that you have to progress the ball through the centre of the pitch. So Premier League fans have watched Arsenal for the last few seasons. That's been the perennial question with them. If they are a very solid out-of-possession team, sometimes questions are raised about whether or not they lack a bit of creativity in the middle or even a little bit of technical ability to move the ball through the centre, although they have brought in Martin Zubimendi now, so they will hope to rectify that. But Leeds, I think, have that same problem, which is if you're going to max out on your defensive profiles in the middle, and there was a pre-season game where Leeds started Sean Longstaff instead of Al Tanaka, who's again a little bit more of a creative player going forward. This is a very defensive midfield, so the big question is going to be how do we actually have attacking threat if we're optimising defensively. And the answer for Daniel Farke is you build up in wide areas. So the fullbacks become super important for Leeds. So when Leeds have possession of the ball, what we often see is that both fullbacks going quite high, being quite aggressive in that sense. And what we see from the players and the channels on either side is different responses. So Nonto can play a bit narrower, so Goodmanson will go on the outside more often. Dan James is a bit more of a width provider, so you'd expect Bogle to take the inside position a little bit more here. And the idea then is to try and get the ball into these wide areas and just try and tease apart opposition blocks. Leeds did it really well, so they would create 2v1 overloads against fullbacks and then try and get a player in behind one way or the other. And then
Championship fullbacks.
Championship fullbacks, yeah, because Leeds were in the Championship last season. Now, you might say to me, well, yeah, okay, this is fine. Pushing your fullbacks high is a great way of adding threat into your attack when you maybe don't have it so much in the midfield. This looks quite scary. The two centre-backs are now on an island.
Yeah.
What Leeds often do here then is that they will often drop one or other of the centre midfielders out into that first line. So you might see Tanaka dropping out here, you might see him dropping into in between the two. So here you can see Al Tanaka, one of the centre mids, dropping in between the two centre backs, and you can see that gives you a little bit more defensive solidity if you lose the ball. But also I think what this does is it pulls the opposition quite narrow and gives you quite good access to the wide areas. So another example here from earlier in the game, this time Anton Stack on the other side dropping out. So again, you can see that situational three. And I think this gives a nice example of what Leeds are trying to do. They're trying to tease apart the block in the wide area here. So you can see Nonto, who's narrow, is jumping out. One of the centre-backs is having to track with him. The wing-back on the other side is covering Goodmanson, who's over on the wide channel. And that's why it reminded me of the way that Arsenal play, because we've seen Arsenal, they are able to progress the ball quite sustainably, but they often end up in those wide areas having to break teams down from the channel. and they haven't been able to do it well enough in the last couple of seasons. So they're trying to solve problems by they brought in Noni Madueke, who's a great 1v1 player. So the idea there is, okay, well, maybe we can't tease apart a block, let's just take it out by having a really high level talented player who can do that. The other thing they've done is they brought in a striker as well, because again, if you're struggling to create from the wide areas, one of the easiest solutions to that is playing crosses into the box, and this is something that Leeds did last season in their championship. So this is just the examples we can see from last season of Leeds playing to the back post and looking for headers. You either have your striker coming in there, or you have one of your narrow wingers who attack in the back post. This is interesting because Leeds have just agreed terms with Dominic Calvert-Lewin from Everton, subject to a medical as things stand, and that shouldn't come as any surprise when you look at his data, because if we look at his shot map here from his time in the Premier League since 2020, you can see a big proportion of his XG is coming from those headed chances, around 13.7. So no surprise that Leeds have gone for a player like him. He's also a great link-up player as well, which I think is important because you need to have someone who's going to be a presence in the box, because you can't commit a load of players forwards because for obvious reasons you don't want to get caught out.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, the question with Leeds is whether or not we think they're going to be good enough going forward. As things stand, they are still looking for other players, I believe. So they're looking for a number 10 and a winger as well. So again, trying to get the quality of player there higher, so that if the system doesn't maybe have as much upside, they've got the players who can actually pull things off.
So where are you putting them in the table?
Well, for better or for worse, I think Leeds are going to stay up. So I've got them in 17th place. I think that defending is the way forward. And I think Leeds have brought in really good players to do that. And I'm hoping, but I think they will bring in some excellent attacking options as well, who will just be able to do enough to keep them up.
Well, it could be hope. It could be that you're agreeing with the Athletics newsroom, the reporters at large. JJ, what about you? Are you saying the reporters are wrong?
I will go with John because he watches Leeds all the time.
How are you going with John if you're putting them down?
Because I feel like Leeds could finish anywhere in these here. In fact, Sunderland could also probably edge a couple of places up as well.
Sure.
I just feel like the other teams have too much. And
yeah.
I think Wolves have a really lovely midfield pair.
Fair enough. Oh no! There's another emergency, John, and this time it's shaped like West Ham. Quickly, put them in the table.
Yeah, I think that they're not going to do...
No, John, there's no time to discuss West Ham. Just place them in the board.
I have West Ham in 15th.
15th. JJ, where are you putting West Ham?
They go in 16th. One of the ones that Leeds could probably beat, but I don't know.
Whew. Well, that was stressful, wasn't it? Much like managing European competition during a difficult Premier League season. So, JJ, let me come to you first with Newcastle, who will be doing just that. I can see that you've completed the bottom half of your table already. Where will you be placing Newcastle?
Newcastle comes with a caveat, because if Alexander Isak stays, then they're going to finish in 5th, because he is probably the best central forward in the world at the moment. He gives them a huge amount of goals from not a low amount of XG, he just overperforms. He's the star player, and they have probably one of the best midfields in the entire of the competition. And Malik Shaw is a really nice centre-back signing. So I think they'll be up high, and Anthony Elanga gives a lot of assists as well. I think they're going to be all right, even though everyone's a bit negative on them just now. I think they still be fighting up there.
Okay, John, what about you?
Yeah, I also think that we are maybe being too negative on Newcastle. They do have Champions League football, which historically has meant that it sort of slightly depresses their league performances. So I'm going to go with that. I think they're going to be slightly lower than they were last time, but I still think they're going to be above Manchester United and Spurs. If Isak goes, then I could potentially see them dropping below Man United and Spurs. But I think if he stays, I think they'll be okay.
Okay, staying with you, John, Aston Villa.
Aston Villa, yeah, Villa an interesting one because I think that they've had a continuity summer. But the question I always have with Emery is whether or not in particular his build-up routines just become a little bit too predictable and teams find ways of stopping them. But I think that Villa, because they aren't in Champions League, will be able to actually rotate their teams a little bit more in Europe, and that will mean that they'll be able to, opposite to Newcastle, just actually bump up a little bit where they might be. So I've got them in 5th.
Okay, that's pretty exciting. And JJ, what about you?
I think they need to make some signings that make them a bit better on the front line, but I'm going to put them in 6th place.
Okay.
I kind of would put them anywhere amongst 5th to 9th, to be honest. I think they could either be good or bad, but that's not very good for predictions video.
We're into just like slightly interchangeable territory now, I think, aren't we?
You've been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's stay with you with Forest, JJ, who we know will also be in the Europa League this season.
Yes, they will be in the Europa League, former champions of Europe, Nottingham Forest. But there's a thing with Nottingham Forest. towards the end of last season, they really dropped off because they were in the Champions League spots for a while. Do you remember that?
I do.
They were really good. That was a massive overperformance, that was. And in fact, they only won 2 of their final 8 league games. And they've only scored 1 goal in 6 games pre-season. But why? Well, Chris Wood says, I wouldn't be too worried about it. We have tried some different things. We're trying to work on other things that we can add to our army throughout the season. We don't want to be one-dimensional and play the same way every single time. You want to add different things. But is he correct? Sounds right. Well, let's look at last season to see what happened, because in the first half of the season, Nottingham Forest scored fewer goals in the second half, which is kind of interesting when you chop it off at halfway. But they also conceded far more in the second half. But the other weird thing is that they went through like basically everything. Nothing's really that different, really, except they scored fewer goals from fast breaks, which I think means that opposition teams kind of worked out what they were doing quite early, because we knew what they were doing, and adjusted accordingly, and that's kind of what you do. And so this happens a lot with teams who are really good in the counter-attack, is that other teams go like, well, we'll just give you the ball then, and then they can't create in the same way.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's Manchester United, I recall.
Yes, that's the only other example of that we could use, actually. And so this is what's happened, and they faced more shots as a result. So I think they're trying to having to break open teams, and they're getting countered themselves, which is kind of interesting. But also they've sold Anthony Elanga, who was their main creative outlet, absolutely rapid. So this fast breaks thing will be even lower because his pace in behind and his actual skill on the ball and his decision making is now gone. They're trying to bring in players like Adama Traore, who's really rapid, but decision making and actual output nowhere near as good. They signed a couple of other players, Dan and Doy. They might be okay, but I think they're going to really miss Anthony Elanga's creative output. And the big one really is Chris Wood, who had a huge overperformance last season. Everyone loved watching him. But again, kind of weird thing with Chris Wood is that nothing really changed, like statistically, from the first half of the season to the second half. We'll actually go over the first 24 games, because he dropped off really after those, and there's the final 12 games is where he stopped scoring. And the difference is they're not really, you can see here, it's not really much different. The only difference really is that he's not scoring as many goals as he was.
With slightly more touches in the opposition box.
Exactly. So it's going to be a different kind of chance that they're creating in the final 12 games, because people are playing it differently and the pressure's building. That's probably a big part of it as well. So it's not that Chris Wood suddenly dropped off, he's kind of doing the same thing. They're creating different sorts of chances, but it's very hard to show in a quick explanation of it. And so that is a big difference, and the huge overperformance he had last season was a big reason they were so high, because Forest in general really overperformed. You can see their expected goals in the final few games of the season was really quite low, but generally Nottingham Forest finished in 7th position. They should probably have finished according to expected points, which isn't a total way to rely on it, but based on what happened last season overall, they should have been round about 14th.
Wow.
Which is why I'm going to put them in 11th.
Okay.
I still think they're a decent team, not to try and play in a different way, but that's where they go, based on, I think they'd beat the ones below them.
Okay, well John, now I think it's time to find out whether you've saved 13th place for Forest or Palace.
Yeah, well, I'm making this up on the fly, but I think Forest are going to finish in 13th place.
Right.
Yeah, I think they did slightly overperform last season. They've got Europa League, which I think they'll go for, and that might slightly pull them down.
Okay, well let's stay with you and talk about Palace then. Where do you think Palace is going to go?
Well, I think the big thing with Palace is them actually not getting Europa League and being bumped down to the Conference League could actually change their season quite considerably, because I think they'll be able to rotate a little bit more in the earlier stages of the Conference League. And so I'm quite bullish on Palace. I think they've obviously started the season well. With that win over Liverpool, they will beat some of the big teams. They'll cause them problems, but I think they're also going to be quite consistent against a small team. Obviously, they could lose Eze. We've already talked about Spurs being interested in him. We know Arsenal have been interested in him as well. Mark Gahey as well is attracting attention from Liverpool. So if those two go, then maybe it's a slightly lower season for them. But I think as things stand, I'm quite bullish on them.
Well, you're going to have them high as well, JJ.
Well, you should never base your season prediction based on one game. It's a poor thing to do.
Yes, it is.
However, they were very good in the Community Shield, and so I'm going to put Palace in 9th.
Well, I think Crystal Palace fans watching will presumably, I mean there's one in the room, will presumably be happy, because I spoke to The Athletic's Matt Woosnam, who's the Crystal Palace reporter recently, and he said that the fans just say they're going to finish 12th every year. That's always their thing. So it was nice here that we don't have them in 12th. Oh no, there's another alarm! Good Lord. For one, presumably last time, John, it is Brighton. Quickly put Brighton in the table, John. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Put Brighton in the table. John.
Fine.
Yeah, what about you, Joe? Yeah.
Oh, they go in 8th. They beat all the ones below them, but maybe not the ones above.
Oh, great. There we go. That's the alarms finished there. Well, that only leaves coincidentally, of course, the top 4 to discuss here. And what I'm going to ask you to do is do them by position instead of by team, okay? First, before we start though, let me tell you that with the Athletics Hopometer of these top 4 teams, it's actually Chelsea fans that are the most optimistic of all 20 fan bases. So as a starting point, I mean, you know, do you share their optimism?
I do. I think Chelsea could win it if certain things go certain ways.
Okay.
So I think if Liverpool are defensively fragile as they might be, and if Arsenal don't score goals like they might not, and if City aren't as good as we think they maybe could be, well, obviously that leaves a space open for a random. And I think Chelsea have a great squad in first team. Losing Levi Colwell's enormous. You can't judge things off of one game or off of one tournament. But I do think Chelsea are decent and they can play in lots of different ways and they adjust now and they change what they're doing mid-game. I could see them finishing as high as anywhere from 4th to 1st.
Quick question for you, John. Is this a 4-way title race or is it a 3-way title race?
I don't think it's a 4-way title race because I think it's just unlikely that 4 teams retain the same level of momentum. But I think that any of the teams could be in a 2 or 3-way title race. So I wouldn't say that you know, Chelsea, if they're maybe the team that are at the bottom of that list because they've not been in the top 3 for a while, therefore they're not able to compete at the top. I think they very much are. But for me, I think with Chelsea, it's consistency. I think that we've seen that they can beat anyone on their day, right? And that's the Club World Cup lesson there, that they had a good game plan against PSG. The worry I have about Chelsea there is that that was a game where they could play as underdogs. In some of the games where they've tried to control games a little bit more, they've maybe struggled to break down teams. They've obviously brought in a lot of players to try and rectify that. João Pedro looks like an inspired signing, but I don't expect him to continue to score 5 goals every 7 shots.
Okay.
Something like that.
Well, let me preempt the attitude then and ask you both to reveal your 4th placed teams. I'm going to go with you first, John, because I assume we now know what that is.
Yeah, I'm going Chelsea as the 4th out of that lot. But again, I wouldn't be surprised to see them finish in any of the positions above.
JJ?
I want to be bold and against the grain. I don't know what that means. Chelsea go 4th.
Okay, fine. Right. There's nothing left for it. Let's just go. Team number 3, John.
Yeah, I'm going to go Man City. And not because I don't think the City are going to be good. I just think they have the most amount of work to do to get to a level where they are any higher than that. Still unconvinced about them in defensive transition, especially with Rodri not being fully fit to start the season. So I think it could be a season where they take a little time to get going and then do the thing that they do under Pep, which they did last season, to be fair, which is come in really strongly. I know that they picked up the most points, I think, in the second half of the season, or in since the turn of the year last season. So even though they played a game fewer than the 2 of the other teams in the title race. So I think that City are going to be very good, but I think that they just have too much to do to fix it immediately. And I think as a result, they'll just start off a little bit slow before catching up.
Jojo?
I want to be bold and against the grain. And so I feel like maybe Liverpool, because it's a sort of a new team.
Right.
So they are changing from Salah being the star to Wirtz being the star, playing with a central striker properly. And I can just see why there would be games that they lose. So I think they'll be very, very good and could easily win the title. But I just think there's something that means 2 other teams will be above them.
Well, let's stay with you then and start 2nd place.
Well, defence is the most important thing in a league, I think, has been decided by people. And therefore, I think, based on everything I know of football, that 2nd place is going to be Arsenal.
Right, okay, that's so confusing.
That's why I like football.
Okay, who are you putting in 2nd, John?
For the same reason that JJ has Liverpool in 3rd place, I actually have them in 2nd place, I think.
Wow, so we have 2 different winners.
Yes, we do. And with Liverpool, again, I think they're going to be very good. They're going to be very exciting going forward. We saw what that will look like in the Community Shield. But I just think that, as JJ says, this is now becoming a slot team. Like last season, it felt like slot with bits of Klopp in there, and they're trying to move away from Virgil van Dijk and they're trying to move away from Mohamed Salah. They're bringing in exciting options, but again, I think it will take a little bit of time to gel. Questions about them out of possession as well. So for that reason, I think, Liverpool they're going to be very close, but I think Arsenal will just put them.
Wow, okay. Well, you've got Manchester City as champions this season, JJ.
Oh,
John's
yes.
got them in third.
Yeah.
What makes you so confident?
It is mostly that Pep Guardiola is the manager. I agree with everything John says about them in transition, and I think you see it constantly, even in pre-season. You can see when Rodri's not playing, it just isn't quite the same. However, they've brought in lots of players, and actually I need to put an asterisk on this, because if Man City do sign Rodrigo, then I think they are the winners of the league, because what they lack is someone who can open up a defence out of nowhere. They've lost Kevin De Bruyne. They have not had someone in a wide area that can produce out of nothing like Mahrez since Mahrez left, and so they've missed that player. So if they do make like a superstar signing, then I think they get in there. Otherwise, Arsenal will be the ones that do it. I know it just depends a lot what happens towards the end of the deadline day, because like Arsenal have the best defence.
You're crawling out. You've only just put them there.
Like
put them in first.
I think City will win the league.
Okay.
Because Guardiola always wins the league.
Yeah.
Except for 3 times.
Yeah.
But I think that's what will happen. They have like the best striker in the league. That's really important. They've got the best centre back.
Wait, they signed Dominic Calvert-Lewin?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, he's playing. Well, he's playing for both teams.
Right.
He's seeing which he prefers.
That's unusual.
There was a lot of change at City, so it's also a bit like Liverpool. It could be, we don't know, but I think Guardiola knows how to get the most out of this team, and they still have serial winners that are in that team, and I think that really helps.
Okay, well I love it when there's a different answer, John, and you have one here.
Yeah, I think Arsenal are due a win, and I think that they've been very good in the last few seasons, but for the fact that they haven't been able to create goals sustainably enough to do that. I think that they've signed the players now to try and do that, and I think Gyokeres, regardless of how people feel about him, will add something to that team that they don't have currently. And yeah, Madueke, they're adding depth, I think, in a lot of positions, and they're fixing problems that they have had. I think Zubamendi, the 3 areas, right? Zubamendi, central progression, he's going to improve that. Madueke is going to offer threat from the left-hand side, which they've been lacking, and Gyokeres is going to offer a focal point for the team. And yeah, maybe he isn't the perfect signing for them, but I think he still will address that. And I think you bring those 3 things together, and they keep the defensive side of things. I think they're out of possession. They're going to be more aggressive and intense this season after having dropped off a little bit last season. And as a result, I think they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. I'm gonna put them there.
I just want to be bold and against the grain.
Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah. Well, last year you said Manchester City would win, and last year you said Arsenal would win, and they were both wrong. So let's see what happens this year, huh?
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football.
He was having a laugh.
He was having a laugh indeed, and City had a brilliant day out away from home.
Like, it's exciting. You got to see what Reinders was like in terms of his driving runs. You saw the link-up play, someone like an Oscar Bob who had to sit out the majority of last season with a broken leg. And you got that sort of freshness that's there, which is, I think, what some people would have been pining for from such a long time, from the middle third of last season when they were so poor. So I think overall, it's a really good day. Wolves obviously had that emotional connection with Diogo Jota in itself. And I think for City to be able to manage that on that opening day of the season where everybody has hope that they'll do well, I think it's a very strong performance.
And I think the other side of it is, keeping a clean sheet away from home. There was a lot of question marks on City last year and the goals they conceded. And, we saw it yesterday with Liverpool at times where you thought, okay, can they be tight defensively? Is this a case where City now says, okay, not only can we score a bunch of goals, but we can also keep clean sheets as well again?
Yeah, for me as well, from the City perspective, because I think that's a really good point. When they really struggled last year, the goals they were conceding, some of them were ridiculous. Let's call it what it is. Because I think if a team has a nice bit of play, they have a chance and it's a good finish, at times you hold your hands up. But City weren't really offering that to Wolves today, which I think is a massive deal from their standpoint, because that's them going back to who they used to be, as opposed to the team which some people think they are today.
In terms of defensively, I think you saw how important a fit John Stones is.
Absolutely, yeah.
John Stones, listen, Reinders and Haaland were fantastic going forward. And Reinders for me was probably the man of the match, even though Haaland got 2. But going on from the conversation you and I had, Nedum, yesterday.
Where you ruffled
we were
some
talking
feathers.
about defence.
You ruffled. Nedum came up to work ruffled today, Stevie.
No, Stevie.
Well, what we saw today is a team that's capable of defending properly. And at the heart of that, in my opinion, was John Stones. They had a great challenge. There was a little period in the first half where Wolves were on top. And they had an opportunity, and Stones made a fantastic challenge. But overall, defensively, they looked really solid. I think I saw Aït-Nouri making a challenge as well.
Listen, this Aït-Nouri narrative about how he can't defend. Listen, I thought he defended really well in that game.
He did.
And I think when you compare that, for example, to making your debut against your former side, like for Gyokeres yesterday, that's a different situation. Aït-Nouri, not only did he defend well, I think sometimes, when we level these accusations about people who can't defend, it's because they don't want to. Today it looked like Aït-Nouri really wanted to, so you saw his physical strength, you saw his ability to sort of defend 1v1, and he was a huge asset on that side because he needed to be.
But that's the key, isn't it? He wanted to today. He's got to want to do it for the next 37 games. And he's not going to be playing against his old team because everybody tries even harder against their old team. But as I said, going forward, they were
a defender wanting to defend.
Gone are those days.
Come on. There are some around still.
There's still a couple out there.
And long may they stay around. I'm definitely of the old school of defending. But in terms of City's performance today, Stevie, we got to see a couple of the new signings doing good things as well. Which one impressed you the most?
Oh, Reinders. Reinders. I think what we saw from Reinders today is what separates him from other players in Europe. The guy does he does some of the dirty stuff in the middle of the park, but the way he appears at the edge of the box or in the box for either finishing or the cutback for Haaland's goal. I mean, watching it reminded me of Gundogan when he was at his best. He had that little period where he was scoring loads of goals but still doing all the other stuff. I mean, if he can do what Gundogan was doing for, 3 or 4 years, what a signing.
And Nedum, I said, I know you're a fan of Oscar Bob as well, and we saw some little link up there with Reinders. What did you think of him too overall?
Oscar Bob was brilliant, I thought, on that side.
Reinders as well.
Yeah, Oscar Bob and Reinders, the link-up play was really, really good. And I think even from an attacking standpoint, Rico Lewis coming in there and the way that they gelled together, I think the understanding that they have felt as if they've been doing that for the longest time.
Agreed.
But as we said of Oscar Bob, he's been out for most of last season. He's trying to find fitness. You've got Reinders who's coming in, this is a new team, this is a new setup, first time playing against Wolves and so on. But they all knew what they were doing, and what I loved as well from Reinders, to go back to it, the cutback for Haaland for his goal, at no point as he looked, he just knows that's the right place to be, and the weight of pass was perfect to the left-footed forward to go and smash it in. But yeah, to give credit to all the new signings, I need to also give credit to James Trafford, because I thought he did really well when he came on. When he started the game.
What's going on there? What's the situation there? Because of course we've heard the rumours of Ederson potentially going to Galatasaray. Trafford, you did say you have to give him a nod for doing well today, even though I don't think Wolves would have threatened him too much.
No. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Let's be honest, Nedum. He wasn't going to be threatened too much.
You're better than that, because it's not necessarily about that, because you're playing against other professionals in the Premier League, and some of his decision-making is what I was impressed with, because I felt his presence.
He looked comfortable, didn't he?
Exactly. And when he needed to come out, there were a couple of times where, say, chances were ruled out for offside, but he rushed out quickly to deal with it. The ball at his feet felt comfortable, and he had a real calming presence. And the goal that Haaland scores, his second one, that starts with the ball at James Trafford's feet, and he plays the 30-40-yard ball into space for Reinders to run into. It doesn't make the highlight, but it's an important part of
But to me, that's the bonus, is that pass. The rest of it is looking the part.
Yes, absolutely.
Not Stevie, Nedum, two defenders. How did you feel when your goalkeeper gave you kind of like a secure feeling as opposed to, oh no, what's happening here? And this is a man that played with Grobbelaar forever. So, I mean, so there's a point when you say, hey, okay, you did, as a goalkeeper, I enjoyed when I could say, I don't think there was a minute I did something wrong. That it looked like everything was clean. I made the right decisions when I needed to. I came out, I got this, I passed the ball well here. Yeah, okay, I didn't have to make a big save, but I think every goalkeeper loves the games when you say, my team did well, I helped organize, and every decision was right.
Yes.
If you want to make a comparison, think of Kushinov, when he made his debut for City last year. And then you think of what Trafford did today. I mean, chalk and cheese.
Think about this from the Trafford perspective. Last season he's playing in the Championship. This season he's playing for a side that's trying to win the Premier League. And on day one he looks like he's been there for years. that shows how much potential he has.
So with that said, back to the goalie situation. Now, how do you think this is going to play out? Is he going to be, could he be the choice? You look,
Listen, if you want to know about stuff like this, you need to speak to the ESPN journalist, because I do not have.
What would you like to see then, Liam? Because you are close to City, so I'm sure you've heard some whispers.
Can't not play next game.
Yeah, Trafford for me, like, I think Guardiola said before the game that Ederson is still his number one. But with the bid coming in from Galatasaray, you'd think that Ederson might be going there. And while the goalkeepers that are there now are in play, I think Trafford is going to be the number one. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of years' time, Trafford's like England's number one. That's how high people have him. So if Donnarumma comes in, it definitely muddies the waters a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's purely because Trafford, is good enough to play.
If Donnarumma comes in, Donnarumma's playing. They've then made a decision that said, maybe this kid's not ready. Maybe we have an opportunity to get one of the best goalkeepers in the world right now when we exit one of the best goalkeepers in the world right now. Now, if they don't do that because they're very happy, then that will say a lot about Trafford. So,
well, I want to just stick a pin and talk about some famous number 4s at Manchester City. We know that Reinders, of course, is donning that number right now, but it wasn't too long ago that another great man donned that number. And we have to go way back, and I mean way, way back. I mean, like, even before Vincent Kompany.
Couple of legends on there, right?
Like, you have to go back to when City had the ancient crest.
Hey, couple of legends on there, Alexis. Yeah, to be honest, so I had the number 4. I took it from Richard Dunn, who was a club icon. I felt really proud in taking that from him. And then I was sort of elbowed out the door a bit at City. And when I was on loan, Vincent Kompany asked me if he could take the number. I said, yeah, sure, take it. Fast forward 10 years, he's got a statue outside the stadium. So I said, what, my legacy? But then in fairness, like, Calvin Phillips came in. It's not quite worked out for him, but based on what I've seen so far this summer, I think Tijani Reinders will do it justice.
It's a good start.
Yeah, he'll do it.
It's a good start for the number 4.
He'll be fine.
Have you spoken to him yet?
Reinders.
Or when you go back to the UK, you're gonna have a chat with him and be like, listen, young man, this shirt, this number carries weight.
Listen, I don't know who you think I am, but I'm never allowed on the complex. I don't know what's going on here.
I see you doing City TV all the time.
Yeah, that's from outside. That's from outside. That's a different conversation.
Your own sister works for Manchester.
That's what I mean. That's a different conversation.
You are literally VIP.
Listen, if you see me talking to any of those people, just know it's AI. Listen.
So you still up in the cars?
Roll the window down.
Tijani.
Roll the window down.
Thank you,
Is that a Panini card?
Not a Panini card. Oh, please go take a selfie. And they just added one more. Just looking at the stats there, once again, it was a relatively comfortable game there for Bayern Munich and for Vincent Kompany.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was comfortable.
How can Neuer be man of the match?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was comfortable.
Well, Alexis.
Because he had some really good saves, but let's be honest, guys.
It wasn't
comfortable. But forget that.
But forget those, Yeah, because then they win 3-2. But other than that, it would have been comfortable.
I think they did enough. Especially given the fact that, say, their preseason.
Just enough, so you're saying they scraped?
No, it definitely wasn't a scrape. But I think the fact that, like, they've had a disruptive preseason, Stuttgart are very much ready for this game. They knew this game was coming.
At home.
They're playing at home. Yep. They're super up against the Bayern side, who we know this will not be the best version of them throughout the next few weeks. So yeah, Bayern did enough. You could see how many players were down with cramp and so on as the game was progressing from Bayern. So they did enough, and it was a chance to see how they're going to try and play this season. And I think we saw from very early doors, like, Voldemar is such a big talent for Stuttgart.
Yep.
Vincent Kompany said, Upamecano, follow him everywhere.
And form has kind of gone in and out for the high standard that he has set over the years. And I think he's kind of maybe had a little bit of a refocus. They've signed multiple goalkeepers. I mean, Nubel, who was injured, who should have been playing for Stuttgart, is a Bayern goalkeeper that they bought years ago and have kind of had him on loan, kind of waiting for that opportunity to see if Neuer is going to give up his position, and he keeps fighting for it. There's been conversations about splitting time with a new goalkeeper coming in, and Neuer's like, no, I'm not having any of it. And the best way to quiet all that conversation is to play well. Is to come on the pitch, refocus yourself, and be the difference maker that we've all known him to be throughout his whole career. And that was a prime example of a Bayern Munich performance where you're not going to be making 10 saves because your team's too good to be making 10 saves. But can you make important saves in each half at important times? And he did that. I mean, it was 1-0. He comes up with the fantastic save. 1-1 is a completely different match. Minutes later, back down the pitch, 2-0. that is where Manuel Neuer, in-form, focused Manuel Neuer can be super important for this Bayern Munich side. Maybe not in the league, because I think they're going to be so strong it won't matter. But if they want a challenge in Europe, he'll be incredibly important for that.
Well, the other half of our Super Cup team, Archie Reinsuth and Thomas Hitzelsberger, they were out in Stuttgart and they managed to catch up with Harry Kane after the game.
Alexis, thank you very much. Harry, another trophy, another game. How was it for you?
It was a tough game. Obviously, coming early in the season, such an important game for us. Yeah, it's difficult. You know, we've had a few weeks pre-season and we're right back into it. So, credit to the boys. You know, the way we played today, I thought was really, really good. Could have scored a few more goals to make it a little bit easier on ourselves, but overall we can be really pleased with the win.
That goal seemed to rely on instinct. It's not one I guess you practice a lot on the training ground. How did it feel?
Yeah, I kind of made a run, and as the ball was in the air, I kind of knew I weren't going to...
Having observed the team before the game and now celebrating, it seems a bit different because I've seen Bayern Munich teams before. They won the DFB Pokal, the Bundesliga, but the celebration today was kind of even more than I expected. What has changed beginning of the season?
Yeah, I think that's just the mentality of our team, you know. Sometimes when you're at a big club like Bayern Munich, you take winning for granted. When you do it as many times as they have, you know, it becomes normal. But, you know, the coach is big on celebrating every trophy like it's your first, because that's the mentality we need, that's the desire we need, that's the passion we need. And that's what you're seeing in the group. You know, it doesn't matter who it is or who steps up in the big moment. We count on each other and then we celebrate, and it's going to be a good night tonight.
What's heavier then, the Bundesliga trophy or the Super Cup?
The Bundesliga trophy. Yeah. But now it's nice. I got like a shield, I got a trophy that looks like a trophy, and yeah, I'll enjoy it. He's one of the greatest goalkeepers ever, and we're happy to have him.
And this season, no Thomas Müller. That dressing room must be a lot more quiet for a start.
Yeah, look, it's a big change. You know, whenever a big icon of the club leaves, you always have to adapt a little bit, and yeah, that's what we've had to do. You know, we know how good Thomas was and how much he meant to the team, but like we keep saying, it's on to the next one. We focus on the next challenge, and that starts again on Friday.
It is. RB Leipzig. We'll be there for it. You will too, Harry. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Back to you, Alexis.
Thanks, guys. Well, if you notice who was just walking just behind Harry Kane is the other goal scorer today, and that's one of your exes, Stevie, Luis Diaz, opening his campaign perfectly for Bayern Munich.
We're getting better for Bayern, and it's certainly huge for Luis Diaz personally.
You don't miss him?
I wouldn't say that. I would still like to have him, but unfortunately, as Harry Kane said, you've got to move on. Yeah. And that's what Liverpool are doing.
And I mean, if he had been sold for 20 million, you maybe say, is that really good business for Liverpool? But to get that kind of number, and then they've been able to kind of make some changes as well. And Bayern, for whatever reason, this is our guy, and we're going to spend what it is. And I think, and not only did he score the goal, but I thought he was very good throughout the match as well. Put some great balls in the box. Also, when the ball came out, he was able to make a move, switch play, and you can really see that he kind of transitioned very well into that side.
He's one of those guys that it doesn't always come off for him, but when he gets it, it lifts everybody, particularly the crowd, which is huge as well. And it lifts his teammates. So when you've got a guy like that, a bit like Thomas Müller, he's a guy that would affect the fans and affect the team around him. And that's what Luis Diaz does, the way he plays the game.
Stevie, you having fun in that chair? I noticed you've been swinging around.
I'm used to sitting over there when Adam is, and
yeah, I can tell you're a little uncomfortable.
He wants to talk to the person on his right, and there's nobody there.
There's nobody on your right.
I don't want to look too comfortable, you know what I mean?
This is a comfortable show, though. We're in the new studio.
All right, I'll stay like this then. I'll just lock this down.
That they won at home against a side that they should beat at home. Keep a clean sheet as well. New manager once again, and you'd want to start the season off right. The last thing you want to do as a new manager, slip up against a newly promoted side, have the fans kind of start to question, start the season poorly. Now, there's still a lot of work to be done at Tottenham, but to be able to at least start it the right way has to be a big bonus.
And after what happened against PSG, even though we can pardon them for that, it was PSG. This is, Nadim, exactly what Thomas Frank would have wanted.
Yeah, of course. Your first game in front of your home fans, and the game against Burnley, it's a tricky one because people expect you to win.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
And comfortably.
And comfortably. So they're looking at other things.
And they won comfortably, right?
Correct.
Well, yeah, I guess so. In the end, they did. But I think the finishes, the joy, the feeling, the new players, like the manager on the sideline, like they want to have a sense of hope. I think that's the importance of the start of the season. If you start on the back foot, the team's not playing well, you lose your first game against a newly promoted side.
At home.
Then it feels like last season, but this will feel fresh to them and all the belief will be there.
Stevie, what stood out from you from this Thomas Frank Tottenham?
Well, what stood out was the fact that we didn't have full-backs standing in the opposition penalty box. We didn't have centre-backs dribbling 5 and 6 people, and there was a shape defensively when they lost the ball. You know, under Ange, it was exciting to watch, but when they lost the ball and turned it over, there was
maybe exciting as a neutral, Stevie.
Well,
maybe not exciting as
a defender.
Well, exactly. I mean, today you had Verval and Gray and Sarr, who really didn't move anywhere other than middle of the field. And so when the ball was turned over, they were able to close the ball down. Now, it's really difficult to get too carried away because of the opposition.
Yeah.
Burnley are clearly... The only thing that Burnley are striving for is to be fourth bottom. And that's just the truth. But at the end of the day, you can only do what you do. And if Richarlison keeps scoring goals like that, if Kudos keeps taking on defenders, I mean, the crowd were loving it. He was megging people, he was flicking it around. I mean, he was doing all kinds. Then you've got Johnston scoring his goal. You've got your middle three don't go anywhere. And then your back four are solid. I mean, the two centre-backs must have loved this today. All of a sudden, they had somebody there to help them. It wasn't 1v1 all the time. I mean,
1v1 from midfield.
Yeah, a defender's dream. But that was, for me, that was the biggest thing. The shape when they lost the ball was 100 times better, I'm afraid.
Can we just
have
a little petition to change Kudos' name to Kudos, as Stevie just got?
Well, it wouldn't be right if I got the name right, would it?
Well, it was Kudos to Kudos. Right. That could be a segment. That could be a segment.
Yeah, there you go.
A much-needed area for Thomas Frank to address at Spurs, and has he gotten it right?
Well, we can say he's gotten it right today. You know, certain elements of the game against PSG probably weren't great, especially in the terms of the amount of possession that they had and how they sort of brought pressure on themselves from the PSG standpoint.
Yeah.
But today feels much better, and I think the concern going into the match, from as I saw it, was say Archie Gray's starting the game. We've not really seen that much when everyone's been available, because you brought in Palhinha, you brought him over from Bayern Munich. So how come he's not in that position? And that midfield then with him, with Bergvall, with Sarr, that's a really young midfield. And today's a day for them to play and for them to do well. But I wonder what it's going to be like in the next games to come. But as far as like a good start goes, it's great. And as Stevie said, the players probably understand it and can buy into it a little bit more. I think to go back to when Ange first came to Spurs, because they were successful, people were buying into it, even though it felt different. Then as soon as it's not going well, and he sticks to the principle, you kind of want change. And I think maybe at the times the players didn't believe in it, but this feels far easier to understand.
It's kind of a strange... You're excited. You know, when Ange came in and the way he had them playing, as a player, it's exciting. It's like, that's like being a kid again, running all over the place and standing in the penalty box as if you're the centre forward. But to go from that to what they're doing now is also exciting, particularly for the defensive side of the game, because now you always feel as though you're in a game. You always feel as though you're going to be solid. Nobody's going to beat us, and if they do, they're going to have to be at their best. I mean, either way is exciting as a player.
Talking about the other side of the pitch now and the more attacking roles there, the latest rumours and news that we're hearing in terms of transfers is that your good mate, Eberechi Eze, is probably closer.
So many mates on the show, by the way.
Well, that's what happens when you're native Manor, right? Friends in high places
just a little
everywhere.
bit younger, that's all it is.
Just a little bit, yeah, you are a bit younger. No offence to everyone else. But Eberechi Eze, we've been talking about this now. It seems like Spurs is likely to be the destination over an Arsenal now, Nadum. After what you've seen from Spurs, what do you think of that?
I'm not 100% sure. And when we say over Arsenal, does that mean that both offers are on the table and he's choosing Spurs? Or does it mean Spurs have managed to get their way in with Crystal Palace?
Yeah, they got the first offer in, maybe.
Yes.
For me personally, I think he's capable of playing for Arsenal, a team that's going to be, you know, in the Champions League year in, year out, and potentially going for a league title. I'd prefer to see him there personally. It's not to say that the opportunity at Spurs isn't in some ways a bigger and better one than being at Crystal Palace. You know, seeing a Crystal Palace side that haven't invested heavily in their squad. You know, they're going to be playing in the Conference League this year, which is great. But then to put it into context, that cup win last year was like, we can joke around, most people joke around the fact that Spurs didn't win anything for 14, 15 years, however long it was. But for Palace, that's a whole entirety of their existence as a football club. So the step to Spurs is a significant one. And I hope if he does go there and he plays the Champions League, he can do well. But I think he'd be more suited to an Arsenal style, personally, with a manager in Arteta who'd probably be able to see more attacking outputs from him.
Stevie, when we did Community Shield, you were the one that was saying, just imagine if Eberechi Eze gets to play on a team like an Arsenal or even a Spurs, where, you know, he could just be in amongst the style that you think he will thrive in. If it does end up being Spurs over Arsenal, would it still be a good fit? Will it still be as big of a jump as Nathan was saying?
Yeah, it's a step up. You know, I think the best players and the most ambitious players want to play in the best teams, and they want to play in the teams that are going to win the biggest trophies. And unfortunately, Spurs are a good side, but they're really not going to be going for the biggest. They ain't going for the Premier League or the Champions League. Whereas Arsenal are in a position where they can go for both of those things. And not only just in terms of playing for a better team, but pushing yourself, testing yourself. Because when you've got the ability he has, the only way you really get complete recognition is by doing it at the very top. You know, if he goes to Spurs and does really well and Spurs don't win another trophy, it'll be, yeah, I mean, he was really, really good, but, you know, he didn't win a Premier League or a champ. So, from that point of view, I would love to see him at Arsenal. From a Liverpool point of view, I'd love to see him at Spurs.
Casey, would you love to see him at Spurs?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what I just want to see from Spurs is a situation where they're bringing players in, they're keeping players that then are successful for Tottenham as they start to move into being the more competitive side that we've seen, you know, probably, was that 5-6 years ago, where they were challenging for the Premier League title, they were challenging, you know, in a Champions League final, not looking over your shoulder a little bit over relegation, and get some stability in the side. Yeah. You know, get some stability in manager, get some stability in squad, and then be competitive at the top of the table. And I think that's where I think Daniel Levy's big next challenge is to not think, okay, we can have the 8th or 9th highest payroll, and if we just change a manager every 18 months, that will make the difference.
Yep. For me, I think this is a really interesting time for him because he's 27 years of age.
Yeah.
I think whoever signs him now will get the best years of his career because this is somebody that's about to go to that next level with a different tier of coaching, with a bundle of experience behind it and a taste for success. So I think if he does manage to go to an Arsenal, I think what it stands for is, like, I see him somebody who's capable of handling the pressure of trying to win a league title. You know, because for Arsenal every year in these last few years, they don't arrive into pre-season and say, we're going to try and do as well as we can. They know that they're good enough to win a league title. And I think bringing him someone like that, who has that drive, has that desire, but has the quality and understanding of the league, who is also somebody that can elevate himself to whatever level. Because when he went to Palace, he'd been playing for QPR in the Championship. He made that jump and he's an England international. I think he can go again. And then, yeah, like I say, I don't necessarily want him to win a league title, but I think he's very capable of doing that.
Say that a little louder. Let him hear it.
Wherever you are, I don't want you to win a league title. I just want you to try really hard.
Come on, that's not a good friend there. All right, well, elsewhere in the Premier League, Aston Villa hosted Newcastle. Newcastle, we know, have been embroiled in that transfer saga that involves Alexander Isak. They played out a 0-0 draw, and of course, Alexander Isak had no part to play in this game, Stevie, which probably is why Newcastle ended up drawing this one. This is definitely not what Eddie Howe would want.
No, I mean, if ever you saw a performance that had "we need a centre forward" written over it, this was it. You know, the front three they had between the three of them last season couldn't match the output of Isak on his own, and it showed. And for the first part of the first half, Newcastle were totally dominant in this game, but they never looked like scoring. They had one opportunity in the whole game. Elanga was through on the goalkeeper. And the goalie made a save, and it's a good save, but he shouldn't have had a chance to save it. After that, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And in the second half, they petered out a little bit. As did Aston Villa, by the way. I mean, I thought this would be a good game, but it was so underwhelming. Neither side going forward looked capable of scoring a goal, and so it really wasn't a surprise it was 0-0. So these two sides, I thought, would be. Certainly, I thought Villa would be kicking to get in the top 6. And I thought maybe Newcastle, before the whole Isak thing, I thought they'd be kicking Chelsea's heels to get maybe near the top 4. Now, the two of them, if they play the way they did today, the two of them, they've got no chance of getting anywhere near the top 6, never mind any of them in the top 4.
Well, look, after the game, Eddie Howe spoke, and he was trying to speak up Anthony Gordon and spoke about his skill set as well. But once again, Nadem, what he didn't want is the fact that we are now still talking about Alexander Isak and how this could possibly affect Newcastle going forward in the worst way.
Absolutely. Like, if they would have won this game and say Elanga takes that chance, it's a different conversation. So we don't need to focus on him at all. But any team that doesn't score a goal where one of the top strikers in the league is now unavailable, you're going to have to field those questions. And it's tough for him. You can try and say, oh, this guy did well, that guy did well. There's still something that's missing, as Stevie said. And I think when we talk about Newcastle United, we're used to seeing a number 9 do particularly well for them across all those Premier League years and years beyond. So these next 2 weeks are going to be huge. I think, as you've mentioned there about Villa and about Newcastle, if they're in this current state, then yes, then maybe they won't be in the top 6. But I can't help but feel that change is coming. And for Eddie Howe himself, you want that saga to be finished, because when the Isak side is done, it's probably going to be changed on the other side of something coming in as well.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, that's a good point. If it doesn't, then they're scuppered. They've got the Champions League as well, Newcastle. Yep. And I mean, you look at the bench, there's nothing on the bench going forward. So Champions League, Premier League, forget it.
Well, if you feel like this conversation's missing something, that's because the big guns of the Premier League have yet to play. But guess what? You're in luck. They are in action tomorrow, this Sunday. Arsenal
Chelsea
up against Manchester United. And we asked everybody, how do we see this one going? Casey, you went for the 1-1 draw. I have a draw as well.
Yep. No, I think Manchester United could not be as bad as they were last year.
Casey, I've been saying that for many seasons.
I know that, but you're going to say, but at home, opening match, at least get something out of it. Give yourself something against an Arsenal side that, you know, there has been a lot of expectation over the last couple of years. Can they just add those couple pieces that give them the opportunity to win the title? And I think if they go there and comfortably beat Manchester United, then I think they will take up where you know, Liverpool got the result and Man City got the result. But we'll also see in this opening match, has Manchester United improved enough, not to necessarily finish in the top 6, but at least to give themselves something that the fan base can say, okay, we're taking steps forward.
Well, Nadem and I have been beefing all day about Manchester United and Manchester City, which will come as no surprise to any of you. But Nadem, you said that you cannot wait to text me at full time of this game because you're going with a strong Arsenal win.
Listen, it's a good intro to what I think, but I want to know why you, as a Manchester United supporter, have not got them down as winning.
Because based on what I saw from last season, you told me back your team, and a draw with Arsenal is me backing Manchester United.
Okay.
Based on what we saw at Nadem.
Okay, so it's going to be very tough for me to back a team that's not my team.
I might be a passionate supporter, but I'm not that Delulu.
I think the only, well, not the only thing, something that plays into United's favour going into this game is the fact that Arsenal don't have a good record there, no matter what situation United have been across these last few years. So that's a positive. But to be playing it so early as well, you maybe say that's a positive. But I think Arsenal are a good enough side to understand the challenges that are going to be ahead. And the energy at United is going to be so high. And I think Arsenal are going to win, but I only said 3-1 because you'd been winding me up all day. I thought it was going to be 1-0 or something, but now 0-3.
You told me destroy is what you wanted to see.
I may or may not have said that, but if I didn't say it on air, then technically you can't hold me to it. But yeah.
All right. Well, I threatened to block him, so we'll see if I end up blocking him. Stevie, what about you?
Listen, it's not a new thing, somebody beating Manchester United at Old Trafford. And if you look at it rationally, the United are playing a side who are really strong at the back, really organised in the middle with talent going forward, and a forward line now that can hurt you, particularly Saka and Gyokeres. So you've got from back, middle to front, a team that you pretty much know exactly what you're going to get from them, against a team in United who we have no idea.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're questionable. They've no legs in the middle of the park. Have they signed some forwards? Yeah, but on paper, playing for Man United at Old Trafford is a different ball game than playing for other teams. So I don't see how anybody can go for a Man United one.
I went for a draw. I'm just saying.
You know, we also got done talking about Manuel Neuer, and it's not as if the goalkeeping situation at Manchester United leaves you with saying, oh, it's a stabilizing factor.
We always start the next season believing we'll be better.
Well, I hope
believing will be better.
Okay.
Believing will be better. Doesn't always work out that way. I never won that Ballon d'Or, but one day I'll get better.
One day you'll get better.
Yes.
All right, well, we'll see, and we'll be talking exactly about that game between Manchester United and Arsenal on ESPN FC tomorrow. No, Natum, I'm not hosting the show tomorrow, and I will be blocking you all day, but make sure to tune in to catch the guys. All right, welcome in to Extra Time. Oh, what a crew, what a set. Natum, why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just waiting to see what you're going to say next.
I'm just going to read the questions.
Please.
It's been a fun day. Apart from, are you going to tell everyone how you got hangry and threatened our producers?
Listen, it's been a fun day. City won 4-0. My job is easier on
You
the
were
show.
slightly rattled, though.
No. That'll be you watching United tomorrow.
That would be me. Oh, I don't know. Shall we get in, right? Stevie Nichol's personal assistant. Let's all overreact together. Oh, I love me an overreaction. City are back, and Lamine Yamal will win the 2026 Ballon d'Or.
Well, the second one's probably going to be right.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not really an overreaction. We're on course.
No, well,
Yeah, welcome back to Sunday Supplement and welcome back to Miguel Delaney, Charlotte Dunker and Jonathan Liu. Let's go to the back page of The Sun and what looks like a pretty surprising story, Charlotte. Back in the frame, legend David De Gea is an option for Ruben Amorim. You see this one coming?
No. I think this morning when we were talking about it before we came on air and someone suggested it, I was like, pardon? And it seems like the obvious link was that he was back at Old Trafford last Saturday playing a friendly, and Manchester United have remembered that actually he's an all right shot stopper, and maybe he is a better shot stopper than the guy that they have there at the moment. But yeah, it's a really interesting one. But could I see it happening? I mean, it doesn't seem very likely at the moment. Whenever you talk to Manchester United about the goalkeeper position at the moment, they're saying it's not a priority, but the main reason it's not a priority is because Onana's still there, and Onana's obviously had a lot of interest this summer, particularly from Saudi, but he and his camp are saying he's determined to stay at Manchester United. Amorim's quotes in his press conference on Friday didn't give him any assurances that he's necessarily going to be the first choice goalkeeper, but then if you look at who Manchester United have in their goalkeeping department, if he's not going to be the first choice, then they do need to bring someone else in, because Bayern, when he's played, hasn't really filled anyone with much confidence. Tom Heaton's a great leadership guy to have around the club. Is he going to be Manchester United's first choice goalkeeper as they aim to get back on track? No, there's been the obvious links to Donnarumma. I think De Gea being thrown in there is a bit of a wild card. If we go back to obviously...
And amongst the 40,000 plus inside the bridge here, none of them are more excited than my regular wingman, Mr. Jason Cundy.
Benjamin, good afternoon everyone, and happy new Premier League season to you all. Yes, it comes around quickly, more quickly, as quick as I can ever remember a season, Ben. You and I were just talking off air. We were doing comms during the Club World Cup. There has been very little downtime at all. Not just for us as fans, but the players as well. However, we've had 2 pre-season games. We've comfortably cruised through. Bayer Leverkusen were terrible. AC Milan went down 10 men, and after that, it was a formality. Today represents a very, very different proposition. This will be a very tough game. Do not underestimate what Crystal Palace is capable of. However, Ben, I believe we've not lost to Crystal Palace for the last 14 games, home and away. So it bodes well. However, they are the current FA Cup holders and the Community Shield holders, beating Liverpool and Manchester City on the way. So respect that.
Absolutely. Not only a tough game, I think it'll probably be a good game. I quite like watching Palace. They're a good side to watch. And we'll go through we might as well go through the official team news now. The interesting news from their point of view, Alexander Isak, take note. nothing like winning trophies. Crystal Palace never had.
Throws that completely out the window, and you think about how much money the big dogs have spent. Arteta done it with the FA Cup. Fair play. Since then, he needs to bring one of the big trophies in. You think how much Manchester United has been, even Liverpool going back over the years. It's hard to get it right, you know, and to get it right in your first season, wowzers. However, Ben, we embark on a new season where the expectation levels have increased by some distance. I think we've got to challenge. I don't think we're good enough to win the title this season, but I want to see a challenge. I don't know what that challenge looks like, because you think about last year. Going into Christmas, if we'd beaten Everton away, we'd have gone top of the table. Liverpool would have had 2 games over and hands over us. We lost at home to Fulham on Boxing Day, and our season never really got going in until early March. And then eventually we picked up. We had 1 away win. We beat Spurs away early December. We had 1 away win all season after that, and that was away at Forest. And Fulham, sorry. You think about that. You think about 2 away wins, Ben. And that Fulham goal, the Tyler George goal, was the catalyst that got us to where we are now. And of course, Pedro Neto getting the win.
100%. That is the moment for me that defined the season. Tyreek George, who is on the bench today. Tyreek Mitchell is in the Palace back line, by the way, with Munoz, the other full-back, Lacroix and Gay and Chris Richards. Wharton, Will Hughes into the injured Kamada, that's their only change. Palace are going to play in yellow, Chelsea in blue. They're just having their huddles at the moment. And the referee is down there with the 2 captains. Our referee, by the way, Progress is getting, you know, maybe second, 8 points.
Lived out against Brighton away in the FA Cup. We were pathetic on those games. I'm sorry, we're better than that. We are better than that, and we showed it.
Now, right across Planet Football for a very long time now. This summer, of course, Andre Silva and Diogo Jota have had their tributes, and that is through the Premier League and here at the Bridge today.
Powerful, that, Ben, when you think about you're sitting in an arena where there are 43,000 fans or people here, there or thereabouts, and not a whisper because you hear. It's powerful stuff, that.
As it was at Molineux yesterday and at Anfield on Friday night. I thought both of those were beautifully done, actually. And Pedro Neto, such a star at Wolves, with Diogo Jota in that fine team under Nuno, feeling it more keenly than most players, I'm sure. So here we go. Cole Palmer has the ball under his feet and he kicks off the new season. Chelsea in the sunshine, playing from right to left here at Stamford Bridge. Liverpool and City both scored 4 goals and 1. There's Arsenal and Man U later. That'll be fascinating for the rest of us to watch. And Josh Acheampong on the ball here. Passes to his left. Trevor Chalobah is lining up left-sided centre-half. Acheampong right-sided centre-half. And Reece James to his right. The captain, who's got his hands on silverware now. The latest Chelsea skipper to do that. Gittins on the left. The new number 11 for Chelsea. Replacing Noni Madueke. Here's Enzo Fernandez. Just strength to strength over the course of 2025. And Chelsea with complete possession of the ball inside this opening 40-odd seconds. And the ball is on the right in the shady strip. The Chelsea right, that is the far side over there on the west stand. The Palace fans are obviously away to our left in the shed. The end that Chelsea are attacking. Jamie Gittins, what have you made of him in pre-season so far?
Ben, there's been lots to like. There's also lots to improve on. But that's what you get with young players. You know, we are full of a squad of players that are going to get better. We had the youngest ever squad in Premier League history last season. We finished 4th. There is so much to improve. But when you get young teams, young squad, young players, there are going to be inconsistencies in your game. By the way, at the moment, Palace only have their first touch. I just want to highlight Acheampong. Comes out of the defence inside the first 10 seconds, drops the shoulder, goes in, plays the ball out wide. Lovely composure.
Ball down the channel for João Pedro here, and he collects it beautifully. Right on the right edge of the box, but surrounded by the golden yellow shirts of Crystal Palace. It's not their usual yellow, actually. It is a more goldy yellow, a little more muted.
Ben, there are 5 at the back, though. They are unashamedly.
They absolutely are. They do, and that's what they do.
So the shape of a team, when you play a 5 at the back or a 3, you can be a 3 with wing backs. This is a 5.
And one of those is going in there. Munoz has gone in. Nobody doesn't need to give it because Munoz out of position, and he wasn't there to be the 5 then. Gittins down the left flank, attacking the shed end, and a foot in from Chris Richards. First corner of the season, 2 minutes in at the shed end in a little shady strip. And Marc Cucurella, obviously, is a former Brighton player. It's not just against Brighton he gets booed. He gets booed against everybody.
He's the pantomime villain, and he loves it. He loves...
And it makes him play better for me.
It does make him play better, and he's been outstanding. Signed a new contract midweek. Delighted to hear that.
Of course he did. Momentarily
I just want to go back to that foul. The reason I called for the foul, I'll let this take place first, Ben.
I think that's Reece James down there. He's blurred in with the advertising hoardings. Here he comes, right foot, a delicate chip towards the near post. Cucurella with the flick! And nearly looped into the far post. And then Ismail Assar on the back stick actually nodded it away just from the post. Sarr, who got that second equaliser in their Shield win over Liverpool. That might have been going in, you know.
But it was going in. It's one of those loopy ones that can just drop inside the post. Henderson was lost. And the fact that Sarr is that far stick, he does enough. It's going in, Ben. It's going in.
In or off the post and in, maybe.
Anyway, second corner.
Far side now, left foot. Neto into Cucurella again. Gap comes straight back to Pedro Neto. Little chop. He's tightly closed down, but he's won it. He's drilled it across, and it's put behind again. Mark Gay, I think this time another corner.
Yeah, 3 corners in quick succession. Defensively, Crystal Palace under pressure. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Want to see this one coming to the box.
Well, both the first two have gone for Cucurella and in. Now there's a different formation. There's a cluster of blue shirts.
4 on the penalty spot, Ben.
Now they make their move, including
Chalobah. The ball's not come in.
Now it's come in, and it's Cucurella again. Near post flick again. They are clearly going for this, in which case the delivery's been excellent. Palace might think about a counter here. There's a long ball on, and it's attempted by Sarr, but it didn't work. Eze was calling for it far side. That's the Palace left. They barely had a kick, and now they're going to get one. Will Hughes on the ball with the blonde hair in midfield. Caicedo's first tackle is immaculate. The player of the year. Here is Eze. Out to Tyrick Mitchell on the left side, and now back with Mark Gay. So when they get the ball, you immediately see the wing-backs do go. Tyrick Mitchell and Daniel Munoz underneath us.
We need to talk about Munoz.
Oh, Eze's gone for a lob.
We need to talk about Munoz because...
Goal kick.
Sorry, Ben. Yeah, we need to talk about him because the way that they set up Crystal Palace, it is a 5, but they are wing-backs when they're in possession. He is a problem. Because Cucurella comes inside, he is the inverted fullback. That's where the space naturally is. Oh, João Pedro had a chance. There was a head injury. The referee has decided to stop play.
Double headbang right on the halfway line. 1 each actually here. I think that's Colin Richards who's down for Palace, and I can't actually.
Pedro.
Is it?
Is it? No, it's not.
It's not João Pedro. Who is that under there? I can't tell you because the medical staff are in the way.
Is it Caicedo? Where's Caicedo?
It's Jamie Gittins.
Is it Gittins?
It's Jamie Gittins down there.
It's amazing. You just can't tell the line on the back. You can't see. All you can see is legs.
Well, I can see the medical staff in there, grey
and the right
black.
thing to do. The ball was in no man's land, and it gives Glasner an opportunity to have a little chat with Hughes and Mateta.
I mean, they've got you know, you look down there. Mateta's a good forward, isn't he? And has been for a little while.
I think he's the most improved centre forward in the country. Honestly, you go back 18 months, 24 months, he was a little bit of a figure of fun.
Yeah.
But he's not anymore.
And then he had that run-in the season before last, didn't he? Where he just exploded.
When Glasner turned up.
Yes.
When Glasner turned up. Glasner got the best out of him. I don't know what was going on or what happened with Roy Hodgson or how that... But he has absolutely developed. And I want to go back to the Miscellaneous conversation, because he is as a good attacking wing-back, right-back you'll see in the league. I promise you. He is a danger. So that's an area that we need to watch. Because Gyokeres comes inside to make the extra man, there's the space. And there will be moments in this game where there's a transition of possession that they'll switch. You watch Mark Gehi and Lacroix try and get the ball out as quick as they can on our left, there, right. 6, nearly 7 on the clock. It's been pretty much all Chelsea.
And the ball out of play on the far side. It's both Chris Richards and Jamie Gittins come on. Gittins the new number 11. Yep. That's something that's new with Noni having gone. I don't think anyone else has changed their number. If I
Cole Palmer from 20 to 10.
Well, no,
did he do that last season?
He did that.
Did he do the World Cup?
He did it after.
Did he?
He did it. Yes, after. Well, because Mudryk. Yeah. Now here is the ball towards that number 11. Gittins chests it out right in front of Oliver Glasner down there, who's out there. Enzo Maresca is sat down and out of. Oh no, he's just got up and poked his head into view from up here at the top of the East Stand. Here on the official Chelsea app, we're looking for 3 opening points, and Jason mentioned Palace haven't beaten Chelsea for a while, but to be fair, there have been a lot of draws in that time. Both last season's games were draws. Eze curled in a beauty here for a 1-1. It was a draw at Selhurst as well.
We should have won that game, Ben. How we did not win that game. And you made the point earlier. Just Josh Achimpong, I think it was his first debut start for Chelsea. He was the best player on the pitch, and I felt a bit for him because he never really appeared much in the Premier League after that. Conference games, yes, but he's earned his stripes, and that would have been very much on Maresca's mind, I'm sure, when he was looking at today's game, thinking about how well he played. That, I'm sure, would have been a factor.
Well, Tosin's not on the bench.
No.
Wesley Fofana back, obviously Cole out for a while. You're missing nothing, by the way, folks. There's just a little stoppage, and there's going to be a very deep free kick for Palace, only just inside the Chelsea half.
I was trying to work out what potentially Maresca could have done. I was thinking Reece come inside and Gusto at right back, but then you disrupt 2 positions instead of 1. But he's made the right call, in my opinion.
I think Achimpong, from what we've seen, is
100%,
absolutely trustable
100%.
and worth a go. Right, Eze's going to take this a good 50-odd, 60 yards out. He flights it into the box. It's not really dealt with. It's headed on by Richards. And Robert Sanchez, with his first save of the game, grabs it, bowls it to Cole Palmer in the right-back spot. Palmer goes for a Hollywood ball for Pedro Neto, and that is cut out by Tyreek Mitchell in the centre circle. Palace back in possession just inside the Chelsea half now. Wharton does well, and then Ismail Assar rather less so, and here is Josh Achimpong, ears burning, and now Reece James into Caicedo, has time to turn if he wants to, and he's told that, and he does turn. Caicedo into Palmer, back to Caicedo, beautifully worked.
Beautiful football.
And now Enzo Fernandez gives it to Pedro Neto, wide on the right, and he starts accelerating in field. Enzo Fernandez with the cross, he's overhit it, and it's going to be a throw. The football in the build-up to that was brilliant, but Enzo has absolutely walloped his cross all the way from the far side to this side, and just near the corner flag at the shed end, it's going to be a Munoz throw for Crystal Palace.
I have to say, in terms of passing out the back, that was more than that. That was with purpose. The fact that Caicedo turned, Ben, that was the key, and he got the information. Slick passing through the thirds. Eventually, the ball works his way out to Enzo, and I don't quite know what he was thinking there. He's got way too much on the cross, and he goes out the throw, which they've taken. And Gyokeres was picked up a free kick. Sarr has given that away. It's been a good start. 10 minutes in, not a lot of goal action to talk about so far, but there's been that stoppage in play, which never helps, I don't think, at the beginning of a game, Ben, and there's an injury.
Achapong gives it away to Eze, dead centre, 40 yards out, careful. Ismail Assar, Chelsea flooding back though. Here comes Munoz up the right, Chalobah goes with him. Munoz with the cross. Oh, Eze couldn't control it on the edge of the D. Him and Palmer are there, two brilliant number 10s. Here goes Eze. And then Will Hughes, was he caught? He was. I thought, it looked, to be fair, it looked like a foul in the D. It's a dead centre free kick in a very dangerous position. He was looking for advantage, the ref, and there wasn't any. I think that's the right call.
I totally agree with you, Ben. Gyokeres is reckless in the tackle. He's tried to clear it, and he hasn't got any of the ball.
Eze, 20 yards, dead centre. Ouch. This is a worry. Yeah. Will Hughes has just toe-poked it past him, hasn't he?
Yeah, you can't do that. And the ref, I have to say to his credit, Ben, he's allowed play to develop, see if any advantage was for Crystal Palace, and there wasn't, so that's fine. This does represent a chance. The ball just inside.
It's basically in the middle of the D, right in the centre of the D. This ball's going to be put down, pretty much, give or take 6 inches or so. And it's one of those where people often say the taker might prefer if it was actually 2 or 3 yards further out. But this is Eze, and we know he's very good. I mean, he's not the only one standing there at the moment, but it surely will be him in what could be his final appearance in a Palace shirt. And he's standing there, hands on hips, with pink boots, and the Chelsea wall is being formed. And Josh Achampong will be desperately hoping this doesn't come to anything, because the initial phase of that play was him giving it away cheaply. We played 12 minutes at the bridge, and down there to our right at the Matthew Harding end in the sunshine, Eze is stood with the ball at his feet, and now he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces back, and 1 to his left. He's pointing at the wall, saying something to the referee. I don't think anyone's in any doubt as to who's hitting this. Maybe the first test for Robert Sanchez. Here comes Eze, and he smashed it in. Sanchez looks at his wall. It found a hole. Palace lead on the opening Sunday at Stamford Bridge. Their best player, maybe their soon-to-be departing player, has hammered that free kick in, and it is Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 1.
Ben, I need to see the wall. I don't know how that happens. It's a great strike, taking nothing away from that. The power's there, the execution, the technique. How's it got there? I need to see this again. From where you and I sat in the East Stand Upper in the gantry here, I can't quite believe that because there's been seconds, minutes almost building up to this.
I think he's hit it through the gap, hasn't he? Let's see, the replays are coming now.
So easy, Ben. That's too easy.
There's a nudge in the middle there on Caicedo.
Honestly, it's so open.
And it's not right in the corner either, but
honestly,
it's about the pureness of the strike.
Yeah, it's fine, but you've got to make sure that... I'm not even sure the wall's in the right place. I can't work that out, Ben. I can't work that out.
No, he's going to have a look. I think it's because of the push on Caicedo. Because that's where the ball's gone. The ball has gone through the gap. A possible offside?
No, it can't be offside.
Well, why are they saying that? The VAR screen is saying. Right. Just a possible foul. Watch the push on Caicedo.
But it's too
Does
easy,
it make a difference? Yeah, well,
I'm
yes,
going to say that.
But it might not be 1-0.
No, Joe, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Honestly, I'm going to call it now.
Well, then why have they told him to go look?
Ben, with my Chelsea hat on, if this was the other end, I'd be fuming if this goal gets disallowed. You've got to be stronger in there. Yeah, he does manhandle him. It's the wall.
I mean, if that happened with the corner, would it be given as a free kick?
No, it's not, Ben. It's a soft one. He does. We've got to be stronger. We've got to be more alert. I don't think this goal should be disallowed.
Then why have they got him to the screen?
Because they believe it's a foul.
So he'll give it. They always do.
Ben, I don't think that's a foul, mate. I don't think it's a foul.
It's not going to be a goal, I have to say. That's a terrible decision. I thought they were raising the threshold this season.
Not for me, Ben.
Well, we've got away with one. It's still 0.
Not Ben, I'm sorry.
The push from Mark Gay. The Crystal Palace captain, the former Blue. And you heard it from the ref's mouth himself. Just have a look. We're going to see this again. Gay
No, not for me, Ben. I'm sorry.
I
Ben,
have got to say,
I'm sorry.
In any other game of
I'm
football,
sorry.
I would be livid that the sport has gone that way. That is a shocker.
I don't know where this game is going. The game I love. I can't. That is it's a beautifully executed free kick, right off the training ground. For me, Casado's got to be stronger. He's got to hold his ground, Ben. You can both do it.
Yeah.
What he's done, he's got to do the same. Hold him there. Keep him there. Okay, well, I'll take it. Of course I will.
It's 0-0. And Chelsea have absolutely had a lifeline there. Caicedo's header on halfway. On we go. Eze, who hasn't scored then. And he helps it forward towards Mateta. It's cut out well by Achipong, who's striding forward.
He started well, Ben Achipong. Other than the pass, the one mislaid pass, he has started well, coming out the back. Confident boy. We've seen he can play it right back. We saw that in the confidently. Can play midfield as well, by the way. Where's his best position? That's going to be a topic of debate as he moves forward throughout his career. And being versatile is a plus.
A bit of a Reece James, maybe.
Well, yeah, but Ben, you want a position. I played with Sol Campbell. Sol Campbell, where's his best position? He started at left back. Then he could play right back, centre half. Eventually, of course, he nailed down as a centre half. But when he first broke in, where's his best position?
Further forward, I feel like he played quite.
He played up front as well.
Yes. Well, Achipong will be super relieved because the beginning phase of the play that ended with that free kick was actually his turnover of possession. But Gyokeres and Saga going in together, 50-50 in the centre circle. It is scrappy, it's back with Sanchez.
Scrappy, and this will suit Crystal Palace. They've handled the opening 17 minutes of this game very well. They should be 1-0 up. They're not. We need to get our passing game. We started opening 7 minutes, Ben, with this game. We started well. Crystal Palace are sitting deep. They've got 5 across the back. Playing essentially a 5-2-3. So the front three, Mateta, you've got Eze and you've got Sarr. They all close down. And the midfield two of Hughes and Wharton working incredibly hard. But the space you really want is trying to get Palmer in. That's what you want to try and do. You want to get him involved in the game.
Hughes picks up the given away pass. Mateta under pressure from Caicedo has mishit his pass. It'll be a Chelsea throw.
We've got to be better in possession at the moment. We're a little bit sloppy, and Crystal Palace are doing what I expected Crystal Palace to do. I said to you, Ben, this will be a tricky afternoon's work, and it's proving to be.
If you were a Palace fan, and up here on the gantry I can see 2 that I know of amongst our commentating colleagues across this Upper East stand here, you would be steaming about that. Absolutely steaming. Now, Palace is just getting into this, and now Sarr is coming forward, then Mateta. Oh, challenges flying in. First Caicedo, then Chalobah. Tell you what, that hasn't half-lit the touch paper. That's disallowed goal. It's suddenly hurly-burly,
I don't think it suits us, Ben. I think the game is suited to Eze at the minute. And Crystal Palace, who's done brilliantly on that left-hand side. Reece James nibbling at his heels, forcing him across. Oh, it's lovely from Wharton. Brilliant from Wharton.
It's a good ball into Mateta. 1-on-1, 15 yards out under a little bit of pressure. He fires it and it's too close to Sanchez. It's parried out. Great spell this for Palace. Who've been doing nothing until that.
We cannot. We're under the cosh all of a sudden. Since that free kick, Crystal Palace are all over us. They can't build in from the back. Crystal Palace, the shape of their team causes all sorts of problems. You've got the 2 midfielders of Wharton and Hughes in the middle there, just protecting that space that we want to see Cole Palmer in. Cole Palmer's having to come a little bit deeper, a little bit wider than he really wants to. But our passing game, we can't string 3 or 4 passes together at the moment.
Real change from the first 10 minutes. There's 2 games going on today, and I'll keep you updated with that. Chris Wood has fired Forest into an early lead. They're playing Brentford. So the Tricky Tree's up and running again. Those are the 2 o'clockers today, and of course you've got Arsenal playing Man U at half.
Brilliant
4.
from Neto.
Pedro Neto infield, good skills, good pass. Here's Gyokeres inside the Palace half. Now on this near side, Jamie Gittins inside channel, cuts inside a la Jadon Sancho. Suddenly surrounded by gold-shirted Palace players.
Yeah, look how tight they are, Ben. Look at the shape of them. You've got Mateta back there, you've got Sarr, you've got Eze. All of them back, that front 3 protecting the box.
And outside that D, you could have chucked a very large tarpaulin over the entirety of the Palace outfield.
Yeah.
Here's Chalobah.
When we get into those little areas, Ben, the speed and the accuracy of our break is absolutely crucial. Because once they get back, there's a gold wall in front of us. And it's very well organised. Glasner is He's shown what a good manager is, not just in this country, but he knows how to win a cup, he knows how to win games, in games where they are underdogs, by the way, and this is exactly one of these today.
Here's Chalobah kind of in the left-back position. He squares it for Josh Acheampong. Exactly 20 minutes played at Stamford Bridge. It is 0-0. We thought it wasn't for a while. It probably should be 1-0 Palace.
Pedestrian from us at the moment. And Palace, they're making sure that we can't play. Look how narrow the midfield is.
Yes, I was looking at Cole Palmer and how much space he's got. The answer is not a lot at the moment.
So here's what they're doing.
They've still been fouled, though, by a super pass. That was excellent from Caicedo. Left channel, this is João Pedro, 25 yards. Gittins, left edge of the box. Little shimmy. Back to Palmer. Still in that left channel. He's either curled one for the far corner or gone for a cross. Either way, it's behind. Shed-in goal kick to Palace with 21 played.
Yeah, they are tactically at the moment, they are not allowing us to build anything. Here's another look at the goal. I just think it's a brilliant goal, Ben.
I mean,
I just think you've got to be
call
stronger.
this a push. Mark Gay on Caicedo.
He's got to be stronger.
I've got to say, I'm never seeing that as a foul.
I totally agree with you, Ben.
I mean, they were supposed to be. Am I wrong in saying this? I believe one of the directives this season was upping the threshold actually for physical contact. No. On pushes and things like that.
Yeah, but it's a nudge, Ben.
No, I'm saying they're up the threshold, as in it's got to be more for it to be a foul, apparently, this season. That's one of the things, and actually, the referee is still discussing, I presume, it. We saw it afterwards with Mark Gay there, and, well, anyway,
but so
we got away with one, on we go.
We have a problem.
Maybe not. Reece James played a lovely ball down the right channel for João Pedro. Chelsea good for the first 10. Palace all over Chelsea for the last 10. Now it's Enzo Fernandez in the Palace box. Palmer, Fernandez. Left-footed shot, difficult, under his feet, and it took a nick from Pedro Neto. It's a corner.
We have a problem in as much as the way they're set up, they are stopping us building any kind of passing movement. The only 6-7 minutes were good. Because they're playing a 3 at the back, and a 5, their wing-backs aren't allowing any space for our wide men, Neto, to get on the ball. And because they're the midfield 3 and midfield 2 and the front 3, they're just dropping in. It's hard to build through the middles as well. And I just think we need to just be a bit quicker about moving the ball. There will be moments in this game where they're out of shape.
Reece James again from the shade at the shed-in in front of the Palace fans. Will he go for Gyokeres and that near-post flick again? He has, actually, and Acheampong gets his head up. He wants another corner. Referee says goal kick. Palace fans cheer. We've played 23 minutes, and down there to our left, Dean Henderson, all in bright green, is going to take that goal kick. There's quite a melee in there.
Oh, it's actually a corner.
Probably you're right. I think it's come off Mark Gay, actually, or Munoz, or someone, but I don't think it was Acheampong anyway. That's what the referee said.
They're trying to build from the back now. Okay, they've gone long.
Up to Eze, who has rolled Caicedo. You don't see that very often, but of course Caicedo's recovered. Then Sarr gets in there, and he got bumped by Reece James.
Yeah, he's unlucky, Reece. He's on his way down, and Reece bumps into him. It probably is a foul, actually. I just said it's not, but it probably is. I don't think there's much in it. He's on his way down.
And the yellow card.
That's harsh. That's harsh, that.
Yellow card for Reece James.
That is harsh.
Well, is he suggesting it's a cynical foul because he's taken him out off the ball? Well, Chelsea's skipper has been booked here.
Well, not for me. It's a bump together. It happens
so
in
much
football.
for upping the threshold, right? Well, they've got another diagonal 50-yard free kick here from the left. So Eze's over there in the shade with Adam Wharton, two players who may not be here a week or so from now, but we'll see. When I say here, they definitely won't be here. May not be at Thornton Heath, wherever the training ground is. Eze with his bright orangey pink boots looks like he'll take it, although Wharton is an option. There's a big line of players in blue and gold along the 18-yard line down there to our right in the Matthew Harding End sunshine. And it's a short touch from Wharton, and Eze's bringing it closer, and he shoots. Technically, it's on target.
Terrible decision.
Yeah,
and he goes long
Sanchez
early.
has gone long early.
I don't mind that.
Bouncing
I
ball.
don't mind that at all.
Pedro Neto's outpaced Will Hughes, who looked like he was running in true.
Brilliant.
And he's won
Brilliant
a
from
corner.
Sanchez. Brilliant, Ben. How many years as I've been saying to you about the goalkeeper from a set piece can start an attack and get it on its way. It's a brilliant. I don't know what Ez is thinking of. As a touch, what plays it to? A huge plays it to. He's got a shot from 35 yards, goes into Sanchez's arms easily. Sanchez then booms it downfield, where you got the rapid Neto on the end of it. Gets there in front of Hughes. Chelsea get a corner. It's gone from defending a set piece to having a set piece in seconds. We could do that more, I believe.
Another Reece James, left side, shed end corner, down there to our left. The near side as we look. He's in the shade and he clips it for that near post again. It's just beyond Kukurea. Dangerous, well won by Jamie Gittins. He has a shot that hits Will Hughes in the D and it's come back out to Reece James. He will cross again. Not a good one, actually. Mateta heads it out. Last man back is Caicedo. He heads it forward down this left channel. Will Hughes, I'm not sure that was a foul by Gittins, but it's been given.
He's having a bad game, Ben.
Yeah, he is.
He's having a bad game. That's not a foul. Honestly. What am I watching here?
Will Hughes has totally misjudged
He's got the wrong side. I've been in that situation, Ben, when the ball's hit, you misjudge it. Gittins does not have to give up that space. He doesn't. He's held his ground.
It's been given in the right back spot. Dean Henderson has ushered everybody up. He's going to take it. Well, soft not to go with his own convictions on the goal, and he's given 2 or 3 very questionable ones since. Here is João Pedro. We haven't seen much of him or Palmer, to be fair, in this game, because Palace have closed ranks on them pretty well so far. Bit of head tennis, and now João Pedro launches one. A sort of hook half volley that is mopped up by Gay and Richards. Oh, Richards into Wharton, but he's so sure-footed. They played that nicely, actually. Tyreek Mitchell on the far side in the shade for Crystal Palace.
Yeah, Ben, we've hardly mentioned Palmer's name. No. Palace have managed this opening 26, 27 minutes very, very well. You know, games has parts. You know, in particular, the first half. The first 15, the middle 15, then the last 15. Well, right now, Crystal Palace have completely controlled how they want this game to go. We've not imposed our game on them enough. Cole Palmer, I need to say his name more, Ben. Oh!
Kukurea gets his head to it.
Yeah, it's a booking.
Munoz went to it at the same time.
It's not a red, it's a booking.
He went for the same ball. Kukurea got there first.
Yeah.
Yellow card.
Yeah, nothing more. It looked worse because he gets there first. Kukurea, Munoz, who actually has not had the impact on this game that I feared. I thought there might be a little bit more of him down the right.
Both going at a fair lick there.
He gets there late, Ben. It's not cynical. He's just Kukurea is quick and braver, by the way.
Yes, he dips his head in to get to it. So, I mean, you heard a huge roar from the crowd as if it was a shocking foul. It really wasn't, actually.
No, it looked worse. It looked worse than it was. He's
absolutely one of those.
Ben, okay. So we're half an hour into this game nearly, and Cole Palmer is a name that you and I have not said enough.
I guess credit to Hughes and Wharton
the pair
and Co.
The pair of them. So
he's still lurking behind them. I'm keeping an eye on him now. Look at that.
They're stopping. The shape that designed, and they're doing it well. They're stopping our wide players dominating the wide areas. Who's our danger men? Well, our wide men and Palmer. Well, they're stopping that as well because you've got Wharton and you've got Hughes pretty much on his toes. One of them is always looking over their shoulder. And we can't pass through those thirds.
Can't pass to each other at the moment. That's a terrible ball there for Enzo Fernandez. It's gone straight out of play, and it's a Palace throw right on the halfway line, far side.
We're getting Brasners at the minute, Ben, and we've got to come up with a. And in games like this, and I'm seeing a game that I feared that I would see. There will be moments in this game where they are out of shape, where they don't quite get it right. Like now, this represents a great chance.
Kukurea storming through the centre circle. Gittins outside him. Here's Palmer, finds Gittins. 25 yards out on the diagonal. Clever little pass back into the box. João Pedro gets there, shoots, that's blocked. Worth a hit for Caicedo. He does hit it. It hits Will Hughes.
Yeah, I think it's a corner, Ben. It's got to be a corner.
Yes.
Yeah, Ben, that's exactly what I was about to say. Where they give the ball away and they're out of shape because they can't sit in a 5-2-3. They can't. They can't do that all day. They have to break rank. They've got to try and build, and they will. And when that happens, you've got to take advantage. Corner's taken. Pedro down the right-hand side.
Clips the cross in towards Chalobah. Tried a glancing header. It comes back out to the left corner of the box, and Jamie Gittins, one-on-one, infield. Little Eden Hazard manoeuvre. Ricochets everywhere, and Trevor Chalobah just arrived at his feet. Snapshot well off target at the shed end. He wants a corner. I think he's just got under it. Half an hour played and it's 0-0.
He's saying the corner. Gittins, the ball's recycled. Gittins then drills the ball into the box. It's so crowded. It comes off João Pedro, falls to the feet of Trevor Chalobah, who's in there. No, he skies it, Ben. He skies it. He's after a corner. No. But if he keeps that down, Ben, it's a goal. That's a chance. Best chance we've had.
I've just reminded myself, Jason. Trevor Chalobah, opening day, Premier League debut here, Crystal Palace. Yeah. And Matthew Hardigan hammered one in from 20-odd yards.
Yes, he did.
And also, and became beloved, didn't he, instantly? Wasn't he like an instant hero for that?
A Crystal Palace former player.
Of course, on loan, yeah, absolutely. Nicely moved there from Eze to Hughes, and now Sarr's got space up the middle. 40 yards, 30 yards, and still coming. Now Chelsea flooding back. Hughes, early ball. I think there might have been an offside in there. That cross is cut out. Wharton had to win that ahead of Enzo Fernandez, and he did. He's a damn good player, Adam Wharton. And now, he thinks he's been fouled by Reece James. Referee tells him to get up. Now, off you go on your bike. Oh, there was a ball to play. Fernandez to Neto, and he didn't play it. He didn't play it. Now it's a Palace throw on the far side. It's quite frantic, this game.
Ben, this is a game that Crystal Palace will favour, because it's not controlled. This Enzo Maresca, that is, he likes to control the game. He wants possession. He wants not just the possession, but also the tempo of the game. That's not what's happening at the moment. And you see Wharton go up against Reece James when he runs that barrel chest, and he as most, if not all, will find out he come off second best. But Enzo then runs the ball out of play. They've gone to Henderson. They're playing at that ball, Ben, long. They've done that a few times.
Mateta's control is brilliant. He's got Achapong with him, and he's got Munoz attacking up the right now. Great time challenge, Josh Achapong, superb. And then he's fouled by Mateta. And I think that was a frustrated foul. I'm slightly surprised not to say. Oh, I was going to say. Well, I thought we were going to see a card for it.
Yeah,
or should have, and we are.
Achapong, he started well. There's been one misplaced pass. He has been excellent, and that's a brilliant challenge down that left-hand side. Not only does he win the first one, he gets up to win the second one. Mateta comes in and picks up a booking. Well done, young man. And a lot of people were saying to me when we heard the news about Levi, that he's out for most of the season, and then what we heard in the last 24 hours that Tosin was out, people saying to me, we didn't go and buy another centre half. I said, well, what's the point of having an academy? Achapong has to be the next cab off the rank. That's the point. Has it come a bit too soon from rest of play? Yeah, probably. But he's shown last season in the Conference League and in a number of other games, Crystal Palace away in the Premier League, he is capable of putting in big performances, and he's doing it again, the boy.
And Wesley Fofana, although we can't rely on his fitness, is on the Chelsea bench, so he's available, hasn't played pre-season. Still Forest 1, Brentford 0, the other game that kicked off the same time at this one. We got about 12 minutes to half-time in both of those games. Gyokeres throw out of play for a goal kick. Extraordinary. Huge cheers from the Palace fans who are just singing "You're Not Fit to Referee" to Darren England. They feel they've got a bit of a raw deal from him. Darren England having been told, curiously, by James Bell, the VAR official, to go and have a look at that free kick. I'm not seeing it, but we'll take it. Caicedo in the centre circle, the player of the year. I'll keep saying that.
See that, Ben? Sorry, see that from Caicedo. He's gone back to Achapong. Enzo's
He'd
come
like
deeper.
to zip it up, wouldn't he?
Look where Hughes is. Look at him. He's on Palmer's toes. That pass there into Pedro, it's so difficult because it's so crowded in there.
And then Hughes and Wharton right on cue, both get a touch, but Gyokeres snapping away has won it back. João Pedro here, surrounded by Palace gold. And fouled by Palace gold. Maxence Lacroix is not happy.
No.
The Palace fans even less so.
What, Ben?
Chelsea free kick, left channel, 30 yards.
It's a bit. He does well actually. He turns on a sixpence. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it probably is a foul actually, but he makes the most of it and gets it. And the Palace fans away to our left aren't happy. Darren England's having a difficult afternoon's work, in my opinion. However, he's made some poor decisions for both, and that's how football works at times.
To make matters worse for those fans.
It's on the left-hand side. This favours, for me, a Reece James right foot towards that far play. Look how high they are, Ben. They don't want to drop too deep. They want to keep as high as they can. They're about 3 yards out inside their own box.
A direct line between me and Jason.
Don't be offside.
To the ball, to the goal at the shed end. It comes in, it's headed out, and then it's hooked out by Eze.
It's a terrible ball, that
Yeah,
Ben.
really poor, actually, that from Reece.
Pedro Neto,
all the way back to Sanchez.
You've got to put pace on it. Honestly, he's got the quality. It's a loopy, lofty nothing. Anyway, Cucurella got a space on left-hand side.
Marc Cucurella in field. Nice take from Neto. Well covered on the cover was Lacroix. Chelsea throw on this left wing, the near side. 10 minutes left of the first half. Even game. Not a million chances. Not much for the two keepers to do, actually. Feels pretty even. They're a good team, and they've shown that a lot over the last year and a bit, Palace. And we couldn't beat them last term, and we aren't beating them this term. Foul by Cole Palmer, who must be getting increasingly frustrated here.
He will be the most frustrated player on the pitch right now. You know, hardly found his feet, hardly mentioned his name. And we've somehow, and because of the way they're set up, it's so difficult to find space for him. But then we have to find another way. I'm looking at Enzo, right, who's now a second 8. He's going into a 10, right? So he's high. Palmer's dropped deep now to pick the ball. But you know what they'll say, Palace, Ben? Don't mind Palmer having the ball there. If he's going to pick it up, let him pick it up deep. And we're being forced to drop deep into areas that Palmer doesn't want to be. But he's got to get involved in the game at the moment. And tactically, and the way they're set up, I have to say it's been excellent.
Cucurella on the ball just inside the Palace half. He's back with Robert Sanchez now. Achimpong.
Yeah, I mean, look how slow the pedestrian, Ben. I'm looking at Palmer, I'm looking at Water, I'm looking at Hughes. The pair of them defensively have got their heads are on a swivel. They've got that shape where they've got the half turn. They know where Palmer is. One of them is protecting that ball into Palmer. Enzo's now got a turn. Every single player, Crystal Palace player, is deeper than Enzo, and he's picking the ball up to get involved.
Another loose ball, Munoz is onto it. Palace will try on the counter. Chalobah does well, wins it, but then loses it again. Adam Wharton halfway, looks for Eze far side.
Brilliant touch that, Ben.
Oh, that's superb skill, and it's a foul. Reece James, be careful. Already been booked.
Yeah, Ben, brilliant. It's not a second booking, but he needs to be careful. It's a brilliant piece of skill from Eze. It's not a second booking, although it's on the cusp. It's on the cusp. It's one of those that, if he hadn't been booked, he might be booked. Darren England's over there. It's a brilliant piece of skill. He slips into the challenge. Yeah, it's a foul. It's a foul. It's right on the cusp, though, as I said. He gets too tight. Eze's just brilliant piece of awareness. Dropped the way he brings the ball down over his shoulder. It's one of the toughest and hardest skills to execute when the ball's over your shoulder and you're running onto the ball. To bring it down where he did, because he's got the touchline there as well, and then have the presence of mind to nutmeg Reece. Brilliant piece of skill. Set piece.
Eze's going to take the free kick. Far side, left, right foot, and it comes. Look out! 4 of them attacking it. Lacroix has his head in his hands as the ball dribbles behind. If they're onside, that's not very well defended, and that's a hell of a chance.
It is a chance, Ben.
0-0.
Might be off, actually, from the what I've just... Oh, difficult to say, there's so many bodies in there. But now look at Palace. Look what they're doing. They are actually pressing. They're not sitting in their shape. This is a chance, and we move the ball quickly. We've had to go long. It's not a great ball from Casado back into Trevor. He's had to go long, and we win the ball. Palmer's on the ball. Bit of space on the right-hand side for Pedro.
30 yards out and closing. Pedro Neto outside him. Gets it on his left foot. Mitchell forces him back. Here's Reece James on the diagonal. Enzo Fernandez just right of centre. Rolls it down the channel for Pedro Neto. Gets to the byline. Then he pulls it back for Pedro Neto over there on the far side, the Chelsea right. Still he doesn't cross. He looked like he was going to, then he didn't. Reece James will. First time. Good ball headed out by Munoz. Chelsea trying to keep Palace penned in there.
Yeah, that space where Gyokeres scored the goal against Manchester United last season at the Matthew Harding end, it's not there anymore because they're playing a 5. It just isn't there. Ball given away cheaply. Chance for Palace to counter.
Eze is chasing it, and Reece James has dealt with it and got it back to Robert Sanchez. First time, boots it out, long up that far
yeah, nothing wrong
side.
with that. Go on, get the second ball.
The bounce could be awkward, and Mark Gay's dealt with it pretty well.
Second ball, Ben. We win the second ball.
Enzo Fernandez across the halfway line to Mark Gyokeres. Enzo Maresca out of his box, waving them forward.
Palmer having a little bit more influence, Ben, the last 5 or 6 minutes. But again, Mateta now drops back in there. They're stopping our influential players. They are suffocating the space they want to operate in and stopping the pathway into them. Pedro Neto's giving the ball away. It's not a foul. He's done well though, Pedro Neto, on that left-hand side. Sorry, their left, our right. Wins the ball back, but look at the shape, Ben. Look at them. You can see the 5-2-3. It's just, you know, if you want to talk about tactics, it's a thing of beauty for Palace's point of view, because they are absolutely stifling anything that we're trying to create right now.
Well, what saves does Dean Henderson have to make?
Ben, we have
nothing yet.
Well, I think moving the ball quicker is always a factor. Mitchell's done well.
Palace have won it far side, and now Ismail Assar has got it, and he's running away from Gyokeres. Achapong on the cover, draws the challenge.
Now move
Smart defending.
Take it early, the free kick. Yeah, the longer you take now, Achapong's done brilliantly. He's played ever so well. He's had to cover across, and because Gyokeres has come inside and he's the extra man, he's then forced in going into the right back area. Oh dear, what's happened there? What's happened there? Okay, the free kick. They thought Achapong took the free kick, and Reece James puts his hand on the ball. It's gone back to Sanchez, and here's where I feel we can get Palmer in the game, Ben. Look at Wharton. Look where he is, Ben. He's basically man marking him as soon as that ball goes back.
2 England internationals. Palmer has got on the ball, but not for very long. Gyokeres actually stole in and got it. Then Palmer's got it back, and he's tried to poke it, but yeah, they have absolutely, well, I'm going to say nullified so far.
Suffocated the space he wants, Ben.
Yeah, he's had nothing to play in so far.
No.
Fair play, Glasner. He's done a good job
yes,
here, but
has.
it's 0-0. We played 42 minutes, and it's being passed around the back by Chelsea.
I'm seeing the game, Ben, that I talking to people on the tube on the way in. I said a scrappy 1-0, 2-1. That's what I've said. And right now, I'll take anyone else, obviously. But it's the game that I felt I would see, and Glasner's turned up, and he's caused problems. Gittins hasn't hardly said his name, but he's been suffocated, Ben.
Yep. Chalobah, and very compact again. All those players within a 20-yard square. And Chalobah, looking for a big switch, has bounced one over Pedro Neto's head. He was too short to keep it in, and he puts his arms out in frustration. The Palace fans cheer, and as we approach half-time, they will have a left-back throw-in right over there on that far side, in the shady side, the west stand. 3 games today on this opening weekend. Forest now 2-0 up on Brentford, incidentally. Could be a struggle for the West London neighbours, having lost, well, they're going to lose Wissa, they have lost Mbermo, they've lost Norgod, and they've lost a brilliant coach in Thomas Frank. I'm not sure if Brentford are going to be quite what they were. But Forest 2-0 up in that game, Man U and Arsenal later. And this one here, goalless, although only just. If you're just joining us live on the official Chelsea app, we thought Eze had smashed in a free kick for Palace. Well, he did, but it was rather controversially chalked off for a nudge somewhere in the wall by Mark Gay on Caicedo. A little clip ball is cut out well by Tyreek Mitchell. Here is Eze back in his own half.
Brilliant.
Lovely little switch.
Brilliant. He's such a lovely player, Ben.
Well, he is their Cole Palmer, and
he's such a lovely
he's not
player.
dissimilar in terms of balance. He's a bit quicker, maybe. But he is their number 10 in every sense, isn't he? He is a lovely player. He's so graceful. Here is Sarr, who's a bit more direct and wingy.
Palace have absolutely, to the letter that Glasner would have wanted this game played out, they have followed every single step. And we need to, I just, you know, I'm looking at the bench, Ben. I just need to see But our bench, Villian Esteval is the one, of course, that you think
Liam
about.
Delap, if you want to go direct.
Yeah, I mean, we've hardly mentioned. We can't get João Pedro in the game. We can't get our front four in the game, Ben.
Well, if they stay that disciplined, I don't think it matters who's playing up top, does it? If they stay that disciplined, unless you go long.
Of course, but then you might be looking for something a little bit different, a little bit of magic, a little bit of something that we've not seen. Gittins has been on the periphery of this game, and it's been tough for him. Brilliant hold-up play from Mateta. Excellent centre-forward play.
And then Wharton, he laid it off nicely, and then Sarr moves it out to Eze. Left side, early cross. 4 added minutes has just been held up. We're into them.
That is splendid build-up play when you've got someone up top and you play the ball into his feet and you're backing into the centre half. It's almost impossible, Ben, when a centre forward is backing into you. You can't see the ball and he's got you there. You can't gamble. Mateta does it, but it bounces the ball off, holds it up, spins, plays out left hand side. The cross was terrible, and it's we're now just seconds away from the half-time whistle, and Henderson's had nothing to do, Ben.
No, and Sanchez not much either. And strangely, accompanying the fourth official's board is a whiff of smoky bacon. Here is João Pedro down the left channel. I don't know where that's come from.
It's lovely though.
It is nice. I hope that's half-time grub, but I doubt it somehow up here. Here's Gittins. 50-odd million quid from Dortmund, England under-21 international, exciting player. Caicedo's just been dispossessed by Mateta. That takes some doing. And Mateta's overhit that pass, thank God, for Eze. Otherwise, he would have been in one-on-one, or might have been. But Achimpong was with him well. I think Achimpong's been superb.
Ben, he has been...
Absolutely.
He has been so good.
I'd say he's been Chelsea's best player, actually. I'd go that far.
Ben, I echo that.
He's been the standout player in Chelsea Blue. That's... not a huge contest, to be fair, because João Pedro, Cole Palmer, Gittins have been pretty anonymous. We've seen more of Neto on the right, Jason, than we've seen of Gittins on the left.
That's fair.
Why is that, do you think? Because it's not as if he's hanging wide. Oh, he's making a run right now, actually. Chalobah looking for him, has found him brilliantly. Neto cuts it back. Richards with a header out from the edge of the 6-yard box. And well in Reece James to win that challenge. Cole Palmer has a slap from 20 yards. So does Gyokeres, and he's hitting it so high up that shed end that it's nearly gone over the stand.
That's just come from a ball over the top. That's where that's come from. It's come from ball over the top. It's a great ball.
It's a lovely diagonal pass from Trev.
It's a great pass into Pedro Neto, and we've got bodies in there. Palmer has a shot. It's blocked, I think, by Rich. Oh, couldn't see with Lacroix maybe. In the end, Gyokeres has his shot. It's high, wide, and handsome. We are fast approaching half-time, and it's been a war of attrition, actually, this one. If we manage to take 3 points from this, Ben, this is about grinding a result, finding a way here. And that's an easy throw that's gone into Sarr. Too much space. How's that happened? How's that happened?
Eze first time in towards...
honestly, Ben, that's
Mitchell
too easy.
towards Eze, excuse me.
I'm sorry. From a throw-in on the halfway line, for them to get in behind us in 2 passes, that's not good enough. Fell asleep on the throw-in. Could have been punished there. And the crowd, it's weirdly subdued. Everyone coming in anticipation on what's always a wonderful occasion when you come back the first day of the season.
And a lot of... Right, what are we going to get from this Chelsea team this season? Last season, unquestionably progress on the season before. You always want that and more. In comes the throw, deep into first half stoppage time. Sanchez came and really didn't get there, by the way, as Eze tries a little half volley. Bit of head tennis in the Chelsea penalty box. Eze again tries spectacular. Then Munoz, appalling all round from everybody on both sides. It's a goal kick. That was the Premier League, believe it or not, folks. I just tell you, deep into stoppage time at the City ground, Forrester got third. Chris Wood's got another one. It's 3-0 Forest against Brentford. What have we just seen here, Jason? What an absolute mess in the Matthew Harding end box.
Well, Mark Gay, gone down, saying he's been punched in the back of the head by Sanchez. It's not a penalty for me.
Hang on, we're seeing a good angle of it here.
Yeah,
I mean, he sort of has, but that can't. I don't know anymore. No, Ben, maybe it is. I mean, I don't think it is.
It's not a pen, mate. It's not a pen.
Well, it shouldn't be.
It's not a pen. But what's he doing?
Well, yeah. As in, he didn't punch the ball. He didn't get there.
What's he doing?
And there is the half-time whistle. Well, more questions from us at the moment than answers. Crystal Palace have done a good job on Chelsea. It's been a pretty even first half. We probably could have had a Crystal Palace goal. We haven't seen too many signs of a Chelsea one, though. And it's 0-0 at the break. Certainly not at the City Ground, where Forest are winning 3-0 in the other 2 o'clock kickoff. Live here on the Chelsea app, we will be going right through half-time. Sam Parkin's going to join me and Jason shortly. Well, Eze walks off with the cameras on him. They were going to be on him regardless today, given the various links with North London. But the South London club, Jason, are doing a good job here.
They are. They've set about their work. They've been prepared tactically. They have got things right. This is exactly what Glasner wanted to see. Stifle our front players, the influential players in particular, Neto, Palmer and Gittins. Can't get João Pedro in the game. Everything is played in front of them. The 2 midfielders of Wharton and Hughes, one of them is on Palmer's toes. He's finding it incredibly difficult to get in this game. And when teams play like this, and I have done so many games, Ben, here, and you and I have done them, where teams play like this, crucially, it's when possession is a transition. And the speed in which you move the ball when they're out of that shape. When they're sat in that shape, when there's, for example, a goal kick, they're a 5-2-3 or a 5-5, what you want to call it. They're not going to move. You're waiting for a mistake, you're waiting for a player to fall asleep, or waiting for that transition where he might be 10 yards out of where he wants to be. And there were moments in this first half. Not enough. I think we need to be a little bit more sharper, be a little bit more proactive about making things happen, because we've got such good players that can turn something into nothing. But when you're playing against a team like that, the space in which Palmer can do what Palmer did, for example, against PSG, it's not there. You think about that game, right? You think about Palmer picking the ball at the edge of the box, that dummy run where João Pedro makes the run, he cuts across, drops Coutinho on his backside and passes it. That space does not exist. Does not exist. But there are moments where you might be able to find half a yard, 2 yards, and that's where the speed of the pass is crucial. And I think we need to do everything we do. I think we need to do quicker.
I just wonder if the wrecking ball forward option of Liam Delap, and we never had this situation last time where we could say try a different kind of centre forward.
No, I agree with that.
But get him up there and bumping around Richardson, Gay and Lacroix, maybe then you get the second balls off that. It's a little bit old school, but maybe that's a way to break it down. But you're right, it is those transition moments. In general play, 9 times out of 10, maybe even 39 times out of 40, there's just not going to be the gaps to do it. So just got to make more on those handful of occasions, and there have been a handful, when the ball wasn't quite right, or it's just too long or out of play. Those are the bits. And so it is a little bit frustrating, but they are a good side, and they showed that all last year. They have showed it ever since Glasner took over, and they are more than holding their own here on the opening Sunday. Jason's going to keep going here, and Sam Parkin's going to take over as well.
Absolutely right. And this is a game that we need to influence more than we are doing. Crystal Palace have played their part, and this is the game that I thought, unfortunately, I would see. Sam Parker has joined me. Sam, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Jace.
Yeah, I mean, your thoughts, please. I'm seeing a game that I thought I would see. You know, and I think Crystal Palace we've been Glasnered, I think it's fair to say, in that first half.
Yeah, you've got to be relieved to not be behind, considering the disallowed goal, and obviously Mateta's probably had the best.
Just on that, goal or not goal?
Well, I think it's a goal.
I think it's a goal as well.
Yeah, I think we saw it. The first set piece, actually, I caught a glimpse of, I think Gay moved a Champong. It's a massive part of the game. So if you're going to start disallowing goals for that...
Sam, you've got to be stronger.
Yeah. I
mean, in a corner, right? How many corners have you and I been up for? You're marking, so it's the physical... You've got to be stronger. Look, I'll take it, but if that was the other end, I'll be absolutely fuming.
Yeah, absolutely. Relieved. I don't think tactics have worked so far today, and I think they're an excellent side when they've got that 11 out there. That's the concern for their supporters, how they're going to look in a few weeks' time. But in regard to today, without the ball, we're not causing them enough of a problem. It's so congested trying to play through. You know, our success over the last 12 months, a lot of it has been down to the form of Palmer, Enzo, Gyokeres, and when they're playing, all the three of them as those 10s getting in the pocket, getting turned, it's not happened. So I think it's a big 15 minutes from Maresca, and I think maybe he has to change something. I wouldn't mind Gyokeres just staying, building up in a back three. They're going man for man, aren't they? Eza, Sarr, and Mateta, and we're unable to get through them. I think just sometimes it's overcomplicating things, and ask them a question. Keep Gyokeres at left back. Maybe you get a free man there, and maybe that in turn opens up a little bit more space through the middle, because at the moment I just can't see that pass into Palmer. Pedro's been frustrated, I think. You know, looking at him, his touch is really secure and nice, and you can tell he's a good player, but he's not been able to affect things because you can't get the ball to him. So you can leave it because it's 0-0, it's not a disaster, but I think Maresca may change something, or may have to change something.
Yeah, the frustrating point frustrating part from my point is that Palmer can't get on the ball, and if Palmer can't get on the ball, then how's João Pedro can get the ball? Pedro Neto's a little bit more possession than Gittins has, but they are literally unashamedly playing a 5. And then you've got Wharton and Hughes, who one of them are either on his toes in front, or when the ball goes deep, I've seen Wharton behind Palmer. Palmer's then getting man-marked, and we can't find a way. I think at times we're a bit laboured in a build-up. There are moments where the ball goes dead. We need to come alive, and I don't know whether we do that enough. There was one moment, Sam, where they had a free kick. For some reason, Eze shot about 30 yards, goes into Sanchez, and he's gone long. They're the little mini moments where they're out of shape, where I think we need to try and capitalise, and I don't think we're quite smart enough or alive to that. They've
done their job when they can get back into their back
easy,
five.
Sam,
when they can get back in.
Sam, I'm telling you now, that is easy. And we come up against the gold wall.
Yeah, I think two things. The tactical thing, if you play short, being able to bypass that front three of theirs, we're not being able to do that at the moment, so that's why I'm just thinking tactically, can you adjust it the way you're building up? And the other thing, the point you made, the speed, and I know that's a throwaway comment for a lot of ex-players. When they're slightly out of shape, I think Enzo Fernandez made that angle he's made off the back of Eza, and it's not happened too many times, and the Champon didn't play it quick enough, and it was laboured, and as you're saying there, they're the opportunities. If they can retreat into the 5, and then the 2 central midfield players are really clever, good players, they're comfortable, done their job. So it's twofold. I think tactically not worked, and the speed of ball, which again is a little bit of a cliche, but I think that is a definite relevant criticism today.
Just looking at the bench, Sam. I mean, the obvious one for me is Esteban. That's the one I'm looking at, because a lack of creativity, a lack of opportunities up there. The problem we've also got, it's all well and good making a personnel change, but tactically the same problems exist. It's getting the ball to the feet. And somehow we've got to turn that in our favour, moving that a little bit quicker through the thirds. But the 5 they've got, and the 2, and then of course the 3 they have, they just drop, they suffocate. The players that we want on the ball, our 2 wide men and Palmer, we cannot. I've hardly said João Pedro's name.
You can have a break, Jace, but it's nice to look at a substitute's bench all of a sudden that is stacked, and players that have had a summer where they've been bang at it as well, in terms of Delap and obviously Esteval playing for someone else. But they're 2 obvious changes for me. If the goal doesn't come in the infancy of the second period, you get Delap on absolutely for his home debut, and you get Esteval on as well to try and influence things where it's just broken down on occasion. Ben Andrews rejoins me here. Jason goes for a little break. A team full of confidence, Ben. The opposition today, and have probably shaded that first half, we've probably agreed on, and I think twofold. I don't like it because I think it's such an easy line, but the ball speed has been slow on occasion when they've been slightly out of shape. Maybe Chalobah and a Champon just punch it. They're the opportunities, and I think, I love Gyokeres' role, kind of advanced left 10, whatever we call it, getting in the box. He's been such an important part over the last 12 months. I don't think it's working today. So congested in there. I think big 15 minutes, because I think if Enzo Maresca's team don't get the goal in the next 10-15 minutes the first half, something has to change tactically.
Well, indeed. And if Palace keep being as disciplined as they are, then those moments are few and far between. But as you say, it is that moment where they actually maybe do have an attack. It is that turnover time, isn't it? And it's got to be immediate. And those passes we would see, those vertical passes maybe from Tosin or from Caicedo up into Palmer, and he'd turn and get that's just not been on, and you might only get a handful of moments if they're going to continue to be that disciplined where that happened. Now, just to break away from that for a minute, just to clarify on the foul offence from Mark Gay, he became within 1 yard of the wall, and that is why that was disallowed. You are not allowed an attacking player within a yard of the defensive wall. He wasn't to begin with, but by the time he had pushed Caicedo, he had become inside 1 yard from the wall. I didn't explain that, nor did Jason during the first half, but that is the rule. That has been the rule for a while. It's to stop people mucking with the wall.
Categorically, you can't move the wall then?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So you can't be, in Mark Gay's case, an attacking player any closer than 1 yard away from the wall. And
yeah, I mean, I spent the majority of the aftermath talking about if that's eradicated from the game completely, it looks totally different to the sport I played, but I suppose it would remain from corner kicks. We saw one actually, a Champon got blocked for the first one. Gay, I think it was, and a Palace player got free. So they've worked it on a couple of occasions cleverly, but obviously they've broken the laws there. We'll take it. We would have been disgruntled maybe not having heard that. So yeah, but yeah, loads to improve on. Two obvious changes for me, Delap at one stage, and obviously I think if it stays 0-0 with 10-15 to go, Esteval is a no-brainer given the summer he's had and the confidence he seems to exude. Get him on, because it's been tough going for, I think, Gittins. We'll give him an hour, no problem. He's tried to go 1v1. I think he missed the opportunity to play Gyokeres on the overlap on one occasion, but he's been relatively bright. I think an hour for him, and then maybe get Pedro over this side, Pedro Neto that is, and Esteval, let him have a run off the right.
On his full Premier League debut last season, Sam, Achimpong was excellent, and it was at Selhurst Park, funnily enough. I think he's been arguably one of the standout players on the pitch for Chelsea in that half. I thought he gave the ball away once, and it ended up with the free kick that they sort of scored from. Aside from that 1 second, I think he's been brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, Eza and Sarr have obviously shown quite a few moments in that first half to be concerned about. Mateta, one opportunity, should have scored. Other than that, pretty well marshalled. And yeah, I've been saying for a long time, Achimpong, he's at one of the best academies in the world. He's around the first team squad, and what we've seen from him, Ben, when he's been given opportunities, looks the real deal to me.
Will he get more now? I mean, we've maybe got Fofana back. Levi obviously out long term. There's no Tosin today. Trev.
I think Tosin's been a really good signing, but I think, you know, why are we nurturing these young players if you're not going to put the trust in them? And you have to factor in now and take into account Trevor Chalobah's a very experienced Premier League defender now. He's not 21, despite what we probably think, because we've been watching him since he was 16. But he's a very, very confident, reliable centre-half. Playing alongside a kid, yeah. John Terry did it once upon a time. I'm not saying the Champion's going to reach those levels, but I would suggest there's not too much, or wasn't too much between them at the age John Terry and Champong is now. So put him in. Yeah, it's a little bit sink or swim, but he looks more than capable to me. And yeah, so tough for Levi Colwill, because he was immense 3 or 4 months back in the last season. Tosin will be a big player this season again. No doubt that Achimpong can do the job.
So Forest 3 up, it's 0-0 here. The third game today is Man U and Arsenal later on. We've already seen wins for Liverpool and City, who both scored 4. City a little more convincing. Before I let you go, Sam, I asked Jason this at the beginning, before the teams had come out. What represents a good season for Chelsea? Is it just closing the gap? It was 28 points 2 seasons ago to the champions. It was 15 points to the champions last season. Is third, but not a cup, a good season for Chelsea?
Oh, I'd love the cup, but yeah, I think so. I think, you know, look at maybe accruing another 10 points or something like that would get you closer to where they want to get to. And yeah, I mean, I've no doubt they'll go deep in the cup competitions again.
Well, Chelsea players have entered the field. Still waiting for Crystal Palace. No changes that I can see, Benjamin. And I think that's the right thing to do right now. Big 15 minutes coming up, actually, from Maresca here. What can we do differently? Because
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I bet you Gittins gets 15 minutes. That was Sam's suggestion. That seems spot on to me, and not in any way. In any way decrying what he has or hasn't done.
No, it's
but
been
Neto is the more established player.
Yeah,
so I feel like Willian Esteval for Gittins seems something, and Delap seems fairly obvious too. But if Palace stay disciplined, Jason, it doesn't matter who the forward players are. Same rules apply. Exactly.
So if you can't get Palmer on the ball, how are you going to get Pedro on the ball, right? So he's that player, and they suffocated him. It's been a frustrating afternoon for him. There have been moments in the wide areas. Gittins hasn't done anything wrong. Pedro Neto's done nothing wrong. But they would rather the ball go out wide than into Palmer. So it's
so therefore the wide players have to turn it on because they can't suffocate everywhere.
No,
so if up the middle, João Pedro and Cole Palmer aren't getting it, then the wide players have got to do it.
But also moving the ball quickly. I know it's a bit of a cliche in football, and Sam and I were talking about there. Move the ball quick, and it's one of those. Yeah, move it. But if you do, and when the ball goes dead, you do things quickly. Catch them on their heels if you can. You know, once they get in their shape, trying to score an open play when their shape is set is almost impossible because of how well they're coached, how disciplined they are, and they've got good players there, Ben. They just booted the ball out of play. I mean, this is PSG style. They've gone.
Yes, Adam Wharton has just launched it as the second half at Stamford Bridge kicks off. You're with Ben and Jason live on the official Chelsea app, and I'm seeing this increasingly. Game I was covering yesterday, Watford and QPR, same thing happened. Kick off, wallop it down there to the left back spot and make them have to take a throw in. It's there is always trends in football, aren't there? Everyone will be doing this now for a bit, and then there'll be something else. The ball is now in the right back spot for Reece James, in the sunshine on this near side now as we look. So we get Reece James and Pedro Neto nice and close, and Reece James goes long towards João Pedro. Pedro Neto alive to the loose ball there. Tyreek Mitchell now beneath us, the left back. So Palace in their sort of old Wolves gold coloured kit here, going to play from right to left.
Yellowy gold.
Yes, it's a muted yellow, and Chelsea in blue playing from left to right and attacking. Dean Henderson totally underemployed. To be fair, Robert Sanchez had very little to do. A free kick flashed past him. He came to punch one that he didn't get. That was a bit, well, it's a bit Robert Sanchez, let's be honest. We'll still get that, but let's not forget he was superb Club World Cup and in a lot of games that did matter. He made saves that mattered last season.
No, you're absolutely right, Ben. Shot stopping is an absolute plus point. There is at times where blood rushes to the head, and there's a moment. Chelsea trying to build from the back.
I'm so confident.
Honestly,
just
so
strolls
good,
past Mateta like he's me. Never mind, not on 6'4" brilliant centre forward.
He's a footballer, Ben, in the true sense of the word. Not like me. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd have passed that to the nearest player that could play. Palmer's had to come out to this our right-hand side to get him there. He's been forced back again, and you can see where we are in the gantry, Ben. The shape of a team it is a thing of beauty when tactically when you set your team up.
João Pedro trying to roll Maxence Lacroix. I think it's a foul by the defender who has pretended he's hurt. Because
Ben, it's a foul!
Yeah, he hasn't given it.
Darren England's got that wrong.
He's not had a good game all round, actually, for both sides, I'd say.
He's got that wrong.
João Pedro looked like he had rolled Lacroix, and he might well have been in down that left inside channel. It's up to Matete. Achampong has gone with him and gets another good tackle in. Throw to Palace, far side, a couple of minutes in at Stamford Bridge here on the opening Sunday. Forest 3 up at home to Brentford.
How's he not given that as a foul?
And it's 0-0 here. He knew exactly what he's doing, and then he faked the injury.
Ben, it's a poor decision on his part. Yeah. He's trying to win a ball, he can't win. And when a defender tries to win a ball, he can't win. Inevitably, you're going to make contact with the player, and he does that.
Goals in both pre-season games for João Pedro following that great Club World Cup. That debut in the quarter-final second half, I thought it was superb. 2 super goals in the semi, where he actually didn't do a lot else, but he did score 2 great goals. And, of course, that little dinky one in the final against Paris. I mean, he's had a wonderful start to Chelsea.
Brilliant from Caicedo.
Oh, Caicedo away from Hughes, pulled back, as blatantly yellow card as you'll ever see.
Ben, I think you should play on and book him later. Let the game play. Darren England's too quick to get his yellow card out. We're out on the right-hand side. Yes, it's a foul. Yes, it's a yellow card. But he's away from him. The pass has been played, Ben.
Awesome,
now we need to move.
Awesome from Caicedo. Wasn't that the way he took it and went? Now, Will Hughes in there, that disciplined role with Wharton. That might be something that Oliver Glasner has to look at, because he now can't make a mistake. Chalobah turns and looks for another Hollywood crossfield ball towards Neto. I don't think he's going to get it. It's going to run out of play down by the corner flag at the Matthew Harding end. And those fans in the sunshine applaud.
Yeah, and look, the pass, it's a nice idea. And we've already looked twice, Ben, in the opening 4 minutes of this second half. Balls over the top, one into Pedro Neto. He spun. Chalobah trying to get the ball over the top into Pedro Neto. Can we pin them in?
Maybe. Enzo Fernandez pokes it forward. Cole Palmer on the right edge of the box, tries to get to the byline, tries to dink it, slices it behind for a goal kick. 4 minutes played at the Matthew Harding end. Dean Henderson scoops down to collect the ball, and well, he has been quiet. They've kept him quiet, the new number 10. The found that goal-scoring touch again at the Club World Cup, didn't he, Cole Palmer?
Well done. He's done well there, Trev. Brings the ball down, going. He's right in front of the West Stand, and he's running towards the byline, and he's got to get the ball back to Sanchez. He does that ever so well. Ball again, another long pass, Ben. I wonder when the Delap may well be finding his way into this game. You know, that's 3 passes we played over the top. Gone long.
Well, how nice to have 2 different kinds of forward at the club. Early ball for Eze. It was a nice idea. I think he thought he'd be offside if he'd made the run. It runs through to Sanchez anyway.
I'm amazed he stopped, actually, Eze. But Reece was back there covering.
I don't know if Sarr played it, and it was almost like he instead of going long, decided to come short just at the moment the pass was played. So it looks like a bad pass. It might not actually have been a bad pass from Ismaila Sarr. It was Mateta and Sarr who got the 2 equalising goals against Liverpool in the Community Shield. Twice they were behind, twice they came back, and of course they won it via penalty shootout. Adam Wharton takes it on the chest over on the far side. He's followed by Palmer and Gyokeres, and Palmer has won it off him. Oh, it's a poor pass, that. And Cole hasn't gotten the ball very often. That wasn't actually a difficult ball for him. He wasn't under that much pressure. That's so unlike him. Ezel, that's a clever dummy touch. Tyreek Mitchell up behind him with the early ball in. It's a searcher, a bouncer, and Trevor Chalobah meets it sweetly on the bounce and clears it out of play.
Brilliant defending, and the ball's given away by Palmer. Comes out. You're absolutely right, Ben. Eze's there, just lovely awareness. Tyreek Mitchell is on that left-hand side. He lets the ball run underneath his feet, gets on there. Pedro Neto closes him down. He whips the ball in first time, and the ball eventually comes across. And that's not an easy. Sorry, Tyreek Mitchell. I said Tyreek George. Tyreek Mitchell. It's not an easy skill, that, from a centre half. You're running towards your own goal. Bit of space for Gittins.
And especially on the bounce like that. Gittins and Munoz. Oh, he's given that as a foul, and I'm not sure about that.
Referee, honestly, he has. This for me. No, not foul.
No way.
He's getting it wrong, Ben. He's
having
a nightmare
with Gittins and Munoz, and Gittins is just getting the better of him. Munoz allows the tangle to make him sort of go off balance, and it's a softy of a free kick. But Enzo Fernandez here, or João Pedro wanted the ball in behind, but still danger. Cole Palmer just left of centre. Now Gittins pushed wide, he'll get there. Byline over there, far side, the left wing for Chelsea at the Matthew Harding end, and it's up that touchline to Marc Gyokeres, back to Gittins, now back to Chalobah. All the outfield players are in the Palace half. It's blue versus old gold. Now Pedro Neto on this near side underneath us. We can see the number 7 on his back. Cute little pass in between 2 defenders to Reece James. He squares it. Achimpong, he's closed down. It's so congested through that central court.
Yes, it is, Ben. You're absolutely right. The width of the pitch is crucial, but
so get it wide early and then get it in early.
Yeah,
and to that mind, I want Liam Delap on the pitch, which means João Pedro's going to score.
Esteval and Delap, it feels like the stage will be theirs.
Achimpong.
There's no width, Ben. There's no width. Pedro Neto's got to come out, keep out. He's coming inside, helps them defend easier.
There's enough players inside. Goodness me, there's more than enough players inside. Gittins right now is wide right. He might get it from Palmer. He does get it from Palmer.
Palmer's passing has been terrible, Ben, second half.
He's just kept that in Gittins, and Palmer's a lucky boy that he did. Yeah, he'll get it back now, Cole Palmer. Maybe he'll get this one right. Oh, a little shimmy past Sarr, that's excellent. Can he get this cross right? Pushed out by Dean Henderson. A rare use of gloves from the former England keeper, maybe even current England keeper.
Palmer's passing, Ben, and maybe there's an element of the fact that he's not been involved in this game enough.
And it is Willian Esteval for Jamie Gittins.
Ben,
one new wide attacker for another, Jason.
Ben, that was, I think if you polled every single Chelsea fan in here, I reckon 95% of them said that would probably be one of the first subs. Pedro Neto should go onto that left-hand side. I think you will see Esteval come out to the right. And here's his Premier League debut. Well, Torrey Mitchell will have a very different proposition. As well, Muniz on that left-hand side for us.
Esteval Willian, and he looks, he actually reminds me of a young Willian, funnily enough. I think there's quite a lot of similarity in the face and the hair. And he is on, having already, of course, weirdly this summer, even though this technically is his Chelsea debut, technically, having already scored for Chelsea in pre-season and against Chelsea in post-season, if we can call it that. That was a hell of a hit from a tight angle. Oh, and now Moises Caicedo rolling about.
Right,
Mateta's been booked, Jason.
Mateta, the ball's over here. Now, the VAR will look at this. I have to say, my eyes were distracted away from the ball. And Caicedo, the only way VAR, as far as I'm aware, can get involved if they believe this is a red card.
Yes, if it's a direct red, which they won't. He's sort of trodden on his foot, as in that's not a direct, just seeing it.
Do you know what, though, Ben? It's the second yellow.
Yes, oh, absolutely. If he sees it, that should be a yellow card offence, and it could be off.
Darren England is having a nightmare. He is having one.
But that's the silly thing about VAR.
No, they can't get involved.
I know, they absolutely can't, but I don't see why they can't.
And it's not a red. It's not a red,
No,
Ben.
it's not. It's absolutely not a red, and I think it absolutely is a yellow card offence.
100%.
So why can't they say...
100%.
I'm aware that the rules say they can't, but what I mean is the rules shouldn't be that.
I just wonder, Ben, whether Glasner now might be thinking about taking Mateta off.
Well, and maybe Will Hughes, because he's starting to get run around a little. They have got Odsonne Edouard back, who can be a powerful presence as centre forward. He was away on loan last term, so that he could do that straight swap, couldn't he? We'll see. They've also got someone like Jefferson Lerma, who could be Will Hughes, who's exactly that sort of player, runs around defensive midfield, gets booked a lot. In fact, no one used to get booked more than Jefferson Lerma when he was a Bournemouth player. And then he scored that absolute worldie against Chelsea in that game that Conor Gallagher won it late on, when he always scored against Palace.
Brilliant.
Anyway, right underneath us, Reece James, we're back underway. 56 on the clock at the bridge, and Willian Esteval having a run, and he's got the better of Mark Gay. Right side, byline, clips it across, just too high for Pedro Neto, couldn't keep the header down.
Well, first introduction, he skins it, and the referee has given a free kick this time.
Reece James caught 21 yards out. And Cole Palmer all over this. It's Ben, right of centre.
It favours the left footer. Reece has gone down. Esteval taking on his fullback or his wingback. In the end, he gets slightly good fortune, but once he gets the byline, just a little chip towards that far post. Pedro Neto can't get enough on it to head it back where he wants. But his impact is instant.
If Pedro Neto wasn't 5'0", he might have been nodding that in. Now this is going to be a great chance for Palmer. One thing I was just going to say there, I was thinking, how often do you see people really dribbling at people nowadays? It's not that often. And the thing is, with Willian Esteval Willian, excuse me, is how he prefers it. Even though you can get... That's another reason to do it. It's not just because you might beat them by being brilliant. You quite often get a little bobble and through the legs and it works out well.
We saw Ekitike yesterday for Liverpool. Well, it's gone through. But
absolutely, and it bungles through.
But fortune favours the brave.
And it's so rare to see people dribbling. I saw Tiani Reinders do it. What a very impressive performance that was. Oh my God. Kevin who? Of Man City. Anyway, back to Chelsea. This is well right of centre. This is where you would say Cole Palmer and Marcos Alonso would love a free kick from. I always think of Marcos Alonso. They're down beneath us. We can see Cole Palmer with the 10 on his back, or maybe even further back, folks. I don't know. Tony DeRigo, maybe. Dean Henderson in bright green in the Matthew Harding goal. Now, Chelsea players do not get within 1 yard of the wall.
Yes, and metre of the wall, yes.
And... well, Reece James is there. It could be his blind side, because actually that corner looks a little nicer, but surely it's Palmer. It is Palmer, and the wall does its job. It has walloped Colin Richards, who is straight down, and the referee will blow, and the Chelsea fans will boo. To be fair, he did go straight down. I don't know how much he's going to be wasting time 58 minutes in. I don't know. It's not as if Palace are here absolutely thrilled for a point. It's a pretty even game.
Let me ask you this, Ben. How many times do you see a player go down holding his head from a free kick before this law came in?
Yeah, no.
Never, right?
No, it's awful.
And he's had treatment, so he's going to have to go off.
And then he has to wait 30 seconds at the byline before he can come on again.
Do me a favour, honestly.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's something I like. Hang on, who's the crowd just picked out there?
Eden.
Oh, Eden Hazard's in the house.
Yes, he is. Little maestro. The best player I've ever seen. I know people tell me about Jimmy Greaves, and my dad would tell me about Peter Osgood and Charlie Cook and all those that level. But for me, the best I've seen ever, best player, Eden Hazard.
That's pretty big words. Yeah. Do you mean in the Chelsea shirt in the flesh? Is that what you're talking about?
100%.
Because obviously I didn't watch Osgood and Cook play either. I mean, Zola had it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, look, I played against Zola, and I saw enough of Zola, but for me, Eden tips it. I know a lot of people think Zola, and I understand that, the best player I've ever seen is Eden.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. There can never be a right answer. Everyone's answer is the right answer because it's subjective. I would have to say...
Come on, what's going on here, Ben? Honestly, seriously.
Well, he's up and he's going to come off.
I know. Come on, help me out.
I would say, stood up here commentating with you, did I feel the magic with anyone like I did watching him? I think not, is the answer. And there were games like this, actually.
Yeah.
There were games like this where the old cliche goes, I need someone to do something special.
Well,
and he often did.
Maybe we are looking at the next version of...
with the window still open, he can be signed and brought on. We've got half an hour to go and he can just produce a little bit of something. I didn't see close enough on that, whether he put on a bit of Tim, because he did like to in the off-season, but he didn't love training. But my
Ben,
God,
I remember he come waddling on against Huddersfield away. But he was magnificent that season. We won, I think, 2-0. I think he may well have had an influence on the goal. Jorginho scored a penalty.
It's amazing you pick out that one, but that was one of many. You're right. Achipong. We are back underway. Oh, a little heavy on the pass. Pedro Neto keeps it on. Now, Colin Richards is off the field, which means they can't be as organised right now. He wants to go back on, and they're not letting him. In comes the cross, and it's headed behind for a corner.
Yeah.
And only now, do you see the officials there? The fourth official say there is a new rule. You have to be stood with him for 30 seconds there. I think they think it might discourage a little bit.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But you know what? Once there's a couple of goals that happen where a defender hasn't been allowed on the field, managers will start to say, oi,
careful. Go down. Anyway,
Pedro
Neto,
corner. Near side, right wing, Chelsea corner, 61 on the clock. Left-footed in it comes, and it's headed over by, I think, João Pedro in the middle there. He was underneath it. He didn't have to get up all that high. I think that's a better chance than it might have looked.
He's right under the crossbar, isn't he? And he's
slightly
got a thick head,
moving away from goal, so quite hard to divert it goalwards.
Got a thick head on it.
Thick head, as they say, when you need a more glancing blow. Ball into midfield. Gyokeres closing down.
It's not a foul. It's not a foul.
It's absolutely not a foul, but he'll probably give it. Tyreek Mitchell into Wharton. Good first time ball to Mateta.
Brilliant. He's played well, Mateta, you know.
Yeah, well, the players we know are good have, haven't they? Eze, Wharton, Mateta. Estevão Willian with a good run, and he plays it into João Pedro. Well, a couple of Brazilian World Cup hopefuls there, Jason.
Yeah.
There's something to be said. This is a World Cup year. There's right across the board. This is a big deal, right? Might be a factor for Mark Gay. Might be a factor for Estevão Willian and João Pedro and many others. Richarlison, when we're talking about Brazil. You know, we got a few of them here.
Handball!
It looked like handball by Eze, right in front of Enzo Maresca.
Here's what we've got to move it quickly. Maresca's got the ball down.
And
take it quick. No.
Well, Estevão Willian's having a chat with Reece James before he does take the free kick right under the nose of the Chelsea coach in the sunshine.
It's slightly harder to try and move the ball quickly from there because the ball went out of play, but you take my point.
Halfway line, Trevor Chalobah.
Is Estevão going to be the difference maker, Ben? He's had a big impact on this game so far.
Let's hope so. Wouldn't that be nice? He's got the ball now, right underneath us. 41 on his back. It's not a great number, that. Couldn't he have had something better? Do you know what I mean? 41. Mind you, Noor was 26.
Yeah.
And he did okay.
We know what happened there, yeah.
Ball down the left channel for João Pedro. Second ball becomes important, and Marc Gyokeres won that. He's chased by Wharton and then by Munoz. Half an hour to play here at the bridge, there or thereabouts. Goalless on the opening day. Goalless draws were not Chelsea's thing for a very long time, and then just tightened up towards the back end of last season. There were more of them. You saw more nils, both for and against, actually, for the Blues. On this opening Sunday of the new Premier League campaign, live here on the official Chelsea app, on a beautifully warm day at Stamford Bridge. It'll be warmed further by a home goal. Enzo Fernandez, 30 yards out, plays it out nicely. Pedro Neto now on the left wing. He's chipped it across towards João Pedro and Willian. Esteban Cole Palmer hits it into Will Hughes. Cannon's out for a throw. That's something we should say, folks, is that Esteban Willian is on the right side and Pedro Neto has gone left since Gittins came off.
And that ball towards that far post was so clustered. I just wonder whether Maresca might be thinking now about bringing on Delap. That was a sort of ball towards that far stick.
Yeah, hang it up there. Big number 9 makes a nuisance of himself.
Yes,
all of
absolutely. And Palace now, they're here for the point. Yeah, they'll try and, if it opens up, then they'll take advantage of it as a counter. But right here, right now, they're looking for the point. Look at where they're set up, Ben. Look how deep they are. Look how compact they are.
Reece James, left-footed, clips it towards Gyokeres. That'll drift out. That's a goal kick. There are no gaps in there. You're just saying they might go for the win. It's been a while. I can remember one here, though. Joel Ward scored. Do you remember the Jose Wheels off season?
There were lots of those wheels off going
sorry,
on. Bournemouth,
second.
I didn't remember Bournemouth.
Yeah, no, the second one.
The second one.
Where it ended up with Gus Hiddink taking over from Jose. Palace one here under Alan Pardew.
Brilliant from Gyokeres.
Gyokeres won it.
Brilliant.
From Ismail Assar in midfield. It's given back a little too cheaply, but careful, Gyokeres went in, sliding in. Tyrick Mitchell rode the challenge.
Nunez on that left hand.
Oh, that's a good ball.
This is the moment for them.
Ismail Assar 20 yards out. He's made a right old mess of it.
Action point, brilliant. Now move. No.
Now they're out of position, and the fans know it. You can hear it around Stamford Bridge. Take advantage. Pedro Neto has it on the far side. The left wing is coming in field, though, where the traffic is retreating. Faster. Good ball. Cole Palmer gets it across. Esteban Willian on the penalty spot. Shoots high and into the crowd. Way too high. Oh, that was exciting. That was a moment. A moment we would have remembered for a long time. Hopefully he'll get another chance. He's added something though, Jay, one way and another.
Yes, he has. I think he's going to be so disappointed, Ben. He does everything right, bringing the ball down. The ball is then, once the ball is cleared, he comes across from this right-hand side and he brings it down on his chest as he's running. It's a difficult skill to bring that ball under your spell. But once he does that, it's on his favourite left foot. It's still not sat quite perfectly.
Palace have a free kick just inside the Chelsea half. Yeah, Joel Ward scored. Pardew 2-1 going into the September international break. It was early that second Jose season of his second spell, and that I think was the last time they won here. A very long time ago, a decade ago now. This is too far out for Eze to have a shot. It's a good 45 yards, kind of on the diagonal. His right-footed outswinger. There's a line of players a couple of yards outside the D in Palace gold and Chelsea blue. Down there to our left at the shed. Now
Ben, fast stick.
Wharton's clipping it. Here they come, and it was there for Sarr, and he didn't slide, and it goes out of play. And if Jason can spot that before a ball has been touched, why can't the Chelsea defenders?
Yeah, fell asleep a little bit. Nothing wrong with the delivery. I think Sarr's on his bike. I'm not sure he expected it, Ben.
Well, he's had enough time to watch it. I thought he could have slid across in there.
I think if he starts the second earlier, stays onside, causes a problem.
He's on his heels. Enzo Fernandez, one of many top Chelsea performers in the last few months who have been largely anonymous today. Tyrick Mitchell underneath us with the number 3 on his back has it. He plays it up to Mateta, who again, good hold-up play from him.
His hold-up play is excellent.
It has been superb. And he's trying to win a throw in there. He hasn't been able to hold on to it that time as Reece James gets it back to Josh Achimpong. Well, if he's auditioning for a regular spot at centre-half, he's done himself no harm today.
Brilliant from Gyokeres. Comes inside, makes that extra midfield man and drops deep, and then we build an attack, move it quickly.
And that gives a bit more of a problem, and Cole Palmer can get on the ball.
I just wonder, Ben, are we looking at Palace slightly tiring here?
Yeah, maybe.
Do you know that shape they got into really rapidly? It's not quite as crisp as it was. They're in it now because we've had to pass backwards, but Gyokeres looks full of energy. Space for Estevell on this right-hand side. Torrek Mitchell is marshalling him. Enzo is he's an 8, isn't he? I know he's got that on his back, but in that supporting role for Cole Palmer. Oh my word!
Cheap giveaway. Eza has it. He's gone for the lob, and Moises Caicedo gets a blocking before it got anywhere near the Chelsea box. We never know where that was going. Meanwhile, Munoz, far side, right wing cross is really awkward. Off Reece James and behind for a shed-in corner in front of the Palace fans. And a big sigh of relief.
Well, listen, we bigged up Achimpong, and rightly so. That pass there was nearly fatal. Just a momentary lack of concentration, Ben.
And it is Jefferson Lerma for Will Hughes in midfield, so suggested that might be it earlier, because perhaps that tiring closing down, and he's on that card. He's a ready-made replacement. He's the same player, basically.
Yeah, agree with that.
Eza is clapping his fans down there, and the fans are clapping him. Maybe for the last time.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, I have to say, it seems like a perfect move with Maddison out to go and be Tottenham's number 10. You don't want to see good players going to Spurs. It sounds like there might be one, sadly, and Kudus is one, and he's already gone. Anyway, Eza's going to take the corner. He's got two hands in the air and bright orange boots, and there's a cluster on the penalty spot at the shed end. Not a good corner. Chalobah got a head on it.
I thought that's a corner.
Well,
I thought it's a corner, Ben.
Goal kick given. No?
Sanchez has gone long. He's gone early, Ben.
Pedro Neto's going to try and get on that bouncing ball. Tyreek Mitchell heads it towards the far touchline and then concedes the throw. Pedro Neto, get on with it. Marc Cucurella
20 to go, Ben.
Just throw it to him now. No, they're not going to do it. He's going to wait for Cucurella to come and take the throw. Up there in the shade, level with the edge of the 18-yard line. He throws it back to Cole Palmer. Back to goal. He comes infield, Cole Palmer, then gets turned. He's still got time to make his mark on this game.
Yes, he does.
20 minutes.
Estevell out on this right-hand side hasn't seen the ball for the last 4 or 5 minutes. Palace have absolutely gone about their work the way that Glasner set them up and the way he wanted it to go. A bit of space, however. The touch from Enzo Fernandez forces him back. Just thinking now, I just wonder whether Delap might well be the one to come on, Ben.
Well, the fourth official is just getting a board ready down there, but we'll see shortly. Ball on the halfway line here. Chalobah to Achimpong, who gets his head up. He's under no pressure from Mateta.
No runs in behind as well. Everything's to feet. Everything's close. We need a run in behind potentially. I mean, that run there from João Pedro's not the worst run. He's taken Richards all the way back.
Forward by Reece James. Marc Cucurella making the burst just too close to Dean Henderson, the former Forest player. I tell you, it's still 3-0. It was 3-0 Forest right on the edge of half-time, and it still is in the other 2 o'clock game today. Reece James just backtracking with Eze breathing down his neck, and it's back to Robert Sanchez here, hence the noise from the Palace fans, but nothing untoward there. And Chalobah just a little bit pending. Oh, well done. But see you later, Ismail Assar. Chalobah, then brilliant. With a good weight of pass. That's brilliant from Trev. Pedro Neto here, followed by 2. Munoz. Oh, and they fouled him. Lacroix and Munoz brilliant between them, double-teamed him. Free kick in between the corner flag and the penalty box, Jason.
Brilliant play from Trevor Chandler at the back. He was going nowhere. In the end, he goes on. Has he gone past? Is it Sarri? He's gone past. Goes past him. Plays a beautiful ball. Overplays the ball. But when you've got someone in Neto, you can overplay the pass, and there is that substitution that I felt was coming.
Liam Delap, Chelsea's new number 9.
Come on.
And I mean technically.
Now run. Get yourself off.
Now João Pedro has just realised it's him, and he breaks into a jog. 2 new forwards getting a spell each. The Chelsea fans will love a bit of Delap. There's a little bit, and I'm not saying he'll definitely have the same impact, but just stylistically, he reminds me a bit of Diego Costa.
Yeah.
He's a bit old school, and I bet damn annoying and niggly to play against, and there's a lot to like.
There's a lot to like,
You know what I mean about Costa?
Yeah, of course I do. He ruffles centre-half feathers. You know, he leaves that shoulder in when he doesn't need to. You know, just leaves something on them, lets them know they're in a game. He's currently standing in an offside position.
Make yourself a hero late in the day. I mean, go on. 20 minutes to play at the Bridge. Matthew Hardingham free kick. Reece James is there. Just whip it. It's an awkward angle. Get the delivery right. He did whip it. I think Mateta got his head on it. Now look out, there could be a break here.
He wins the ball.
Achapong got the ball superbly. Munoz was trying to break away. Sorry, Esteban Willian did. Hang on. No, he's booked him.
Has he won the ball there?
He's booked Esteban Willian. I mean, he might have won the ball and the referee still deeming it was a reckless challenge. I thought he got the ball. Let's have a look at the replays here.
No, he doesn't.
Actually, no, well spotted, ref.
No,
he's right. No. Darren England, we're wrong.
No, it's a foul. It's a booking.
And it is a booking,
It's
actually.
a foul.
Yep.
Do you know what, though, Ben? That's a bit easy, wasn't it? Wasn't that just a little bit too
Maybe
easy?
there's a lot of concentration on Chelsea attacking, yeah.
You know, we've gone from taking a set piece to conceding a free kick, and understandably so, he's taking his time, he's putting his socks up, he's just taking as much time as he possibly can. He's now on his feet. I don't blame him. I haven't really seen Nunez as an attacking force down that right as much as I thought. I hesitate to say, because there's still 15 minutes of this game plus what the ref decides to add on, but he's not really had an impact in the game that I thought he might as a wing-back.
Colombian, a very dangerous player. I'm absolutely with Jason on that. As good a wing-back, probably, or amongst the cluster of best wing-backs in the league. He's in that conversation for sure. Here is Esteban Willian into Reece James, right in front of the two coaches, right underneath us. Little bit of fight ball out for a throw
15
to Chelsea.
To go.
75, yeah, on the clock. Here we go. I don't know at what point it officially becomes a late winner. Do you think it has to start with an 8?
I think it has to start.
76 a late winner?
No, it's not.
Is 81?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not quite looking for a late winner, but we're looking for a late-ish one. And Delap has won a throw on there. Has scored against Milan, scored against Tunis, didn't he? And a gorgeous cross for, who was it? Enzo Fernandez against LAFC with that little delicate ball he put in there, Liam Delap. He's got the delicate touch as well as the bruiser in him. And speaking of bruiser, do you know nobody was booked more than Liam Delap in the whole Premier League last season? Do you know that? The joint most yellow-carded player.
Look at that pass there. Oh my God! All of a sudden, Pedro Neto. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah.
The pass there from Eze. I think it was Eze. Is trying to pick up
given it to
Munoz.
Pedro Neto. And now he's running out the aforementioned Munoz. Marc Cucurella left of centre, closed down by Wharton. Wharton's won it, and he's held off Pedro Neto. And thankfully he didn't have an out ball, but he is running, and he might have an out ball in a minute. Mateta, Caicedo's going to have to win it, and he doesn't, but then he blocks the pass that goes through.
Yeah,
honestly, he is awesome.
Yes, we're not quite making the most of it, Ben, and there is a bit of fatigue about us now. I looked at Pedro Neto there, Ben, and just, you know, look,
well,
it's the first game.
I haven't gone on the possibly boring conversation about fitness yet. But what does that extended jaunt into June and July do? We don't really know, do we?
Impossible. You would have thought that there's going to be an expence to pay
but,
somewhere.
But is that down the line? As Mateta has a pot shot from Graham Sharp territory, though, to be old enough to remember. 30-yard volley straight at Sanchez.
By the way, Mateta has been excellent. He has been an absolute handful.
He just is excellent.
Achapong has dealt with him very well, but his hold-up play, it's one of those balls, when the ball comes into someone's feet and you pin the centre half, you can't see it, it sticks with Mateta, and they build up. He's been very good, as is Achapong, by the way. I think he's
Caicedo in the centre circle. Yeah, I can't decide whether I don't know what the sports scientists will say, but if you come back 3 weeks in, you're still close enough to when you were playing that you're fit, or it's not been long enough so you're not fit.
Yeah,
I don't really know what that means. Maybe you see it at Christmas, maybe you see it by the spring, maybe you don't see it at all.
Lovely ball into Cucurella.
Cole Palmer, edge of the D, tries to poke it through for Esteban Willian, and he nearly did. Enzo Fernandez does get it to the Brazilian sub, who clips in the cross. It's a tantalising one. Colin Richards is up. Sarr hammers it away. I feel still, even now, that all three results are possible here. As Mateta, what a bit of hold-up play on Achapong. Munoz has got it, far side. Trev's gone with him, gets the block in. Palace thrown in the...
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Ben,
I wouldn't be amazed if either side won it or it finished 0-0.
It's at that crucial stage now where Crystal Palace will take the point. But there's also moments, as we just saw there, that there will be the odd chance where they can break out. How committed are they? How much? I mean, I'm looking now.
Malo Gusto is coming on, folks, and so is Andre Santos, who came in tough circumstances out in the States. Andre Santos, didn't he?
Off you come.
Enzo Fernandez is not in much of a hurry. Come on, off you get. Got a game to win here. He came in remember, Reece James got knocked out the team sheet in the warm-up, Reece James, and Andre Santos. We suddenly thought, hang on a minute, he's playing. It's against Benfica, Palmeiras, if I recall. But he is on, and Malo Gusto for Reece James.
Well, that is a straight swap for Gusto to come on for Reece. Slightly surprised at that one, Benjamin.
And in central midfield.
Might be a fitness issue. It might be a fitness scenario, I should say.
Just an extra bit of gallop up the right. And they're still out. Willian can go in field maybe. But anyway, first job, defending. Now, everyone, look how tightly on that near post. Look where Robert Sanchez is. And then amongst that cluster. What are you doing over there?
Don't get involved.
If there's a flick on here, he's in trouble. It's all right, he's moved back now. The flick on was actually by Delap. Well done him. Eze hooks it back in, and that'll be an easy catch. Now, bowl it out for Palmer. Oh, that is so far as 40 yards ahead of Cole Palmer and straight the way through to Dean Henderson. I mean, at least he saw it and tried it. It just didn't execute it at all. Munoz far side, right side for Palace. We're 20 seconds away from the clock having an 8 at the beginning of it, and it is still Chelsea 0, Palace 0. You're listening to Ben and Jason live on the official Chelsea app. On the opening Sunday, Forest are going to get an opening 3 points. Liverpool and City already have. We've had a 0-0 already between Newcastle and Villa, two of our
brilliant for match
rivals last term.
Brilliant matchup on. The ball's bounced up. Henderson's gone long into Mateta, and the ball's bounced. And Mateta's trying to use that huge frame where he leans in and just uses that physical presence. Achampong was equal to it. We end up winning the free kick. Yeah, the clock's against us, Ben. There's an 8. What are we talking? 15 minutes max here, max. What have we got? We've not really done enough to cause Henderson any problems. There's not been any gilt-edged opportunities to really speak of. Esteval maybe, that chance that he had when he brought it down coming off that right-hand side.
If you were a fan of neither, there won't be many of them in this ground, but if you were a fan of neither, would you say a point each is about right, to use the old cliche?
Yeah,
I think you probably would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I don't think you can...
Trying to think of it with a neutral hat on, but there's still time to win it, and there's a Chelsea throw on the left side. Gyokeres goes backwards to Chalobah on that left. Infield, Caicedo back in the middle of the Palace half. One of the many former Brighton players on show here. In fact, they are everywhere. João Pedro's gone off Caicedo, Gyokeres, and now Robert Sanchez on the ball. It's ex-Brighton everywhere you look. Speaking of which, Graham Potter,
just
what
look
a
at
weekend.
Palmer's playing a little bit higher up, Ben. He's looking.
Is he playing up next to Delap?
He pretty much is, and it looks like
Gyokeres is in there with Santos.
Yeah, Santos is the two that are supporting actors.
Yes, and I just wondered, Moises Caicedo, no, he's jogging back in. I thought he might have been doing that right back to central midfield, sort of double act there, but he has now gone back central. There's a long wasted pass out to the far side that brings Palace a throw and a bit more frustration. Ismail Assar, good left-footed ball to Eza, right in the middle of the Chelsea half left of centre. He's gone for glory. It's beaten up in the air by Robert Sanchez. It lands on the roof of the shed and net to Palace corner. He had a pass onto his left.
He did.
I think with his talent, it's probably fair enough to take it on.
Yeah, but I wonder whether the pass in here, Ben.
Anyone else? It's like if Cole Palmer goes for the shot, I think, okay, you're Cole Palmer and you score 3 or 4 of them this season.
It's a lovely shot, actually. The problem he's got it straight down the barrel. Sanchez doesn't have to move, he palms it over. Well, does this represent an attacking chance for us?
Well, absolutely
if this ball comes into Sanchez's palms, his last 2 clearances have been pretty disappointing, to be honest.
Eza in front of the Palace fans in the sunshine. Down there to our left, the left wing at the shed end in the yellow. Near post corner, not a good delivery. Smashed out, hooked over his shoulder by the new Willian. Palace throw on the far side, but well away from the Chelsea goal. And there is going to be a Palace change here. We're going to see Justin Devenny as the cameras focus on a smiling Steve Parish, who's always sat next to Mark Bright. Justin Devenny is going to take the place of Eze, who we may see here again this season in the white of Tottenham.
Yeah, and he gets a standing ovation away to our left-hand side in them.
Was he waving at them?
Well,
was he waving? No, he wasn't.
He's not in a rush. I know that much to leave the field. Darren England, who for me has had a terrible game. Just wonder how much he's going to add on.
And a low 10 between Devaney and Eze. And Eze has a little cuddle with his coach, Oliver Glasner. He's a good coach before he came here. He won the Europa League with Eintracht Frankfurt, and I know a lot of English fans won't necessarily rate that. As Mateta and Sanchez go in again, and entirely convincing, was it, from Sanchez?
I don't understand why he's not caught that.
Well, yeah, Shelton, you've got arms. Right, out by Caicedo. There still might be a chance on the count here. Delap making a physical nuisance of himself, as he can do.
Yeah, it's an
Chelsea ball,
now.
Pedro Neto has it.
Yeah, a bit more of an urgency on that left-hand side. Gyokeres, the ball back into Trev, who's played it out to Gusto. Can you get Esteval on the ball? Hardly said his name in the last 10 minutes, Ben. Yeah, they're forcing back. Tactically, Glasner has shown what a good manager he is.
Another big Brazilian forward on show today, but a long way from here. Thiago, who never got a go for Brentford, but scores a lot of goals, was injured all last year, replacing Ivan Toney, has scored at Forest, so that's 3-1 to Forest in a match that would seemingly be 10 minutes from the end, depending on how much added time they have there. So it's probably going to be a Forest win. Are we going to get a Chelsea winner here? Esteban Willian with 2 for company on this near side. Fancy footwork, tries to go between them. Tyreek Mitchell.
It's a tough game for this team to come into, this one.
Foul on Lerma. I'm not sure it was.
Soft. It's a tough game, Ben, because of the way they're set up, and he wants to take players on. He's double teamed every time, and it's tough. It's hard for him to, one, get a bit of space, and two, take the wing back on. Mark Guehi in no rush to take the free kick. It wouldn't surprise me, Ben, if we see 6 or 7 minutes, the amount of time that Palace have taken to take set pieces here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like they've been chronic time wasters. We've seen worse. Bit of head tennis in the middle there. Devaney couldn't make it count. Ball actually bounces on the ground, and now Maxence Lacroix and Tyreek Mitchell. Malo Gusto volleys it sort of backwards and sideways, and it sort of worked. I'm not sure that was the intention. Is that a foul? It is. Jefferson Lerma bumps Andre Santos. Cole Palmer wants to and tries to, and he just hit it into the legs of Jefferson Lerma. Anyway, they take it short eventually now.
Bit of frustration there creeping in from Cole Palmer. He's not been out getting the game, Ben.
86 exactly on the Stamford Bridge clock on the huge screen in front of me and him here at the top of the East Stand. We're watching Chelsea play from left to right, and we are well into late winner territory now, and it would feel huge. Nothing like nicking it late. Nothing as painful as losing it late. Zipped in by Caicedo. Cucurella onto Delap. Left channel. He's given himself a bit too much to do, has he? He has. Got to the byline and kept it in. Couldn't quite wrap the boot around it to keep the cross in. And Dean Henderson will have a goal kick at the Matthew Harding end. West Ham away Friday night next.
Yes, they had a chastening afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for Chelsea.
Well, Ben, from what I saw, they were pathetic.
I mean, pants down at Sunderland, who were a distance off automatic promotion. But I tell you what, if there's a bad time to play a promoted club, it's away to them right at the beginning of the season. If you Pedro Neto down that channel. Delap will chase. Speaking of promoted clubs, Ipswich didn't get their first win for a long time. Hasn't he done well?
Brilliant,
and then Cole Palmer just dispossessed. It's a corner.
You mentioned Costa. That was Costa-esque. Gets his body between ball and man. Make sure there's nothing that you can clear cleanly. And in the end, Chelsea do win the corner, all from Delap's industry.
That's essentially a nothing that's been turned into a something, where he's a second favourite there, but his scrap eventually means Cole Palmer wins a corner, and this can make all the difference. Left-footed corner from Neto in towards Achampong, and Mateta again with a head on it. Caicedo with a head on it, and then cleared up to halfway. Malo Gusto always last man back, or nearly always. Sanchez first time has got right underneath that. Now that could turn into something here. Colin Richards was looking like he didn't fancy the bounce. No, it's not a foul. They want one. Adam Wharton taking a chance, and he's messed it up. Cole Palmer. Yes, here comes Gusto. 30 yards out, he's gone for... Oh my goodness gracious me. Well, he's gone for a Chalobah. And, well, I think it's gone down the stairs to where the beers are served in the Matthew Harding upper.
What a waste, Ben. I mean,
not there. Give it to your wingman.
We've been talking all afternoon about when they're out of shape. And you get in a position from Gusto, striding into their final third when they're out of shape. I mean, he's never scored for Chelsea, right? That's not going to be his first goal. He's not going to do that.
Well, I mean, you know, Tony Rudiger had about 47 goes at it before he did it. Tomori did it once at Wolves. Trev did it here against Palace. But anyway, the ball's at the other end. We're about to enter the final minute of normal time. 89 coming soon. Yeah, you just play the percentages late in games. You don't, as a right-back, without a senior club goal, by the way, not just for Chelsea, anywhere.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so he never scored a professional goal?
Never scored for Lyon either. You pass to your wide man. And Willian Esteval was there. And people were arriving in the box. You don't shoot from 40 yards. Here he is on the ball again, halfway. Andre Santos takes it, turns. They're still plugging all those gaps. They've been very disciplined. You'd be hard-pressed to say they don't deserve a point here, Palace. They certainly don't deserve all three. But
look at the closing down, the shape of the body when they close down. They force you sideways and backwards bent. This is good from Palace. Well coached, well structured. Hold on!
Delap hit it. He does! Low on the half volley. Good 18 yards on the diagonal. Not an easy finish. He didn't quite meet it. It was on target, but it's a very... Oh, Dean Henderson's just bowled it straight out to Marc Cucurella. Neto, back to Cucurella. The big perm on the far side, and Cucurella's giving it away to Lerma. It's a hot day out there. I wonder if they're all knackered. Munoz up the line to Ismail Assar. Chalobah is tight with him, and the ball is given away. Chalobah fizzes it in. That's a great take. Palmer, left channel, cuts it back. Still the threat remains. Now it's put out of play. Chelsea throw. What did he say? 6, I think. Sounded like what Lee Parker said down there on the mic. I think that's 6 added minutes.
Oh, it's going to be a late show. We're getting in near. Bodies in the box. Neto threatens. Goes on the outside.
3v3 in there, yeah. Just get it in there. Liam Delap's ready to make a nuisance of himself. Acheampong back in the middle of the Palace half. Everyone is in the Palace half. All the outfield players. Robert Sanchez is 50 yards from his goal to our left here. Esteval Willian down the right-hand side, taking on Mitchell. Brilliant. Winning a corner at the Matthew Harding
Takes
end.
Players on. He's got plenty of company as well. Tyrick Mitchell comes across. Takes him on, not afraid. He's not going to whip the ball in, left foot.
Having earned it. Yeah, he's going to take it. Go on. Near post. What did that hit? Well, it's another corner.
I think Henderson, Ben.
Right.
I've got a funny feeling Henderson's
Did he just kick it out down low?
I think that's coming.
Whatever it is, he's given it. It's another corner. Same again. Yep, take 2. Same spot. We've had 1 of the added 6. Near side as we look. The Chelsea right wing in the Matthew Harding sunshine. He's gone for that near post again. Mate, there's been that many of them today. It's clearly a plan. All those near post corners in at Marc Cucurella. He's got it again here. Esteval Willian. This time he is dispossessed by Devaney, who boots it long to Robert Sanchez, the only player in that half of the field. We've got 4 and a little bit minutes of stoppage time to go on the opening Sunday at Stamford Bridge, and it remains 0-0. Good. Palmer, little drag back to lose Devaney. Less good was his pass. You know, on the times he has had it today, his passing radar has not been quite there.
No, he's not, Ben. He's been off, and it's been tough for him because they've suffocated the space he wants to operate in. We won't play too many teams that set up like this. Little floaty ball into Delap.
Good take. Oh, here he is, Andre Santos. 14 yards out, it's suddenly arrived. First time, left-footed, and he got so far underneath it. I promise you, folks, if you had 3 goals stacked on top of one another, it wouldn't have hit the top one. Never mind the real one.
Ben, he can have a touch.
I mean, it's so much time.
He can have a touch,
He's
Ben.
gone first time left boot. Not quite sure how it got there, or he got there.
Oh,
I mean,
my word.
It is 30 yards in the air. Remember Kepa's penalty? It's kind of like that. Henderson takes every second he can. We did see our first 8-second corner yesterday. Martin Dubravka of Burnley got penalised. That was the first one. We got 3 added minutes of the 6 remaining. Here is Esteval Willian. Cross country. Good holding onto the ball. Palmer to Pedro Neto. Pedro Neto now coming from left infield himself. Nodded down. Delap was nearly there, but it's grabbed off the bounce by Dean Henderson. Now, is he going to try and nick something on the counter? Is he? Hell, he's going to hold on to it. There's your 6 there. I'm watching him count. 6. Set. Yep, there you go. You see the referee doing the hand signal. That's new for this season. Brilliant flick on from Matete. He's won that superbly ahead of Chalobah. Munoz has not gone for the cross. Here's Wharton. Oh, look out. Devaney should have hit it.
Lucky his touch is poor, Ben.
Terrible
Lucky
touch.
his touch is poor. Yeah, he wasn't expecting it, I don't think, Ben.
Well,
he
yeah,
seemed to be on his heels a little bit.
Premier League footballer,
there's still 2 minutes left. Move the ball quickly, boys. I saw Fulham snatch a late draw at Brighton yesterday. Don't give up. There's always, if there's time, there's chance.
Achimpong, back of the centre circle, gives it to Caicedo. Palmer has come to demand it in that centre circle, and Cole Palmer has the ball at his feet now. Little give and go, nicely done. But there's still a lot of congestion through that central court. It comes wide this side, Malo Gusto. He's double teamed. 90 seconds left of the 96 minutes. Ball down the channel for Esteval to chase. And he's got there, and he couldn't quite keep it in. That was difficult, in fairness, it's a goal kick. And if Dean Henderson can waste a bit more time, that might... Well, no, there's a chance for Chelsea to get the ball and come forward one more time, but they'll have to do something with it. That is the key for plenty of fans to leave, which you never like to see. It's a player in a Frank Lampard shirt just to our right here, I've noticed. A win for him yesterday at his old club. Derby 3, Coventry 5 on the opening day. Looks like we got no goals here and no winners. And Palace will be happier with that than Chelsea. But that's not in any way to be patronising or condescending. They absolutely might have won it themselves. Malo Gusto's throw. Right now it's got to go forward. We got probably, well, there'll be there's a minute to play basically. Mark Cucurella. Neto cutting in from the far side. Chelsea with one final attack perhaps from left to right. In the shady half of the pitch it's Cole Palmer. That's the far half as we look from one box to the other. Palmer twisting away from Colin Richards, but he couldn't catch him. Pedro Neto back to Palmer, nearly at the byline. He's won a corner. He's won a corner, and this is it.
This is it,
now
the final chance.
And those who were leaving are now staying on the stairwells at Stamford Bridge.
Well, this is it, Ben.
Eruption possible at the Matthew Harding end and beyond. One good delivery. Everyone up. Sanchez back on the centre spot. In comes the corner. Out goes the header, and there is the full-time whistle. It wasn't a bad performance, it wasn't a great one either. Crystal Palace knew their jobs, and they stopped Chelsea from being a threat largely today. That is how I would sum that up in one sentence, Jason.
Yes, Ben, they're a difficult team to play against. They have a very, very good manager, and they're not FA Cup winners and Community Shield winners for nothing. They knocked out Manchester City in the final, and they drew with Liverpool last weekend and beat them on penalty. This is a very well organised team. I don't think we did enough to win the game, Ben. I've got to be honest with you. It's a game I'm feeling incredibly frustrated. A slightly disappointing feeling, but